Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Today marks the halfway point or the second half of Mega. So we have completed the first 6 days of Mega, and we are now on day 7. How does it feel to be halfway through Mega?
Great. We can do it.
So let's talk about what happened over the weekend. I know lots of open houses going on, lots of phone calls being made. What productive real estate related prospecting and conversions did we do over the weekend? Let's hear from you guys. What are we putting into practice and affecting change in our business?
I keep, go ahead.
Thank you, Knock. Please tell me.
I keep up with my workout, and first and foremost, you have to stay healthy and be in the right mindset before you can do any work.
Yeah.
And secondly, I'm working on representation for my family for sell and buy homes in Waco.
Cool. Nice. Productive stuff. Thank you for sharing. Meg.
I was able to take some clients out to see some homes on Saturday. And then yesterday we got a property ready for lease, and I just submitted that and it came across my Realty Texas feed. So now I'm going to go get all my branded video from my Cesium so I can post that in MLS as well.
Nice. Exciting. I love it. Thank you for the shout out for Cesium. Fun stuff. How many of you raise your hand if you did real estate related stuff this weekend? Oh, all right. So let's hear from you guys. Come on, let's keep it a secret. Let's start with Katie.
I did a wonderful open house yesterday. It was in Salado, and you may know about it since it's your listing. And it was really fun. I had two groups come in. First group was a empty nester couple. They were so sweet. They were so easy to talk with. I told them a lot about the home. And we did have like really good connections and good dialogue. And they did say that their sister is an agent and will probably help them out. But they were really nice and respectful because they're really appreciative of just being able to converse about the house. And then the second couple walked in, and I did get their contact information. They're looking for a whole different type of property, but they're hoping to be landlords. So still got some contact information, and I really liked how this time I instead of just putting signs in people's yards that are at the corner of the street, I went to go ask permission. Because one time I did have a lady not be appreciative that I put a sign in the corner of her yard, and I totally get that. And so, lesson learned. This time I went and knocked. I said, "Do you mind if I have an open house sign in the corner of your yard? And here's a flyer, and please come. Thank you so much." They were very nice. So it's like, okay, good. No one yelling at me today.
Nice. All right. So what do we tell people when we find out they have a relative that is a real estate agent? What's our objection for that? How do we handle that objection? Do you guys know that there is one?
Is it, hey, I know dealing with this will bring up some personal finance information, and you might not want your close friends and family knowing all that about you.
Yep. You know, that's it's exactly kind of the whole situation. Sometimes real estate can be high stress, high tense, a lot of things on the line. Putting a family member in that position sometimes doesn't end well. I'm sure your sister is phenomenal, but it's not that. It's just that she's family. If you would like to have an arm's length agent who's not family representing you, I would be happy to give her a referral fee so that she can get some money and get paid and not have to do any work, and then you guys not end up in a situation that is not what you'd expect. You just tiptoe around it as much as possible. And how many of you want to work with your family as that agent? Not everyone. So, and some people are like, absolutely not. Let's hear from those. Are there some of you that's like, I do not want to work with my family on buying a house? I do not want that.
That would be me.
Okay. So, and that's fair. So knowing that that's an objection, and about 40% of people object to working with a family member they know because they're not arm's length, we just throw that out there. About 40% of buyers feel uncomfortable working with a family in a situation like that because they're looking at someone that they can yell at and go sideways with if things go that direction. And so if you're looking for an agent who can represent you that's arm's length to the transaction and not have to worry about them getting into financial matters and all of those things, I'd be happy to give your sister a referral fee. I'm just throwing that out there. And a lot of people in the back of their mind, they were thinking that anyway, and now you just raised a concern and objection in their head that they didn't have before. And the more they think about that, the more that objection is going to resonate with them, and you very well may get a call. And especially when you just say, and you know what, we can give her a really nice referral fee, and she doesn't have to do anything. And all of a sudden they're like, okay, give them some money, make them happy, and I get what I want, which is somebody else who's arm's length, who's not going to be sticking their nose into my business, making decisions for me, telling me I'm making a mistake because they don't like this house and they're trying to buy this house for me, calling my family members and telling them I'm making a mistake and getting all of my business, which is kind of what family does sometimes, right? So, okay, good job, Katie. Thank you for going out there. I want to throw something out there. Katie did a phenomenal reel. A really, really, really good reel. So I'm very impressed with what I saw, with what you did out there. Dressed to impress, did an entire reel, articulate, on camera, did a really great camera presence throughout the home, featured the backyard. A plus, A plus plus. So good job, kudos to you, Katie. Who else wants to share? I saw a bunch of hands go out when I said, let's talk about what we did this weekend. Let's hear from a couple more of you.
So I was going to do a grand open house this weekend with Natalia Franklin, and my listing actually got a contract on it, and they scheduled inspection for the morning of open house. So it was a juggle between letting them continue with their inspection or canceling open house. So I said, let's get your inspection done. And so we went ahead and canceled the open house, and they were fine. Everybody was fine with it. It's vacant, so not a big deal. So in lieu of that, I actually helped another agent who ended up in the hospital. I showed property for her because she couldn't get out there. So I went and did some property previewing for myself. And then checked up on all my listings that had a house on it, and met a couple of neighbors that were interested in them. So who knows, they might be their rentals. So hopefully I can get those leased. I'm actually surprised they're not leased out already, but there's some work on them. And what else did I do real estate related? Oh, I'm working on a new listing from a past buyer seller client ready to sell their house. So I sent out the paperwork for that. So I kept busy, even though I had to cancel my open house. I was still busy.
Busy is good. Did you feel productive?
I did feel productive.
I know with Father's Day being this weekend, a lot of us were dealing with a whole bunch of things at once and juggling all of making sure dad feels loved and supported, and also getting our work done. And there was just, it was hot this weekend, but the weather wasn't horrible. It was actually got a nice little breeze going. And there were a lot of buyers out. I mean, it's still feeling like summer. A lot of people are out of town on vacation. A lot of people are got kids at home and they're kind of juggling family life. And so we always feel that in the real estate market. So we're kind of feeling that summer thing going on. I think this week is the official start of summer. So I think over the next week and a half or two, we're going to kind of feel the same thing. And then we're going to start feeling it really start speeding up as we get towards the end of June and the beginning of July, as we usually do. So we got some time between now and the 4th of July. There's a little bit of bump in the market. And then after July 4th, all the way through October, it's usually on an upward trend, accelerating. And we've got the Feds talking about possibly reducing rates. In the next meeting that they met last week, they left it alone, but they said that based on the job number, it looks like they will be reducing it in the future. So all good stuff for real estate going on. And you guys are out there waking up in the morning, focusing on income producing tasks, looking at your fingers, thinking about what you're grateful for, doing your yoga and your meditation and your breathing, and focusing on your careers and your past clients and calling your people. How many of you are calling your people like never before? Thank you, Meg. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Shannon. All right, Mr. Pope, I see your hand up. He gets mad at when I call him Mr. Pope. He call me Mike. You're on mute. Let me hit the button to see if you can get that unmuted.
I got it.
There you go.
I drove my neighborhood and found a FISBO that's about $25,000 over market. So I'm going to try to do a CMA and give them a call and see if I can't get a listing with that FISBO.
Nice. Did you knock on the door?
It's vacant.
Oh, got it. Nice. Did you call the sign and try to get a hold of someone?
They had a flyer, and from the flyers where I got the price that they had, and so I just well, that was late yesterday, so I wanted to kind of gather some good data on what's sold recently in the neighborhood, so I can be more up to speed when I talk to them.
For sale by owners are often a really easy conversion in this market because they're sitting there and they had some ideas. They thought, this is easy. I can do this myself. I don't need those pesky agents. I don't need them. I can do this myself. I know what they do is easy. They throw it on the market and it just sits there and they don't get any responses. They don't get any showings. And then they start realizing, wait a minute, I have to actually show up at this property and all these random times people start showing this property, meeting people and opening the door, and they realize it's not exactly what they thought it would be. All right, so I hope to hear more about that, Mike, and hear more from you on Wednesday's Mega, telling us that you got yourself a listing. Let's do that. Today's class is nuts and bolts of real estate. It is a fundamental competency that you must master. The dangers of bringing a property to the market over price is the biggest danger that you have in real estate. The seller is from, what's that saying I always say? Sellers are from Mars and buyers are from Venus. We all know where that really came from. They're on opposite spectrums of the galaxy in their approach to either buying a home or selling a home. One wants to sell it for much more than it's worth because they have an emotional attachment. And the other one doesn't yet have an emotional attachment, but they may have some excitement, but they want to buy it for as little as possible. When you're meeting with the seller, they've got emotional attachment. And they also have a lot of confusion about the property and what its value is because they're driving around the neighborhood and seeing other homes that may look exactly like it from the front, having no idea that Maybe it's a 1.5 story and they couldn't tell. Maybe it's got 300 extra square foot and they couldn't tell, but all they saw was a flyer in the front yard with a price on it, and that price might be $50,000, $100,000 more than what their property would be worth because it's not the same size and they don't know that, and they're driving around getting a very confused idea of what real estate is in their neighborhood. And when they're looking at those prices, they're looking at the active price. And so they're not driving around looking at sold prices in their neighborhood. They just look at what people are initially coming out the gate advertising the properties for, having no idea if it's successful or not. So they often have a very skewed idea of what the values are. And so when an agent sits down at the listing table and they have a conversation with them, we have to give them the good news of what it's going to really sell for. And that is good news because all homes sell. It just has to be priced at the right price. Maybe it's a little bit less than they wanted. Sometimes it's more. The property that I listed in Salado, I always ask the question. I say, I have a pack of a big stack of papers sitting next to me, and I always ask them the question first. I've already done my numbers, my analysis. So my numbers in here of what I think the property will ultimately sell for. But I'm curious, what do you think your property would sell for? Before I even start, I ask them that question. And it's interesting because once they know that my number is already written down here and it's not going to change, they always tell me. And over the last couple of years, I have been fortunate that the number that they told me is lower than what my actual number is. And I'm going to tell you something. Once you tell them a number, they're going to add 20% to it. So if I ask them what they think the home is going to sell for ahead of time, and then my number is higher, then I know they're not going to turn around and try to make my number even higher because they sometimes sellers immediately think that we're going to try to discount their home and sell it for less. So we tell them the number and they immediately want more. So if I ask them before we've gone through what the number is, at least I've got an idea of what was their real number before we even had this conversation. And in this case, they thought their home was worth 540 and it was worth upward of 600. So that was good news. And I always like that. And I always say, well, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. And that's my counter back to that when we go through the numbers. And that has been a consistent trend over and over again. Will that continue? I'm not sure, but that's been the trend. What is the biggest danger of overpricing a house? What is the number one biggest danger?
It just sits for months and months.
Yeah, no showings.
Nope.
Can be distressed.
Once it sits for
It's
long, people think
stale.
something's wrong with it.
What is your ultimate goal here as a listing agent?
Just sell the home
To get it
as fast as
sold.
possible.
To sell it for what?
Market price.
Best.
For the best price.
I like that. We're going to market their property and we're going to try to sell their home for as much as we possibly can. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
If you overprice the home, you will never, ever, ever sell it for as much as you can. If you overprice the home, the ability to sell it for the most is now off the table. So what is the danger about overpricing a home?
You will not be able to sell it.
You will never be able to sell the home for as much as you could have. Our job is to properly prepare the market, properly help the seller properly prepare the home for market, properly saturate the market with advertising about that home, attract offers, and get them under contract at the highest price possible, all things considered. And we need their help with that. We need their help to help us make sure that the small things that they can do that have a big impact are done. We also then, the next step, saturating the market with advertising. As long as they've helped us with the first step, then the second step is on us. And then how we market it and how we get that property out there and the timelines that we do. I'm going to teach all of you guys this week exactly how to bring a property to market and exactly how to sell it for as much as you possibly can when you bring it to market every single time. I just executed a contract in the last 10 minutes. Right before I brought you guys into class, I executed an agreement on a listing that I had, and My clients did exactly what I asked, and they were praising me on the phone about how good the photos were and how good the marketing was. And they said, when I sold their home in Buttercup Creek about 5 years ago, and again here, they moved to another state, and they've moved twice since then. And they told me the difference between working with me and working with other people is night and day. And they praised me, and I just smiled and listened. Like, I wish my mega people could hear this right now. They also took my price recommendation. Bringing a property to market at the right price is the difference between selling it for exactly like Mike Pope said, market value or just a little bit more versus selling it for 10% under market value. When you bring a property to market, the first 10 days of its listing period is the most important. The first 10 days are the absolute most important time for a listing. When you squander that first 10 days, you can never get it back. You have one shot to do this right, and everything has to be perfect. Every little detail has to be perfect. We can't just wing it. It has to be perfect and well thought out. And because our marketing plan is so well thought out, when we share that with them on the listing appointment, explain to them how it's going to go, and then you follow that perfectly and it all comes together like it should, you are in good shape. No matter what market we are in, there's always that home that sells in the first 2 weeks, regardless if we're in the 2008 market or regardless if we're in the 2021 market, which everything was selling in the first day on market, multiple offers, and took 2 weeks, or now we're in this market where it will sell in the first 2 weeks. Always, always, always. And I've always been that person because the job of an agent is to truly help them get their home in the best light to sell, which means sometimes I've got to have an entire team of people behind me that knows what I'm trying to accomplish and they can help me with my goal, which is sometimes I need a discount painter. And my painter is extremely good. I send him a lot of business. It's very easy business. I negotiate this for him. So all they have to do is show up and do their job. A guy that epoxies garage floors, which you might think, why in the world would you do that? I'll explain on Wednesday why sometimes that would be necessary. You have a $700,000 home that's been flipped and you walk in the garage and it looks like a rental out of Amityville Horror. And the house itself now feels like, oh, maybe this isn't a good house anymore. Because it just makes the home feel dated and it puts an objection in the buyer's head. When you have a house that's been completely flipped and perfect, and you got a garage that looks like it has been run through the ringer, people think, oh, no. Especially when it smells like rat and there's stains on the ceiling and there's stains on the floor and there's holes in the walls. I mean, for less than $800, I have the epoxy floored, and less than $800 the garage painted. So for $1,600, the entire garage was fixed, flipped into shape, whipped into shape. But that's not the case for all the properties that I'm gonna list. It's very situational. I'm not saying that every single home you do that. I'm saying in situations you'd want to do that. So we have to know what to recommend for the price point and for that particular property to make it conform to the neighborhood. And I can't make it conform to the neighborhood until I've driven and I've looked and saw what the comps are in that neighborhood and have an idea. If I can make the house as good or better than all my competition and priced right there, $1 less than them, they're all priced at $600 and I'm $599, but I offer them more, it's going to sell. It's going to be the first one to sell because buyers are out there for owner occupancy looking for the best home that's going to offer them the most, and that one's going to sell first. If you're the agent that says, well, ours is offering a little bit more, so I think there's another $30,000 of value here, so let's put this on the market for $630, and all of the other homes are offering almost exactly the same thing, and they're priced at $600, they're going to sell first. So you have to go and look at the comparables first and figure out what my value is, my value range. Once I have a good solid value range, I then have to look at my pending comps to see what has just gone under contract. and call those listing agents to find out how many offers they had and if they went over or under, and look very carefully at the property, the square footage, the price per square foot, how long it's been on the market, and all of those factors, and then look at my active competition to see when I come on market, what am I up against? If I'm not looking at the pending and the active comps when I come on market, and I don't take that as just as seriously as my sold comps, I'm going to make a huge strategical mistake. If I don't even bother looking at the active competition and I bring my property live and I'm priced higher than all of the active and the pending are lower than the active, but the sold is higher, what is that story telling you? Exactly right, Mike. That in the past, it was higher. The pending is a little bit lower and the active is even lower, which means you're in a declining market. And if you don't understand what a declining market is, because you got a license in the last a year and a half or 18 months or 2 years, and everything has been strategically going up continuously, and the further you go back, the lower the number is. Well, that's not going to be the case here, not because we're really in a declining market, because we had to shave off that incredibly ridiculous doubling in value that happened in 2022, which should have never happened in the first place. And we look at this trend. How many of you remember the little trend bars that I keep showing you guys over and over and over again? Anyone? Well, I've got them all over my computer. I'm actually looking at about 20 of them, but I can't find the most recent one. But I will just share this particular one. That's not the one I wanted to share because that's an older one. This is the newer one. We get into a market that's got a very, very clean and a very smooth and consistent 1% appreciation. All of a sudden, we get to 2019. We see a little bump. We get to 2021. And all of a sudden, boom, it's the highest appreciation that we've seen in the history. Now we're going to shave that off, and this trend line is going to meet right back up again. And it has, exactly as we predicted. Cindy and I met on this about 1,000,000 times back when the double happened and we were at the very top of the top. And I said, it's not going to keep going up. It's going to meet back up with the initial trend line. It has to. And that's exactly what happened. So as it did go back down, everyone was screaming that the market's crashing. And as the price, I'm going to share that out again because at some point, you just have to scream foul. If at this point right here, when the market went down and people were saying, well, the market was crashing, could you not arguably say that other than the appreciation of COVID, it's the highest sales price of all time? Shame on anyone for saying anything other than that. And we are still, where we are is probably right here, which means that COVID, this trend line, met right back up exactly where it should have been, and we are exactly where we should be. And I'm going to show you today how to run this statistic, run this graph for yourself. And as part of our homework, we are going to run a graph, and you're going to have to run that graph and bring it back to your class, and everyone who does that will get the points for doing it. Ever, I see your hand up.
I was just gonna ask you that. I was gonna ask where did you get or how I could get that graph. I was talking about that with one of my clients this weekend, but I was just giving her I mean, speaking about it, I didn't have anything to show, so that really helps.
So you had 1,000 words instead of a picture.
Yep, exactly.
Exactly right. All right, so I can't impress upon this group the dangers of overpricing a home, but let's talk about what the License Act says about an overpriced house. And let's say, what does our Code of Ethics say about these two things? What does the License Act say, and what does the Code of Ethics say about perhaps pricing a home too high? Now, it doesn't say anything about that actual practice, but there are subsidiary practices that's a result of pricing it too high that gets us in a crunch, in a really bad position. What could some of those things be?
Distrust.
Misrepresentation.
Mm.
False
would-
advertising.
Mm, I mean, no, a seller has the right to try to sell a home for as much as they want all day long. So it would not be deceptive trade, it would not be false advertising because the seller decided that they wanted to sell it for that. The agent agreed. We got the listing agreement signed and it's on the market for that. So that's 100% legal, legitimate, and okay. But
That false idea of what it's worth, the the seller keeps thinking that it's worth more than the market, and over time they ride that market all the way to bottom and never sell their house.
Yeah, but I can't hear
Are you
nothing.
still talking?
I don't. Yeah. Go.
hi, Camille. Were you gonna pop in and no? Okay. The code of ethics says that it is a violation of the code of ethics to mislead the seller as to market value. And mislead could be an agent sitting across the table having a conversation with the seller that says, I'm not going to sell this home for less than 700. And you're looking at the comps and there's nothing to support more than 550. And the agent says, well, I mean, we can try for that. The worst thing that could happen is we reduce the price, right? And then that be it. And they're afraid to talk about 550 because in the back of their mind, they are thinking, if I say 550 right now, this guy's going to just fly off the handle on me, throw me out of his house, and I'm not going to get the listing. So I'd rather just sign the listing and not push the issue and then prove to him that it's not 700 and just let the price come down and let the property naturally sell on its own. That is a violation of the code of ethics because you have an obligation, a higher obligation, but also specifically in the code to advise the client as to market value. There's another thing. Did you know that your License Act requires that you provide a CMA for every single listing before you negotiate the listing? Which means by the way, when you sit down at a kitchen table with your seller, is it a negotiation? You are negotiating that listing 100%. You are negotiating that listing. And it says before you negotiate a listing, and the reason they use that language is because we owe a CMA to a buyer, a landlord, a seller, and a tenant. And this is a regulatory requirement. Statutorily, you are required to give your client a CMA before you begin negotiations. If you don't do that, you're in violation of Texas law. Not code of ethics now. We're talking about 1101 Real Estate License Act stuff. So you have to, at first substantive dialogue, show them your CMA and maybe explain to them your field work and the numbers and the comps and how you derived to this range in a very detailed and methodical way so that they can understand it. The better you explain it, the more they're going to believe it. You have to give them a CMA, number one. But number two, the License Act also says that a real estate agent must defend the list price when they're the listing agent. They can't at all state in any time that the seller is willing to accept an amount less than what the listing agreement says. Where is that language? It is in our information about brokerage services. That the seller listing agent cannot state. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to show you the IABS. I'm going to show you actually part of the intermediary scenario, but may not, without the party's consent, say that the owner will accept a price less than the written asking price, or that the buyer will pay a greater than their written price. If you are the listing agent, you have to defend the list price, and you cannot, unless the seller has provided you in writing otherwise, say that the seller is willing to accept an amount less. So Answer this question for me, someone. If I get a call, if I'm $100,000 over asking price and I get a call from a buyer agent that says, hey, Jack, I'm looking at your listing at 123 Main Street. I have a client that's really interested in that neighborhood. They really want to buy in there. They're looking at this listing, but we're not able to find comps to support the value. Can you share your comps with me? How am I going to respond to that and not violate the law if I've taken an overpriced listing? Go. I should have popped popcorn. Anybody?
What if that property is kind of unique where there's not a lot of comps that are similar? Maybe it has a pool where nobody else has a pool. Maybe it has like a lot of shade or is in a cul-de-sac, has no neighbors behind it. Would that make it, I guess, the price higher because it's more desirable maybe, or I don't
Okay.
know.
So if my property actually does have a greater value, then I've got a lot of things to say. First, property has a pool, none of the comps do. Yes, I can show you my comps. I had to go outside the area and I had to do a broader range because there wasn't anything near me that was comparable. So I'll be happy to share with you my comps that support the value. If I have a property that is truly $100,000 priced above the comps, am I going to be able to supply a comp that makes sense? The answer is no. If it's truly overpriced for the market, there will be no comps. If it has a pool and over improvement, then it's not overpriced. I can support that value some way. But if it's truly overpriced and someone calls me and says, Jack, my client wants in that neighborhood, they're looking at this listing and they're very interested in it and they're intending to put in an offer, but we can't support the value and we need your help because they want to buy this house. What do you say? How do you not violate the code of ethics? I mean, the License Act. And I'm going to tell you, it's not a trick question. It's a bad position you've put yourself into. You've put yourself into an impossible situation. You landed yourself there by taking the listing in the first place. And maybe that's part of the dialogue you have. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I would love to sell your home. I want to be the person who gets to bring your home to market. If we price this high, I have a regulatory requirement. My license requires that I defend this list price. And if there's not a single comp anywhere that is going to support the value, and an agent calls me and they ask me, they say, can you please support your price by sitting over the comps? And they challenge the price, which is part of what their job is as a buyer agent. I'm not going to be able to defend you. I'm not going to be able to defend it. We're going to have to get this piece of paper to say the seller picked this price. Is that what you want me to tell them? Because I can't throw you under the bus either. I can't say the seller's crazy and pick this price and I'm just waiting for him to become sane so that we can reduce the price and sell it for what it's going to actually be. The buyer's going to find the property interesting. Because the thing is, unless the only time I would get that call is from someone who wants to buy in the neighborhood and they've looked at every home on the market and brought me that offer. Because if you overprice a home, you got to look at the mentality. And now there's going to be a ton of light bulbs come on. And if the light bulb comes on for you after I tell you this, I want you to raise your hand. Buyers get a pre-qualification letter or they have money in the bank and they have buying power. And that buying power is only up to a certain price bar. And if they're looking for 600,000 or less, and your property was worth 600,000, and your property is higher than 600,000, you hit it from the buyers who could buy this property because it's in a different price range. It's not showing up in their portals. They're not seeing it because they filtered it out. They don't even see it. So you hit it from the audience. And now the higher price stuff, those people who are looking in that price range, Every single other property that's priced at the $700,000 mark or the $100,000 more blows that property out of the water. And every single buyer that's going in and looking at all the $700,000 homes, they come across this one and their properties are nicer, larger, more improved, more modern. There's $100,000 price difference. It is in a completely different class of properties, and no one is even looking at it because all the other homes are selling. It's not going to accidentally sell. That's the reality. Is that a light bulb for anyone? The most important days is that first 10 days. You have a regulatory requirement by law to explain and defend your list price. And if someone comes at you and says, I don't have comps, I think it's overpriced, can you share with me your comps? And had you listed it and done your comps and done your field work, you can share your comps with them, you can defend the value, and you can educate the buyer agent on where you came up with your value and work with them. But if you have no comps, you can't send them a CMA. You don't have a CMA to send them, and you're just stuck. And now you got three problems. You took the overpriced listing, you have no comps, you have a regulatory requirement to respond to their inquiries within 2 days, and you have to pick up the phone and you have to figure out how you're not going to breach the law. Will you share me with your comps? I can't say there's no comps. I have to defend my client's property. And there's no way to defend it. And because you took that overpriced listing, you've put your license on the line. That is the truth. You've also put the code of ethics in front of behind you because you're supposed to defend your position as a listing agent and explain to them how important it is that we look at these numbers, because the seller should be operating from a place of strength, which is looking at the numbers. So there's possible code of ethics violation, certainly a license act violation, or at least there will be one when someone calls you on the price that you have. And then there's the last element. And the last element is, how do we get the seller to see reason if they really want to list it and they think your CMA is wrong? Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I've been doing this for a really long time. I've got a team of people, that are standing behind me, experts in the field, that helped me with the CMA just because I wanted to make sure that I had another pair of eyes on this. By the time we're done today, you're going to see that what I bring out there is the RPR report. I bring out the Zillow's estimate. I bring out the appraisal assessment. I bring out my CMA, and then I bring out my trend line. So I have 5 different numbers that I'm bringing out there, and I'm going to explain each one of them separately. So I'm going to give them the whole host of stuff, because I know that those are 5 objections that are waiting for me at the seller's kitchen table before I even arrive. Well, what about this estimate? It says something different than you. What about the assessment from the appraisal district? It says something different about you. Well, what about the trend in the appreciation of the market? Hasn't it appreciated more than this? And what about the property around the corner that sold for $100,000 more? How come you're coming in with a number so drastically lower than that? And maybe because that property was 600 square foot larger and they didn't know that, it's not even in my CMA. So I bring the list, and we're going to talk about this after our first break. I bring out a list of everything that sold in the last 6 months, sometimes even 365 days. I don't give it to them, but I have every single property that sold in our neighborhood, because almost every time when I have a listing appointment, one of the sellers looks at me and says, but what about the property on Maple Street, the one street over? It sold for $575 and you're coming in at $490. That just doesn't make any sense to me at all. And if in that moment I'm looking at my comps and I don't have this property on Maple Street, they're going to be thinking this agent doesn't know what they're doing. They don't even know what the comps are. They haven't even done their research. And I know that Maple Street, if it's not on my list, it's because it doesn't fit the criteria. But I need to be able to articulate that, because if I have to grab my laptop and power up the beast and get that thing on the internet and then connect to the MLS and do a search for Maple Street, that minute and 30 seconds or 2 minutes and 10 seconds was 2 minutes and 10 seconds where the seller sat there staring at you, losing confidence in you for every second that went by. I grabbed my sheet sitting next to me. pull it up, say, okay, Maple Street. Okay, here it is. Yep, it's sold for 575. It sold 3 months ago for 575, in fact. All right. Okay, so your property is 1,700 square foot. That property was 2,600 square feet. Oh my gosh, I had no idea. I've had that conversation almost verbatim, probably 500 times. I'm not kidding. That often. So that one little nugget is going to save you, because guess what? I found myself in that situation where someone asked me about a property that wasn't on my CMA, and I had to grab the list, and I had to go back and look, and I had to grab my laptop, and I was sitting in that awkward phase where I know that they're losing faith in me. And so the next time, knowing that was going to happen, I had my list, and I can't tell you how many times I've had to refer to it. It is an arsenal of objection handling cures right to your right if you have it there. In the event that the seller wants you to price the property higher and you've gone through the numbers and everything, I will look at them and say, well, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, this is the reality. I have to be able to defend this list price as people are calling me. The Code of Ethics also says that it's a violation of the Code of Ethics for me to any way mislead you to the list price. Trust me, it's all to my benefit to sell this home for as much as I possibly can. That benefits me. It does not benefit me at all to price this property drastically under market value. In fact, not only is it a violation of the License Act, but it's also a violation of the Code of Ethics, because if I try to price this property low, I'm misleading you as to market value. So that's not what's going on here. Do you have an appraisal for the time in which you purchased the property? Because I recommend that we reach out to that appraisal and ask them to do an update on it. And usually they will do it for a fraction of the cost because they have already done the field work. Have you done a refi recently? When you purchased the home, did you get an appraisal? I recommend we grab that appraisal and call that appraiser and have them update that appraisal. Again, they'll usually do it for a fraction of the amount because they don't have to do a site preview. They can just run the comps and send it back over to us. And that's between you and the appraiser. You can make that call, not me, so they know it's not being influenced in any way. And then look at that number. And I think that will really, really help, because the first 10 days on market is the most important. Your home will always sell for most on market the first 10 days. After the 10-day mark, you know that the property will never sell for as much as it could have in the first 10 days. So if what you're trying to accomplish, and from what I'm gathering, you're trying to sell your home for as much as you possibly can, the highest number possible, and that's exactly what I'm doing. By pricing it here, you will sell your home for as much as possible. Pricing it over here means it's going to sit on market. You're going to get through those first 10 days, and you're going to have lost all your momentum. Let's talk about questions about what I've just said. Jamara.
So my question is, on my way home, I noticed that a for sale by owner sign just went up on one of my neighbor's properties, right? And I noticed this night before last. So does that count in the first 10 days, or is it the first 10 days when we actually take over as real estate agents and actually market the house properly?
That does not count. The first 10 days, we are going to get the home properly prepared for market. We are going to get the proper type of video and photos. Once we have the photos and the video and the reels and all of that packaged together, then we're going to put it live on a Monday. No showings until Friday, and we're going to leave it there Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And I'm going to explain to you the rationale on all of this on Wednesday and Friday of this week, but it's going to blow your mind, blow the class's mind most of the time. And then you hit the open house weekend. What we're finding is the Clear Cooperation Policy Statement 8.0, which is a NAR regulation that was put in place 3 years ago, said that you have basically 1 business day to put the property in the MLS once you've done any type of outward advertising, which could be a flyer in the window, a sign in the yard, anywhere, any type of advertising that's outside intra-brokerage advertising. So we could, of course, because the broker has the listing, you can't hide it from the brokerage because we know, and so we share it with our agent. So you can advertise it internally, but you can't advertise it outside the brokerage until it's in the MLS. So once you start advertising it, it has to be in the MLS within 1 day. The reality is that 70% of your buyers in the market yet don't have a real estate agent. 70%. 70, guys, that's a statistic. 70% of the buyers in the market don't have an agent yet. 30% of them do. So when you put the property in the MLS and that's your only sole bit of advertising, that favors agents who have clients, because those agents have registered their client in the MLS and they've set them up for an auto drip or an auto portal notification system. So first they put them in the portal based on their criteria. It sends them a list of everything that's currently on the market, and then it sends subsequent updates of every time a property is reduced or comes new on market, and it sends them a trigger that says, hey, this property just hit the market. So when you put the property in the MLS, the value, number one value in the MLS, less about the portals, but less about the online portals, meaning Zillow and Realtor.com and Homes.com, and more about the triggers that the agents have put in the MLS for their clients. We're going to talk to you about the Realty Texas client portal, or the client gateway, as we call it. The MLS has one as well. And so 30% of the consumers have an agent, which means that when you put a property in the MLS, it's going to shoot out an email to all of the agent's clients and CC the agent for those people who your property matches their criteria. So that is a very important notification, and they see that notification. And then if they are in the throes of buying a home and it matches their criteria and they've seen a home and it actually is coming on market as a hot listing and it actually offers more than anything that they've seen before, they're going to react very quickly to that. In fact, they're going to act very, very quickly to that. But again, what is the percentage of those people out there? Someone?
35?
70.
30%.
30. I thought it was 30.
30% with agents.
30% of the buyers have an agent in the market at any given time. 70% don't yet. So when you put a property in the MLS, you're communicating with 30% of the buyers. Only 1 out of 3, a third, 1/3 of the buyers you're communicating with, which means 2/3, more than half, you have not even let them know. They have no idea your property is on the market. So the clear cooperation policy statement 8.0 that says you're going to put this in the MLS within 1 day of doing any kind of public marketing and advertising. Now you've really showcased this property to only 1/3 of the market, less than half the buyers, only 1/3 of the buyers will sell your home. But those in that 1/3, they react quicker than any other group. So this 1/3 is going to, like an ambulance or a fire truck or a police officer, show up at the house to show your home within 1 day, 2 days of it coming on market. How long does it take the 70% who's looking, but to have the attitude, all right, I'm kind of interested in buying a home. I'm a hobby looking on Realtor.com. I'm hobby looking on Zillow. How does Zillow send them a trigger? No, they pick one of their preferred partner and they may be only sending maybe 1 email, 2 emails a day that Zillow is sending out, and it's usually to showcase a listing, not the 700 listings that are currently on the market. So the important thing about this is then, when are the consumers themselves looking, and how often are they going to Zillow and doing a new search for new properties that hit the market? And there's a statistic. It says that on average, they're doing this on Monday night and Tuesday night from 11 p.m. until 2 in the morning. Kids are in bed. They just got through a weekend. It's the first time they can take a deep breath. They collapse on the couch, grab the iPad, and start surfing the web again. And they do it Monday night, Tuesday night, and then it drops off on Wednesday, and then it gets slower and slower. And the closer to the weekend, the lower it gets. Monday night and Tuesday night are the biggest days for the online traffic for the 70% who don't have an agent yet. But when they find a property that they're interested in, they'll call an agent. If they find a property they're interested in, they'll come to the open house. If it's happening on Monday and Tuesday, let me ask you, how many of you have your open houses already advertised by Monday night for that coming weekend? Only people who graduated Mega. Thank you, Marcy. Because all the other agents are putting it online Thursday and Friday. Let me ask you another question. You're selling a home in a price point that's $500,000, most likely, and you're giving the world 1 day to show up to your party? If you had a party for your kids, you'd give them more than 1 day notice. So if you're trying to get the biggest audience, then we have to tell the biggest audience first and give them time to respond and know when they're looking. And if they're looking Monday, Tuesday, and partly Wednesday, it means your open house has to be advertised Monday, Tuesday. So get it online Monday morning so they can see it Monday night. And what should your advertising be to that 70%, knowing that it's more than half? It should tell them, hey guys, you don't have to call a real estate agent. You don't have to do anything. All you got to do is show up at the property on Saturday and Sunday because we're having a big grand open house and the party, and you are the invited guest. And you advertise it online Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, which means I have to figure out how can I get this into an MLS and tell the 30% to hold their horses so the 70% can have a chance to see it, so that I slow down the agents and speed up the online consumers so that I can get the 30% and the 70% to both show up to the property at the same weekend to give my client the highest propensity to go into a multiple offer situation. Sound like a pretty good advertising listing presentation, doesn't it? You explain this to your seller and you get it right, their minds will be blown. And you will obliterate your competition because they're talking about things like this. Well, my name is Nancy. I've been in real estate since 1982. My husband's name is Ralph, and I have a dog named Toto. And we're going to put a sign in your yard. We're going to do an open house, and by God, we're going to do a good job for you. And that was their listing presentation. Nothing wrong with that listing presentation, but it's not going to blow their mind. That's baseline. Learned a little bit about the agent, learned a little bit how long they've been in the business, learned a little fun facts about them, and they'll tell you what everyone else is going to do. To plant the sign in the yard, put it in the MLS, and do an open house, maybe. But they're not talking about buyer trends, how to saturate the market with advertising, how many people do have an agent and don't, and really talk to them about the truth about how to list their home. And the fact is, if you put your property on the market on a Friday and have a grand open house on Saturday and Sunday, and you've not been able to do a pre-marketing for at least 5 days, you've completely ensured that that seller will not sell that home for as much as they can. You have absolutely ensured that you've hit it from 2/3 of the market. In the event that 1/3 does bring out a buyer, you will never get that home in a multiple offer situation. And when you get the home in a multiple offer situation, and part of the script we have at the table, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, look, if I can get you in a multiple offer situation, the buyers are negotiating against each other instead of against you, and it puts you in a very powerful position. And they get that too. And in that heat of the moment, when they're trying to beat each other out, and by the way, a buyer's not willing to give a seller 1 cent more than the property is worth, but they're willing to give $100,000 to beat out another buyer. That's been a historical fact. So leveraging that in the heat of that moment, we tell them, hey, if you're willing to beat up this other buyer and you're bringing me this number, I want us to make sure that you're going to waive that appraisal contingency so that in the event it doesn't appraise, you're going to bring cash to the table, right? Because this is what you're saying you're going to do, and you deal with that up front too. Because did you know there's a statistic that 40% of sellers have had a situation where they sold a home and it didn't appraise and they had to come down? 40%. That was between 2007 and 2010. They remember those days very, very clearly. They remember getting excited about an offer price and then coming back later and having to come down 15,000, and they're afraid of that. And we're going to tell them, I understand that's a seated fear that you have, but we're gonna make sure that we overcome that in the heat of the offer so that we don't find that out at the closing table. We deal with it up front. And if you do all of these things right, you properly prepare it, you properly price it, properly prepare it, properly saturate the market with advertising about the property, advertise it in the correct order, bring it on market strong and do a grand open house weekend, you've done everything possible to set the stage to sell that home for as much as you possibly can. And you share that listing presentation with them. They're not going to be talking about discount anything. Okay. Today is all about the importance of getting the list price, because if you don't get that part right coming out the gate, everything that you do after that's going to fail. 100% fail. So if you don't price it right, you're in a whole lot of trouble. So today we're going to be jumping into the MLS. We're going to be putting you in breakout sessions. We're going to show you how to do a CMA. I'm also going to take away some of the stress on you. If there are no comps, like Jim mentioned, what happens if there's no comps? Unless you have a crystal ball and you are Houdini or some type of magician, you tell them to get an appraisal. I've told a lot of my clients to get an appraisal. Look, if I can't find comps, the buyer agents out there have no chance at all. And they're going to bring me an offer based on the comps they can find. So if the class of property that we have absolutely has no comps at all, and they have to go out a mile to find a comp somewhere else that comes anywhere close to this, yes, I'll have a CMA that I'll be able to give that agent, but that agent's going to argue with me, even if they're right, even if I'm right and I argue with that, they've already convinced their clients that the price is wrong. And they've already convinced their client, and that offer came in at that, and I don't have the ability to convince that buyer that their agent is wrong, and now they're off to the next property. If I can't find comps, the buyer agent has no chance. If I slide an appraisal across the table, the appraisal is superior to a CMA because it's licensed activity, and an agent can't argue with an appraisal because they're now arguing outside their practice, and that is a License Act violation. So I slide an appraisal across the table, an agent technically cannot argue with that. It is a very, very powerful place to put you in because right now we have a problem. We don't have any comps. Now, this is what I think the property's worth, but we need an appraisal because that $500 is going to help you ensure that the $30,000 difference is earned money in your bank account. So that $500 appraisal is going to ensure that this $30,000 delta that we can't prove is proven. So that's what I call an insurance policy. Does that make sense? So don't overthink it and don't overstress it. If you don't have any comps, you know exactly what you're going to do. Get with your manager, double check that there are no actual comps that you've missed. And I'm going to show you how a lot of agents sometimes do miss comps because they don't know how to properly use our MLS. We have weekly MLS training. No, we have monthly MLS training that people come in and teach you guys how to use our MLS. We do that. We do that really, really well. We also show you how to use our own internal MLS that we built for you guys. And our MLS is more powerful than the MLSs from the Association of Realtors because all of their MLS is only their data. Our MLS is all of the data in one place. So unless you have a subscription to HAR, San Antonio, Actress, Netris, Waco, and all of these MLSs, then you don't have access to all the data and there could be comps. You know that there are actually properties in HAR in Austin that don't appear in Austin or CTX MLS and they only appear in HAR and never appeared in our MLS at all, and your client has no idea, and all of a sudden they find it on realtor.com and they come to you and say, well, what about this property? And you're like, I can't find it. And you go to your manager and find out it's an HAR. Why do you think that is the case? It's going to blow your mind, but why do you think that's the case?
The seller's sister-in-law lives in Houston and she's an agent.
Okay. How many agents are in Houston? This statistic is going to blow your mind, I think. There's 45,000 real estate agents that are members of the Houston Association of Realtors. 40,000. That is an army. There's 80,000. In fact, that's more people than who is in one of the branches of our military, the Marines. The thing is those 40,000 agents were brainwashed by the Houston Association of Realtors because the Houston Association of Realtors told them all, this MLS is the homes and rentals nationwide MLS. And they call it Homes and Rentals, HAR. We are the #1 search site in Texas. We syndicate to every single portal out there, and we are a statewide MLS because Houston is trying and has for a long time been trying to be the statewide MLS. And the other boards, that's how they keep their doors open through their MLS revenue. And until there's a regulatory or an NAR change, we're not going to see a consolidation of the mega boards coming together because they can't afford their dues are 125 a year, their MLS is 800. They can't keep their doors open on dues revenue alone. So I tell you this because all of the boards kind of have this mentality. We see things in Round Rock in Waco MLS only because the Waco agent says Georgetown is on the fringes of our territory. Houston says actress Austin says, this property that's up in Salado, that's ours. Waco says Salado, that's ours. CTX MLS says Salado, that's ours. And we have these areas where all of the MLSs are claiming it. And so if you're just a member of Waco, there'll be properties that you don't have in your market. Same thing with every other MLS. And so our MLS has all the data in one place. And when you create a portal, it's one portal for all that data, because separately you'd have to have a portal for your client in Waco and Highland Lakes and CTX MLS and Actress and maybe HAR as well. And now you have 6 MLSs and your client has 6 different portals. And when they get the email that says a new property was listed and they click the favorite, there's 6 different lists. And every time there's a different list and they're completely confused on what it is that they're looking at. So we have to properly price the market to get us out the gate. And from now on forward until the rest of the day, we're going to be talking about ensuring that you price it correctly, knowing the requirements for you for the regulatory requirements under TREC, the code of ethics for the National Association of Realtors, the importance of the first 10 days getting it right, and understanding about the 30% and the 70%. So now that I've set the stage and you've kind of got a little bit more and their light bulbs are kind of going off, let's jump through today. And we're gonna in fact, what we're going to do is we're going to go on break and we're going to come back and then we're going to, within the first hour, have already done our first CMA. It's 11:05. Let's come back at 11:15. And I know we're talking about a lot of stuff here today, especially when we're talking about CMAs. Now we're talking about technology, we're talking about MLSs, we're talking about data, and a lot of people already have a mental roadblock put up with it because they already feel like they're not going to get this. We're going to simplify it and make sure that you all get it because this is primary. Your ability to do a CMA for a landlord, a tenant, or a buyer seller is absolutely critical. So probably one of the most important things that you can get right. So I'm going to stick around for a couple of minutes and ask and answer questions while we're on break, but we are officially on break. And if you have any questions for me, raise your hand. I will answer those questions. If not, I'm going to go on break. Camille.
Morning.
Morning.
I've been messing with my mic all morning, Jack. I'm so
Uh-oh.
challenged. Right. Question for you, Jack. Maybe this is not the place, but assumption of loan, right?
Sure.
May I represent a client?
So absolutely, a loan assumption is a type of financing. It's not a type of sale. So your 1 to 4 family or your condo contract or your farm and ranch contract or your land contract, any of those contracts can contain a third party financing or
Makes sense.
a
Yeah.
loan assumption or a seller finance. We have 3 different financing addendums: third party, loan assumption,
Right.
or seller finance. The loan assumption one is between the buyer and the bank, not between the seller and the buyer. It's interesting
Okay.
to learn more about that, but it has to be an FHA or a VA loan in order to be assumable in the first place, because conventional loans are not assumable. Don't go down that road.
Okay.
Verify that they have an FHA or a VA loan. And if they do, then you can talk with the seller. Look, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, you're sitting on a 3% loan. We're going to talk about that in our financing and negotiation, which is our very last class, we're going to talk about the value, the sheer value of those 3% governmental backed assumable loans, because they have hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of value. So you
Yeah.
absolutely can help them with that. You
But
should help them with that.
for the for the initial, so it's just a regular buyer rep agreement then?
So yes,
Okay.
whether it's a buyer or a listing, typically the ability to help someone with an assumption is talking with a seller and having the seller understand that that's an option and advertising that as an option. Financing types are a field in the MLS, so you can go in the MLS. So yes, if you're working with a buyer, you get your buyer representation agreement signed with them. You go and start looking for those opportunities, and you can search the MLS for loan assumptions. Now,
Oh,
the idea is a lot of times buyers have gotten confused the concept of loan assumption versus seller finance. And they think, I can't qualify for a home, so maybe I can assume someone's loan. The same qualifications for assuming a loan is in place for loan origination. It's the
yeah.
exact.
Oh, you just said something I didn't even think about, and that's how slow I am because I just signed a buyer rep with the seller, and it's a family member that they're so basically now I'm gonna have another agreement again with the seller and the buyer, right? So that's because this is the listing. You see where I'm going with that?
No,
Okay, so you just said something. So the person selling the home to her sister is already a client of mine. And now I'm going to make the sister a client of mine also.
okay, so you cannot legally do dual agency. You cannot
Right,
represent the buyer and the seller in the same transaction and maintain your license. So
right.
then,
Yeah,
um, because you can't have two principals, you can't
right.
you can't have two bosses. You can only have one in real estate. So
Mm-hmm.
how we get around that is agency relationships with appointments. What some and I'm telling you, the new rules that are coming out that go into effect on the August the 17th means you will no longer be able to do this at all. So right now there is a very small window of opportunity, but even then not going to get into that right now. But you can what's called facilitate a transaction. And that means that you have an intermediary without appointments, and an intermediary without appointments has to be approved by a manager. It is absolutely forbidden by Realty Texas policy for an
Okay,
agent. Nobody has that competency approved for them, but they can go to a manager, get it approved, and we will sit and counsel the agent and explain to them the
okay,
duty to prevail. You can't give them a CMA. You can't give them
right,
advice. You can't tell the
right,
buyer that they can do an inspection. You can't tell the seller that they're required to give the buyer a seller disclosure. You can't tell them anything. So all of the value that you bring to the table is diminished because all you can do is facilitate and follow the instruction of the clients. So I understand that the two of you want to transfer title from one to the other.
right.
So I can assist you with that with the paperwork only. You have to tell me what to put in every field because I can't even advise you what to put in those fields.
Okay,
As long as everyone follows that night, and we require that that entire appointment from start to finish be recorded on Zoom or Teams so that you have the entire recording, because if something happens and a party becomes disagreeable later, or the property goes into foreclosure later, that meeting will be the subject of the entire lawsuit. So the entire thing has to be recorded and saved in the room. A better approach is we're going to represent the seller and tell the buyer you're not represented. If you want to get your own representation, you can, but we're going to represent the seller because I had a representation agreement with the seller already and I can't represent you. And we're going to go so far as to sign a document that says that we don't represent you, that representation is available to you if you would like it, but we don't represent you. And then they can
And
choose to hire someone else if they want. They can choose to, you can refer it out to an agent in the office, and that
okay.
agent can then sign a representation agreement with them. And then you have to go to your manager. because each of you have to be now assigned to a supervisor because it's an intermediary situation. And we have to be very careful because in an intermediary situation, your duties change under intermediary, especially in a facilitation scenario, because the buyer agent may have learned something about the listing that they can't share with their client that in other situations they would have had to. So the duties under confidentiality change in intermediary.
Yeah. I'll discuss more with Cindy. Yeah, I'll discuss more with Cindy. I understand where you're going. I'll just go Cindy to walk me through it. Yeah, because yes, I got it. Thank you. Yes, I'm just debating whether to sign. But I'm gonna. Already have a buyer agreement with the potential seller, but that's for buying a home completely different from what she's doing right now.
Okay.
Right. And then she gave me her sister's information as a potential client.
Okay. So
Right.
if the buyer is wanting to do a loan assumption and you have a buyer representation agreement with them, you owe their fiduciary duties first. If they
Right.
want, and now you know a seller that's out there that might have a opportunity that has a seller finance or a loan assumption, and you approach that seller, you can't sign a listing agreement with that seller.
Okay. Sounds good.
So that seller is either going to be a for sale by owner,
Right.
which is
There you go.
possible, or you
Uh-huh.
refer them to another agent who can counsel them or an attorney who can counsel them through the
Perfect.
process.
Yeah.
Yes,
I'll think it
Cindy
through.
is the one that will help you through that whole process.
Yes. Thank you. Thanks,
You're welcome.
Jack.
I hope that was helpful and not just more
It
confusing.
was. It was. It was. I'm gonna have to think it through, but it was. Thank you.
You're very welcome. My pleasure. The good news is you've got lots of clients you're working with and lots of family members who want to work with you. And that makes me very happy.
Oh, Jack, I got one more I wanted to share with the class, but I know you have to go to break. One more. And we talk about it, on those calls where if anyone else calls you, tell them that you're already working with Camille Cunningham, Realty Texas, right? So I had a buyer. I was talking to Amy. I had a buyer that I've been working with the Bryan College Station, and they called me up and they wanted to see this property. I'm like, I cannot show you anything else unless I have the buyer rep agreement. And one party signed the buyer rep agreement and the other one did not sign it. So of course a Zillow agent called them and showed them the property in between, right? And now it's my understanding, I haven't heard anything back from them. So my assumption is they're going with the Zillow rep, right? Do I have any recourse, or that's just it because I did not get the second party to sign?
You need signatures from all parties before you're able to represent them in any which way. You don't even have the ability to represent them and advise them without all the signatures.
Yeah, I think that's where I was waiting for the other signature, and they actually called Zillow. Then I called this Zillow rep, and I'm like, "Did they tell you they were working with an agent?" And she said, "No. Who are your clients?" And I sent her the names. She never responded either.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
if you don't have all the signatures, you don't have an agreement. You have the beginnings of a representation agreement,
Right.
but it was never formed.
Yeah.
I always call back to people and say, hey, I see these out for DocuSign. I really want to help you guys. Let's talk about this. Did you sign a representation agreement with someone else? And if they said no, then have a larger discussion with them.
Yeah, thanks. It's out there in Brenham. I don't want to drive 3 hours for that, so it might be that okay. It's all right. So that's it. Thanks, Jack.
Thank you, Camille.
Jack, did you hear what happened to my open house signs this weekend?
I did, Zach. I'm sorry, guys.
CMA, so yeah,
He's just going through a lot right now. I hear you. I had just a cautionary tale to everybody here still listening. Make sure you guys read those open house rules for Round Rock. I had 16 signs picked up this week, and I'm trying to track them down right now. And I'm not even sure what I did wrong. So, word to the wise.
What subdivision was it?
It was off of Old Settlers and Sunrise. It wasn't in the subdivision. It was probably, I think what I did is I probably put up too many. probably went a little too crazy with them. And when I was reading the rules, it was pretty limited on how many you're allowed to put up per house. And so I think that's probably the issue. I think they're going to help me track them down, but again, read your rules if you're doing open houses in Round Rock.
Yeah. Don't put any signs up in Santa Rita North either, because they'll steal them all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so learn from my mistakes, y'all.
Welcome back. Yeah, well, we need you. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome back from break, everyone. Zach, I did hear you. I'm sorry. I was trying to type an email to someone and it was a complicated one. It was a complicated thing I was explaining. So I had to keep my focus. And we also had Katrina ask me a question as well, and I want to get to her, and then I'm going to comment on Zach's open house sign thing. Katrina, let's start with you.
You mentioned when you go in for the listing presentation and you're bringing your RPR, your Zestimate, all these. You mentioned one I'm not familiar with. I think you said trend line.
Yep, and I actually have a slide in Mega that's coming up, and we're gonna actually show you that today. The trend line is actually the graph that shows how the property has changed changed value over time. What's cool about the trend line is that at some point they purchased this property, and I'll try to figure out over the course doing a CMA on this property, and the trend line will say, okay, based on a single story property in this particular neighborhood between this square footage range, and I want to go back to see how that's changed in price over the last, let's say, 10 years. And let's say they bought the property 8 years ago. I want to see where their purchase price fell in the trend line, and it's usually really close to the trend line. And then where my recommendation price or my recommended price is today's value, and where does it fall in the trend line. And it's just interesting for them to see because it usually intersects almost on the dot. And so that intersection shows not only where they bought it and how it's changed over time, but where it intersects today, which is almost like when you're doing a math problem and then you have the problem underneath where you've done your math where you can check your work. It allows you to double check. So it's like an underline, literally, of the value of the property, how it's changed and where it is today and where that intersection occurs. So Zestimate, assessment, RPR, the trend line or the graph, and your CMA. All of those things come together to tell an incredible story. And I have that story on a slide that we're going to go over today. So thank you for asking, Katrina. I love that question. And I love the graph. And the graph, we're going to all nerd out doing graphs today. So the graph is fun. It's really interesting to see how easy they are to build because we don't actually just have to do anything but do a CMA and then click a button that says do this CMA back 10 years, which is cool. Okay, thank you everyone. Welcome back from break. Today's a very good and exciting day for us real estate professionals because this is the day that we're going to get more confidence in the CMAs that we're providing. But the CMA, typically we do them for a seller, but who else do we do a CMA for?
Buyer, annually for your contacts.
Tenants, buyers, landlords.
Okay, I've heard lots of people. I've heard most of them. So we've had, your past clients for maybe the coffee table CMA, like we heard Tom Ferry mention. I heard you guys say tenants. I heard you say sellers. Who else? We didn't say buyers.
Maybe the people you're trying.
Landlords.
I did say buyers.
Renters.
All right. So all of those people, and you're right in saying all of them because you are statutorily required to provide a CMA to all people prior to negotiating the listing that you have a representation agreement with. So you're not supposed to give a CMA to a customer, you're supposed to give a CMA to a client. So there's supposed to be a representation agreement or at least working on one. So if someone comes in the office off the street and says, hey, can you give me CMA for Round Rock Ranch for the last 20 years? Well, what's the purpose of it? I just think it's interesting. Are you interested in buying a home in Round Rock Ranch or do you have a property that you're selling in Round Rock Ranch? No, I just want the numbers. I see. that's a terms of use violation of our MLS data. I have to know that how you're going to be using this data, because how do I know you're not the appraisal district trying to steal our sold prices for the appraisal district, which is, by the way, a thing. So standard of practice 1-3, what is our code of ethics, article 1? Anybody remember?
Yes. Treat your parties or treat the parties with honestly and fiduciary.
Yeah. Okay. Treat everyone honestly and with fiduciary. We're keeping that fiduciary primary. So realtors, and remember, we don't use this word realtors unless we're very specific in its use. Remember, because we call ourselves real estate agents because what we do is the real estate agent side. So when it says realtors on my slide, what does that mean?
That I'm part of the National Association of Realtors.
Yep. And in the code of ethics, it's very specific that in that conversation, now we're talking about members of the National Association of Realtors through your obligation of being a realtor. So specifically, realtors, not real estate agents, because this is a code of ethics thing that's putting a layer of requirements based on you being a realtor, in attempting to secure a listing, shall not deliberately mislead the owner as to market value. There is what's called the arbitration guide. This arbitration guide, maybe you guys have seen it, maybe you haven't. You know the 2-page code of ethics that I showed you guys? Well, this is the arbitration guide, which is the professional standards committee of the National Association of Realtors has the gift of vision. It has case studies. It has all of the forms basic for professional standards hearings, and it has all of the case study. And it also has scenarios in which ethics complaints came up in the past and a better explanation or a deeper dive into what surrounding each article and what it relates to and what it means. So their interpretation of these articles. It has been determined that coveting the information that you know that the seller's number is too high, but being afraid to say anything about that is misleading the owner as to market value. Giving them the idea in your brain, you're thinking, we'll just lower the price later. He'll figure it out. I'm not going to argue with the guy. It's easier for me to go this route because people don't like confrontation and they would rather just not have confrontation. And they feel like if they're going to be confrontational, and confrontation can just be simply in a very respectfully way, trying to explain to them that the value that they have is going to harm them if they bring that to market. And some agents really have a difficult time doing that. So we have a higher obligation to do that. So if you are afraid or intimidated about having that type of conversation and feel like you're going to be in a confrontational situation, start with this. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I am duty bound by the National Association of Realtors through our code of ethics to not mislead you as to market value. And for me to even hint that we would be successful at that price and selling your home would be a violation of the code of ethics of me. So let's dig deeper here and let me explain to you why. And before I can even begin to talk with you about your listing, I'm required by TREC, the entity that provides me a license, to provide you a CMA because they want to make sure that all sellers and buyers are negotiating from a place of strength, which means the numbers. And so the CMA becomes a very valuable piece of information for you because it begins to show you what other homes like yours have sold for in the recent past, which helps us derive value. But not just the sold comps. We then have to look to see what that's a competition on the market at that time and what the properties that were on the market that's just attracted a buyer and see what they're trending as well. And that opens the discussion for a larger discussion if you're afraid to put your toe in that water or you're afraid, because typically it's not bad faith that gets people in violation of 1-3. It's a fear of confrontation that gets them in violation of 1.3. We must be honest with our clients about what price we recommend to list the property to secure a buyer, but also secure the highest net for the seller. This is what we call what the market's going to bear, what the market will bear, and I use that all the time. TREC Rule 535-17, realtors in attempting to secure a listing shall not deliberately, that is 531, okay. let's talk about Trek rule, because the Trek rule here is the one about your CMA. There are three things that we're going to cover. One, when you do a CMA, there is language in the License Act that requires you to put this sentence on your CMA, disclosing that you're not an appraiser, that you are in fact a real estate agent, and that this is not the same as an opinion of value and an appraisal. That the two entities are doing two very different things. And if they want an appraisal, you can help them get one, but that's not what you do, because you're not a licensed appraiser. You're a licensed real estate agent. And a real estate agent should not be a licensed appraisal, and vice versa. They can't commingle those two licenses helping the same person. So even if you were a licensed appraisal, you couldn't use your knowledge in a licensed appraisal to assist a seller, because it's not what we're trying to accomplish. We're trying to figure out what price is going to attract a buyer to the property, not what its appraisal value would be, which is whether or not this property is sufficient collateral for a loan. That's the difference between an appraisal and a CMA. The CMA is, what will my home sell for, versus, is this property sufficient collateral for a loan, which is what an appraisal is for. And most of our appraisals are called lender's appraisal. It's not a buyer appraisal. It's for the bank to determine the home's ability or strength for attracting an offer in that amount or greater. Will a lender lend? Trek Rule 535-1 says broker price opinion or comparative market analysis or sales price estimate. Those are the three things that you can call it. A real estate license holder may not perform an appraisal of or provide an opinion of value for real property unless a license holder is licensed or certified under Texas Occupations Code Chapter 1103, which is a real estate appraiser. So and it goes on to say, but if you are an appraiser, you should not be on a listing appointment. So you can do an appraisal for a seller if you're an appraiser. You can do a CMA for a seller if you are a licensed agent. If a real estate license holder provides a broker price opinion, a comparative market analysis, or estimated worth or sell price under the License Act, the license holder shall also provide the person for whom the opinion, analysis, or estimate is prepared for with a written statement containing the following language, and it's in quotes in the License Act. This represents an estimated sell price for the property. It's not the same as an opinion of value in an appraisal developed by a licensed appraiser under the uniform standards of professional appraisal practice. So this has to be in at least 12-point font on the documents that you bring out. How many of you knew this? That this sentence has to be in 12-point font on your CMA, and if it's not there, your CMA is not a valid CMA, and more importantly, you violated the License Act, because the License Act says if you provide them a CMA or a broker price opinion, a comparative market analysis, or an estimated worth or sale, and they ran the gamut of all the things that they could call it other than an appraisal, because we can't call it that, then on the document, you have to have this language. Now, it's 12-point font. The MLS puts this sentence on the bottom of your quick CMA and on some of the reports. It's not in the size 12 font. It's in the size 6 font, very, very small. But they put that there not to facilitate the requirements of the law, but rather to remind the agent that that sentence exists and that you need to have that on your actual CMA. So it goes on because it also says that your CMA cannot be in your name. Only one person can provide a CMA to a seller, just like a representation agreement. A representation agreement has to be in the name of the broker. It cannot be in the name of a sales agent. So does the CMA. The CMA is required by law to be in the name of the broker, not the sales agent, because a sales agent does not have the sufficient license to perform a CMA under their own name. The statement required by subsection B of this section must be made part of any written opinion, analysis, or estimate of worth or sale price and must be reproduced verbatim in at least 12-point font. That's not my language. That's language that's coming directly out of 535-17, which is the law for the broker price opinions, the requirements under the law. A sales agent may prepare, sign, and present a broker price opinion, comparative market analysis, or estimate of worth or sales price for the sales agent's sponsoring broker. But the sales agent must submit the broker price opinion, comparative market analysis, or estimate of worth or sell price in the broker's name, and the broker is responsible for it, also says in the License Act. All right, so we have really important regulatory stuff here. So I'm going to ask you, some of you, explain this back to me as if I didn't understand this. Let's start. I'm just going to pick on someone, Kay. Kay, will you explain this back to me so that I can understand it? Because we're talking about regulatory requirements under the law where I personally have liability under this statement. I mean, I can actually lose my license.
Yes. Basically, a real estate agent cannot perform any appraisal. We only provide an opinion by using a CMA, comparative market analysis, unless the license holder is certified under Texas Occupations Code.
Anybody else want to help Kay along?
I can't read this.
Okay, who wants to help Kay?
If you're a broker, you can provide a CMA, but if you are an appraiser, you should not be providing a CMA, only an appraisal. And we have to show this rule in 12-point type.
Okay,
And
Jamara.
it must be in the name of the broker and not the real estate agent.
All right, Nellie wants to help out Mike, and she also wants to help out Kay. All right, so please, everyone, pay very close attention to Nellie, because I want everyone to walk away from this knowing this, and if I may have to go over it again. Go ahead, Nellie.
Okay, so this statement right here is informing everyone that you must have this blue link that says that that the CMA that you just provided for the listing agent, for the person that you're going to list the house for is, or the person you're going to sell the house for, is just to represent. It's a representation of what actually you have on the market, but it is not actually an appraiser. And you need to ensure that you put this on the CMA in 12 font.
Okay.
Because if not, it's just going to be in six-point font. And also it must have your broker's information, that it comes from the broker, not from yourself. And that's a requirement that Trek has for us.
Okay, so let me explain this one more time, and after I'm done explaining it, then I want to hear it from you guys, because please pay attention, because this is really important. Number one, this text that you see in blue must be on every CMA in at least 12-point font by Trek rule. Every CMA that you do has to be in the name of the broker, because an agent's license does not allow you to do a CMA. Just like it doesn't allow you to put a listing agreement in your name or a buyer rep agreement in your name. You're able to fill out a buyer rep agreement and a listing agreement, and you're allowed to take those documents to the seller and get them signed, but they're in the name of the broker. The same is true about the CMA. You can put together a CMA and you can present the CMA, but it has to be in the name of the broker by TREC rule. So the occupations code says that an agent can do a CMA, but we can't call, we can do the CMA, we can go out and give it to our client, but this text has to be in there at least 12-point font, and it has to be in the broker's name. Does there anybody have questions regarding that? Because it's very important. We have to, Laura?
Okay, here's my thinking. If it has to be in there and we do it through HAR, okay, and you say it's in 6 points, right? It needs to be in 12. Why is, the MLS that we use not following the law to begin with?
Because the MLS is not a broker. The regulatory MLS, the regulatory laws doesn't say that the MLS has a requirement to facilitate this rule under the law. The MLS one page doesn't have enough room on it for the data they already have on there, and so in very small print on the bottom, it's a reminder to the agent that you have this regulatory body, and it be put on your CMA. Your sheets that come from the MLS is not a CMA. The sheets that come from the MLS are comps, and comps are not a CMA. Your CMA is the
But if you do a quick CMA, isn't that a CMA?
never, ever, once, under any rule, no way, as far away from a CMA as possible. Because how is that your analysis? A CMA is a comparative market analysis that has been done based on the comps. All that is an aggregate, average, max, and low price per square foot. It is not your analysis. Your analysis has to be on some other piece of paper. So Miguel and Katie, when they're helping you with your packets, you will notice that there is a CMA cover page. Raise your hand if you've ever seen or heard of this CMA cover page. The CMA cover page, that is your CMA. Everything else that's attached to it is simply comps, the derivative works of a CMA. Your appraisal is just as much as can we go back to the MLS and say all of these comps are your appraisal? Can an appraiser just hand over the quick CMA to their client and say, here's my appraisal?
No.
It's exactly like us handing over the quick CMA to our client and calling it a CMA. No difference. In fact, exactly the same thing. The appraiser's appraisal is their field work and their analysis, just like our one pager that's the cover sheet is our analysis of what we recommend as the list price range from doing the analysis and looking at the one page quick CMA and all of the comps. So that's why I've given you a cover sheet that has the font in 12-point font, that has this language. And that's why it's so important that you guys use that, fill it out, put it on top of your CMA, go out there, and that whole package becomes your CMA. All of it is a derivative work. And then your client signed the cover sheet and everything else. And now you've facilitated the requirement that you have under the law. And understanding this, I don't know why this is not better explained by people, but it's just not. And there are agents who are brokers who don't understand what the requirements are under the law. And when they get nailed by this, they get nailed hard. This is not a light touch. This is a backhammered hammer to the head from TREC when this is broken, because TREC is very serious about agents not calling their derivative works an appraisal. They're very, very big on the agent actually doing the field work and giving their client a CMA that actually has their derivative works, their analysis, based on my analysis, based on looking at all the comps, and then doing an adjustment on the comps for each one, this is what my actual value is going to be. So we always start by the requirements under the law. So thank you, everyone. This is very helpful because I know that a lot of light bulbs start turning on that, okay, got it. My CMA has to have this sentence on there. This represents an estimated sales price for the property. It's not the same as an opinion of value in an appraisal developed by a licensed appraiser under the Uniform Standards of Appraisal Practice Act. It must be in at least 12-point font, which is on the cover page that we have. And it has to be in the broker's name, which is why it says Realty Texas, and you can't put your name on it because Trek says that the ultimate party who is responsible for his CMA is the broker, because this is primary. A market analysis for a seller so that they can be negotiating from a place of strength is so critically important that Trek took the additional steps to say that the broker is personally liable for every single CMA because this is such a big deal. Pricing a property right and not making the client somehow believe or misleading them to market value through through the code of ethics and Trek rule. All of this comes together, and it makes us underscore the importance of us getting this right in the first place. And then who we have to give it to. We have to give this to landlords. We have to give a CMA for a landlord who wants to list one of their properties. We have to give a CMA to a tenant who wants to lease a property. We have to give a CMA to a buyer who wants to buy a property. And we have to give a CMA to a seller who wants to list their property with you to sell their property. And it has to have the cover page. It has to have this text on it, and they have to sign it, and you have to have it in your files. And without this in your file, you are not in compliance with the law. And it has to be verbatim. Trek uses the words in the License Act that says that the statement required by subsection B of this section must be made part of any written opinion, analysis, or estimate of worth or sale price and must be reproduced verbatim. So the stuff that we're talking about today, I really want you guys fully focused and engaged in today's class because this is so important, and there's a lot of regulatory requirements that we're going to be talking about that I don't want anyone to miss. And I'm going to be calling on you guys to make sure that we have a baseline of understanding. I don't want to be talking and then nobody understand what it is I'm saying. I need you, so I'm going to be checking in with you guys randomly to make sure that we're all on the same page. Now let's talk about the different valuation models. Our CMA, the last part of it, analysis, the consumer gets at the end of the day has a number on it, and that number should be a range. It should not be a finite number, and that range should not be greater than 5%. Now, I see some CMAs, your home is somewhere between 450 and 700,000. That's not a CMA. That's not an analysis that has a range that that has any merit. It should be within that range, should be 5% of the sales price is what your CMA range should be. Now, it's acceptable to be as much as 10, but over 10, it's not a valid CMA. So the range that you have should not be more than 5% of what you think the actual sold average price is. And so that's also very important. Here are the different valuation models that we talked about before. We have the appraisal. The appraisal is done by an appraiser, and it is a matter of fact, it's recorded. An assessment, that's done by the appraisal district, and that's also a matter of law. So it's a fact, it's the basis in which you tax. Your client's gonna, the seller is gonna look at the assessment differently in Texas than they're gonna look at an assessment from the state of California. Why?
We don't have a state income tax to offset the property taxes.
Okay, if I ask the question, why are our property taxes more in Texas, I would accept that as an answer. But that's not that's not exactly my question. So let me ask it again. So why is the appraisal district number in Texas not a reality for the actual value of a property like it is in California?
It's
If
two
you-
different states, right?
Homestead exemptions.
Homestead, yeah.
No.
I've never
Is it
been in
because we have more land?
California.
No. California is a required disclosure of sales price. Everybody is required in California to disclose a sold price to the appraisal district, so the appraisal district actually has everyone's sold prices. So the back-end engine that does their analysis is very, very we don't have that here. We don't have that anywhere near. We have none of that. So they only know what properties were originally listed for. We don't get to decide what properties are valued based on what they were listed for, because they do know what they were marketed for. So the appraisal district in Texas, their assessment is not the value of your property. And if you are a homeowner going to the appraisal district and trying to tell them that that's not what my home would sell for, they don't care. That's not what they're trying to do. They're trying to fairly, across the board, come up with a number and make sure that everyone is being taxed equally or fairly. So that's why when you go and you decide to fight your property taxes, unequal value is important, or there's a factual inaccuracy. But there's no third option that says this is not what my home would sell for, because they don't care. That's not what they're doing. They're trying to create a fair, uniform basis in which to tax people. That's it. A basis in which to tax people, not what your home will sell for. Now, they do try to figure out a round version of what numbers are, and they do use the active prices because that's where they're getting their numbers, but it's not about that. It's a tax base. So your Californians coming here, it's a little different in California. It is actually a somewhat of an appraisal, but it's not in Texas. So it's a completely different thing. And people come here from California, it's the same entity, appraisal district, and they don't understand why they can't bring their appraisal in there, and they accept that. So different purpose. For Texas, it's simply a tax base. Now, an AVM. Does anybody know what AVM stands for? Automated valuation model. An automated valuation model means a computer did it. Simple as that. Some computer had an algorithm, and that algorithm spit out a number based on all of the numbers that it could possibly find. But the computer has not been inside the house. The computer doesn't know what kind of hardwood floors they have, or if they have hardwood floors at all. They don't know if the home is finished, 100% finished, or if it was in the middle of a remodel and the home no longer has cabinets, they ran out of money and trying to sell it. They don't know if it has a pool. They know that the last time it was purchased, it didn't have a pool, but doesn't know if the seller added a pool or not, because they don't have that piece of information. They may have added a second story in the home, and nobody knows that except for the seller. They may have told the appraisal district, but the appraisal district still is not going to get to the automated valuation model to know that there was a change. So AVMs are historically very inaccurate, but it's also another one. You can call a lender and ask the lender, hey, can you do a desk review? And they have an AVM system that is remarkably powerful and spits out numbers, but again, it's not accurate, because the one thing that we have that no one else has is we've been inside their house. And all the automated valuation models out there in the world have never actually seen their home or the condition that it's in, and we have to take that into consideration, which is why when I bring my comps with me, and I bring all of the comps, and I sit at the table and I work with my clients to figure out what the value is in their home, what the range should be based on me seeing their home. So then when I'm going through the comps, we can work together to figure out the value. So maybe I have a range in mind, but that range really is going to determine what I step into in the home. And we're going to talk more about that, because I think it's very important. If you have a number written down in a CMA, and an agent comes walking in the house with a hard number down to the penny of what they think your home is worth, and have never seen the inside, if I was a seller, I'd find that very suspect. How many of you would find pretty suspect some agent walking in your house with a number written down before they even saw your house, telling you what your home is worth, but they've never been inside. I would find that very suspect. So we have to be cognizant of that and realize, okay, I'm going to bring my comps with me. Historically, there used to be what was called the two-step process. And the sheer competitive nature of the real estate agents put this two-step process out of business for the most part. It's a practice that doesn't exist anymore. There are neighborhood specialists. And if you're a neighborhood specialist, like Kim is for her neighborhood in Star Ranch and Hutto, she can step into any home at any given time and know exactly what that price should be, probably without doing a CMA, even though she is still required by law to do a CMA, and half the comps on her CMA are the properties that she sold. That's fine. That's what we're looking for. I'm going to use that as an example, what I call the two-step. There's a lot of people who are very well versed in Round Rock. They have a general knowledge in all areas of Round Rock, but they don't know any one subdivision so well that they can walk in off the street and say this property should be between $230 and $233 per square foot, which I believe is exactly what is Star Ranch right now. There's no one that can really do that. Okay, so knowing that, if you've got two different listing agents showing up to have a listing presentation, it used to be that the agent would come, walk the property, meet with the seller, talk about their marketing plan, go back to their office after seeing the home, then getting their comps, and then coming back a second time and saying, okay, now here are my comps after seeing your property. And there was this two-step process. The next agent that came in after them and said, you know, while that other agent is at their office trying to figure out what your home is worth, I'm a neighborhood specialist. I don't even need to do that field work. By the way, the fact that they're doing that tells you that they don't know what they're doing, which of course is a code of ethics violation because we have to not use that type of disparaging language. But if it's technically true, it's not disparaging language. So you could have roundabout saying, well, while that other agent's trying to figure out what your home value is, I'm a neighborhood specialist. I already know. And you've kind of obliterated your competition. So the two-step is out and it has been out since the 90s. So that means that we have to show up at the door with a number after never seeing the home. So what did agents do after that? They start asking a whole lot of questions to the seller. Can you tell me what kind of floors you have? What kind of countertops? Now, did you put those in yourself or were they professionally installed? We're not going to take our seller through that at all. There's a much easier way. And no, it's not, I'm going to do 3 CMAs. The first one is if it's in horrible condition. The other one is if it's in okay condition. And then the other one is if it's really exceeds my expectations. And then I'll pull out that file after seeing the home from my bag. That's not the answer either. The answer is I'm going to bring my comps with me. And then I'm going to see the home. And then I'm going to quickly do my CMA with them in front of them so they can see how I derived it. And now actually they can work with me to do it. So now we've created a work group between the seller and myself. Now I've done my comps and I've got the average price per square foot and I've got all of that work done already. And I've got my cover sheet and I come out there, but the number we pick is after me seeing the property. So it's important that you guys kind of understand that that two-step is no difference in an auto valuation model. I can't pick my number without seeing the house. Neither can the auto valuation model. And the auto valuation models out there is not a fact. It's not a reported sold property, and it's just sort of the ambiguous number that gets thrown out there. Now, what does a BPO stand for?
Broker's price opinion.
That's exactly right. Now, we often talk about, we use that word ambiguous with CMA. Both of them can be used. Any agent can perform a CMA, a broker's price opinion, but if it is a broker price opinion, it has to be done in the name of the broker. And that BPO is someone that is from a licensed salesperson, and it's the opinion of that salesperson. Jamara.
So the ABM, I thought I just heard you say that it was not a fact, but under matter of fact or opinion, it says fact. So can you just help clarify that for me, please?
Yep. It is a fact that that number is an automated valuation model, but it's not an actual valuation of the home. It's done exactly what that system was designed to do to give you an automated number. And I use that on my listing appointment to get you in a ballpark, because I think it's a pretty good ballpark. But on the world of fact or opinion, it is a fact. Ours is an opinion. And what's interesting is I'm going to show you that out of all of these, they are a fact, but ours is an opinion because it's a derivative work. Ours is a work that you have 5 different agents come out and you're going to have 5 different opinions. That AVM is going to give the same number every time. That assessment is done by a licensed appraisal that is licensed for a different kind of an appraisal. What are the 2 different types of appraisal licenses by tract? Does anyone know? There's fee appraisals and there's mass appraisals. The mass appraisal license is an additional certification that they get once they have their appraisal license, and then they're allowed to do mass appraisal license, meaning that they're going to work for an appraisal district or some entity like that. Now, before we can driving into do one, I want you guys to know that your sellers may have multiple numbers coming from all of these different sources. So the reason I'm taking you through these the way that I am before is so that you can understand what these are. You can understand how to cure objections that they have related to these things and be able to defend your CMA against these entities, because they are probably getting an automated valuation model from their lender, Mr. Cooper. And your lenders will send them out an AVM, which is based on this week's, we believe your home is worth this much. If you'd like to refinance or sell your home, call us or your realtor, your real estate agent. So they are getting these numbers and they're seeing these numbers. And so when they see that number and then you come out, they're like, well, how can Mr. Cooper, which is a lender that's worth billions of dollars, have this number, but then you, a real estate agent who's probably not worth billions of dollars, has this number? Why should I believe you over $1 billion bank? And the script is, well, the $1 billion bank has what's called an automated valuation model, and they've never actually been inside your home. So for them, it's law of averages, and the average on each home can be a range of 30%. So where I do believe that that is a matter of fact, that automated valuation model, that there's a range of 30%. And that 30% on a $200,000 home is a $60,000 range. So my job is to pinpoint where in that $60,000 range that we should list your price for the best success. They're like, oh, you're going to take what they did and you're going to fine tune it? Exactly. Because I have to take the data and I have to then interpret that data and then come up with an analysis and explain to you my analysis. That's my job under the License Act. Oh, I see. So it's not that this number is irrelevant. It's that you're using this as part of the base to do your field work to come up with a fine-tuned number. Exactly right. Now you haven't tried to tell them that that number is wrong. You've just explained to them that that number is a huge range. Now that you've seen the home, you can help them interpret what that number meant and then fine tune it into an actual number we're going to list. That's going to help you greatly when you get to the listing appointment, because now we've taken something fairly complex and we've made it simple and it's accurate and we've explained it like a script so we can get them over that objection and move on. Because if they never get past that objection, they're never going to get to hear your listing presentation because they're going to think you're wrong. BMA, broker market analysis. Now, it sounds a lot like broker price opinion, doesn't it? What is a broker market analysis? It's a specialty. Ever, go ahead. I saw you on mute.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a specialty.
Yep. So the broker market analysis is a specialty case when you have a relocation company who offers benefits to an employee, like Dell, Samsung. There's multiple of these companies like ERC, Wycart, many others who offer a service to an employer. So when that employer is transferring as part of their employment, they get relocation benefits as part of their salary package. And part of that is the relocation company will help them select an agent by narrowing the agents down to 2 agents. Those agents then show up at the seller's property, do a listing presentation, and they have to do what's called a BMA, a broker market analysis. That broker market analysis is a BPO or a CMA on steroids. It has about 300 data points and it's 5 pages long, and you have to fill it out. And it looks almost like an appraisal. It has all of those fields like an appraisal. And then you hand that over to the relocation company. They're going to take it through their automated system to determine if there's any inaccuracies or something they don't like about it. And they will return it to you if they don't like it before they present it to the client. Because you're not going to present it to the client. The relocation company is going to present it to the client. You're going to go out to the client after you've done the BMA, and then you're going to do a listing appointment. And the seller is going to, or the buyer is going to pick the person they like the most. So the broker market analysis is done for a relocation company. And it's just another another opinion by an agent that's given to a relocation company. Now, a desk review. A desk review is different than an AVM, although it might not be. So let me explain. A desk review is typically done by a lender. You can call your lender and ask them for a desk review. Now, a lender who might have been licensed in the last year or 2 or 3 might not have any idea what you're talking about, because this desk review is something that was done in the 1970s, and the 1980s, and the 1990s, and the 2000s, 2010s, but less and less do they do the desk review anymore, and more are they actually just falling back on their own AVM systems. But it used to be that lenders would have quite a bit of competency in a market because they were working with a lot of real estate agents. They were looking at a lot of appraisals, and they had a really good idea what homes were selling for in a particular market. So a real estate agent will call a lender and say, look, I just did a BMA, but I know that you work with appraisers, and you have a lot of appraisers that you work with, and you see a lot of appraisals, and you see a lot of this field work come back. Can you reach out to your appraisal community and ask them for a professional courtesy to give me a range on this property? I don't want an appraisal. I just want a desk review. I want an idea. And it was a service that lenders would offer, and they still do, especially those lenders who have been in the business for more than 5 years. They know exactly what this is. But now they'll say, well, sure, but I'm going to do it, and I'll send you over my AVM, because the desk review was the AVM with their analysis on top of it. But now lenders less and less have their analysis that they're going to help an agent with. So it's kind of become more of a thing that's not out there anymore. But I will call Michelle Lyconen and ask her for a desk review all the time. And she'll say, okay, well, let me get my automated system. And she'll say, okay, so this is what I come up with. And I find that very helpful because it's just another data point that I can use if I'm struggling and I don't maybe think that my client is going to be willing to order an appraisal. I can call her and I can get some numbers from her, which is just, again, ballpark, to make sure that I'm in the same ballpark as I think that I should be. A little bit of a reality check. Now, we talked about AVM, automated valuation model. You'll notice how that's in blue on this slide. And then we have RVM on the bottom. Does anybody know what RVM stands for? And this is something realtors should know. I'm using that realtor term very specifically. Where does RVM come from?
Is this
Realtor
realtor
value.
valuation module?
I love what the first 2 words are right. Realtor valuation model. Where would we find such a model? In what system?
RPR report.
Yes, exactly right. RPR. Now, when you're looking at a RPR report on page 2, it will have their RVM. And it will say RVM or AVM. RPR has 2 different models. This is very important to explain because the light bulb is going to go off in a moment of the value of RPR and what makes it so unique. RPR is the only system in the world that is an aggregated system that pulls data from every single MLS in the nation and compiles that data into one place and allows you to print a report for your client. And it will give you an automated valuation. The AVM is the lower of the accuracy scale, and there's a 5-star confidence under it. Your AVM, which is purely automated, may have no greater of a star of the confidence stars of 3 out of 5. You'll never have an AVM greater than 3 stars. But if it goes to the next step and it becomes a RVM, then you can have the 4th or the 5th star. And most RVMs come with a 5-star confidence, meaning that RPR is saying we are very, very, very confident in this price. The difference between the AVM and the RVM is the AVM used pure public records for the RPR report because it had been never reported sold before, and they weren't able to use all of the rich data that comes from the MLS, including the sold price. There are 400, 500 fields. Well, there's actually 900 fields, but let's just say that agents use 400 of them. That's a lot of data. Square footage, number of bedrooms, number of bathrooms, what's in the house itself, and then ultimately the sold price. And if that property has been reported sold 2 times, 3 times, 4 times in the past, then it's actually going to take those sold prices and do its own trend graph to see if those conform. And if maybe all 4 times it sold for 3% above the average price at that time, then it's going to figure out what is the average, do a CMA, what is the average price today, and we're going to give it a 4% bump. Or if it was 6% under trend every time it sold in the last 5 years, or if it's trending higher every time it sells, they're going to take 1 million data points into consideration when doing the RPR report. So if you have an RPR report and you look at page 2, and we're going to do that today, you look at page 2 and it has a 5-star confidence, it means that not only are they using public records, but they're also using the past MLS data in consideration, meaning that there's very high confidence. You can also go into RPR and tell RPR even more things that maybe it doesn't know, like minor kitchen remodel, replace the windows, replaced maybe the flooring in a room, how much it cost to replace that flooring, and then it will say, all right, you spent $30,000, but the actual resale value of that $30,000 was only $6,000. That's the most that we're going to be able to give you as an increased value for that particular item. And knowing that RPR does that, if your client says, yeah, we just installed $50,000 worth of hardwood floors, that's a really good piece of information, and thank them for that. Add that to your RPR report and say floor replacement and put in the $50,000, and then it will spit out a number saying how much of that $50,000 equates to resale. And that's very, very valuable for you. And we're going to show you guys our RPR. If you're not using RPR, please take a class from your local association and start using it in every listing. We actually have a requirement in our sales department for those people who are getting Realty Texas leads. For every single time a client wants to see a property, you email them the RPR report respective to that property. We do that because we understand the value of the RPR report. Okay, so that's the difference between an RVM and an AVM. RVM is specific to RPR, and it means that the RPR report had a basis of data that came from one of the MLS listings that were reported sold. We all know about Zestimate. It is Zillow. Zillow is fiction. Now, let me explain why. Zillow's CEO has a very well-known YouTube soundbite of him talking to his shareholders and standing up in front of the shareholders and saying, Zillow is a phenomenon. It is an entertainment website. It is an entertainment website where people spend more time than anything. And our Zestimate is the key player in our entertainment website. And when you look and see what it is that Zillow has done, I don't know, I'm going to be very careful with my words because they have since gotten themselves a brokerage license and now they're part of NAR, so I have to be very careful. But I'm going to tell you that they have a requirement with their shareholders that they have a certain amount of property on the market at any given time. There have been times where all of a sudden I get a bunch of calls from a property that I haven't had any calls on that was long marked sold, and all of a sudden I get 10 calls in 1 week on that property. And I go look, and all of a sudden that listing is active on Zillow. Zillow has a requirement for their shareholders that they have a certain amount of active properties on the market. If they don't have enough active properties, they have to cure that. And I had that happen in 2020 and 2021 when we were at a historic low in inventory. They were bringing properties back on the market because the advertising that they sell, which is leads to real estate agents, was drying up because they didn't have enough entertainment on their site. And they're classified as an entertainment company. So the Zestimate is for entertainment purposes only. It's not for any purpose other than attracting consumers to sell those leads back to realtors. That is what the site is designed for. It's how they made their money. And when people argue with me about their Zestimate, I remind them 3 things. There's no difference between the Zestimate and the assessment. The county assessor's office, the assessment is a tax base. It's not based on sold data because they don't have the sold data, which is the same thing with the Zestimate. Zillow's website is not in compliance with NAR because they allow for sell by owners on the site. Because of that, they're not allowed to use the sold data in their Zestimate. They're not allowed to. They went to court, they fought about it, Zillow lost. So their Zestimate does not contain sold data information. It does in some states, like California, where the sold data is, they can get the sold data from the state instead of the MLS, but they can't get that sold data from the state in Texas because they don't have it. So they did sign an agreement with CoreLogic, and they're getting the lender's appraisers, and the Lender Appraiser Institute is selling some of the appraisal data back to Zillow, and they're getting the data that way. Because it's not illegal to report the sold price to a third party in Texas. It's illegal, or it's not illegal to tell the appraisal district what you sold your home for. It's just in Texas, the appraisal district can't require a homeowner or a buyer to disclose the sold price. They can't require it like they do in California. In California, it's a legal requirement. It's not a legal requirement here. So we don't. And as an MLS and as third-party entities, we don't give that data to the appraisal district because Zillow allows landlords to put their listings directly on their site for lease without a real estate agent, and they allow for sell by owners to put their listings on their site. They're in violation of NAR's rules. So because of that, they can't get the sold data from NAR, nor can they get it from the state of Texas. So in Texas, it continues to be for entertainment purposes only. Okay, that was a mouthful. It's a lot to explain. Now I'm exhausted. Did we learn anything from this exercise? Was it helpful? I hope the information sticks, because you're going to be sitting with a seller and they're going to ask you about the assessment or about this estimate or about a desk review from a lender or a BPO. And I'm hoping that this information is going to stick and that you're going to remember it and be able to articulate it back to your clients. I sold it.
I just wanted to ask real quick, is the Redfin estimated sales price kind of like fall into the same category that you're talking about, this estimate?
No difference.
Got it. Thanks.
Yep. Redfin has not been in the house. Everything is automated, although they are using sold prices. They've never been inside, so they're going to be a little bit more accurate, but in any case, it is the same situation, and Redfin has begun the process to separate themselves from NAR, and that's going to mean that they're going to now have a divergence in accuracy for their automated valuation model.
You know, speaking of Zillow, I want to mention real quick, I just, within the last 4 days, I have had 2 leads already telling me that they were attempted for a scam through Zillow. This is for renting.
Yeah, it
not
happens
on the
every
purchase.
day.
And oh my God, so they're asking on Zillow, agents, whatever, asking for credit cards in order to make an appointment.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Yeah. So that's actually not a scam. Unfortunately, that's not a scam at all. We now have requirements from NAR starting August 17th that have to have an agreement signed in order to show a property. An agreement signed. So that agreement now, and I'm teaching a class starting tomorrow, and then again on Thursday. And the new one-page agreement from Texas Realtors, you're going to find that there's a new field where you can per diem charge a buyer to open a door. Welcome to the new world of Uber real estate, unfortunately. There's a form that was submitted by Austin Board of Realtors that we're not going to let you use because that form is damaging to you. Because if you put the wrong, it's an addendum to the contract that amends your representation agreements. I'm not going to dig deep on that, but Zillow did, as part of their settlement agreement with the National Association of Realtors. The settlement agreement protected those MLSs, non-MLS associations, and brokerages who did $2 billion or less in production in calendar year 2022. Anybody who did more than $2 billion in production was exempt from the settlement agreement and had to pay out their own claim. And there was about 15 of those companies, Remax, Keller Williams, Home Team of America, Home Services of America, rather, and Zillow and a few others, where they also paid out their somewhere between $40 and $100 million damage to pay out the lawsuit. One of the practice changes that Zillow made as part of their settlement agreement was that they would have an agreement, just like the rest of us, an agreement before they could take a buyer into a property. Now, that agreement only has to happen if it's not an in-house listing. If it's not a brokerage listing, so Zillow doesn't need that agreement for their own listings. Their Zillow agent only needs that agreement if they're going to take them into your listing. And they do have a field on there that says that they're going to charge someone to take them into a home. Zillow broke ice with this, but this is a practice that we're all going to share. Now, that's not to say that there's not a lot of fraud going on Zillow. Separately from that, there is situations where, because Zillow allows for sell by owners and for lease by owners, which is why the MLS doesn't allow it, sellers to directly list a property and advertise it through the Zillow network. And what's happening is they are asking, their fraudulent people are listing homes that they don't own, that have been vacant, been on the market for a while. They're meeting prospective tenants at the property, telling them that their application has been approved and asking for either cash or a cashier's check for the deposit. And they take that deposit and they take multiple of those deposits and they disappear into the night, stealing people's deposit money. This is a practice that's been going on for a really, really long time. I was responsible for a sting operation where one of my clients was told to meet someone in an HEB parking lot in South Austin, where the agent literally arrived on a bicycle in front of HEB asking him for a cashier's check. We called APD. APD arrested them. They were not a licensee at all, and they spent the next 3 years in jail. And I got to be involved in a little sting operation regarding that. There's a lot of fraud, so we have an obligation when we're talking to our people to be very cautious, to make sure that someone is a licensee, and we'll explain more about that in our last class as well. Okay, so we talked about the type of appraisals, the BMA, the BPO, the assessment, the Zestimate, the CMA, all of those. When determining the most appropriate price to recommend to a seller, these are the 5 things that I think that you should take into consideration. This is what I call a dog ear page. This is one of those that you want to rip out of your book if you've printed out the pages, or somehow circle or take a screenshot, because this is what you want to bring with you in concept to your listing appointment. First, these are the things that I'm gonna take into consideration to help me derive value. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, do you have an appraisal that you've done at some point or had done? It's very helpful for a lot of reasons. It can help us with the data. That appraisal is gonna be very important, but more so, it's gonna help me have a square footage. It's going to show me what comps the appraiser used and what area they looked. And it tells me what the value was at that particular slice of time. And it may not have resulted in a sell. It might have been a refinance. And so I'm always asking for the appraisal. My CMA graph, which is the trend model I keep talking about, we're going to show you how to do one of those today. Your actual CMA. And when you do a CMA in a marketplace that has multiple MLSs, you had better do your CMA for multiple MLSs. If you are in the between Georgetown and Waco, you're going to have to be in CTX MLS Waco and maybe even Actress. If you are north of Houston, you might be in Four Rivers. Bryan College Station and Houston. You might, if you're between maybe Corpus Christi and Houston, you might be in Galveston or one of the 5 MLSs there, or all of them of the above, especially between San Antonio and Austin. That's a very complex one because Four Rivers Association of Realtors sits right directly between Austin and San Antonio. San Antonio has their own, Austin has their own, and Four Rivers has their own. So that's 3. And so inside of Four Rivers, you see properties that are listed solely in Actress, solely in Houston, solely in San Antonio, and solely in CTX MLS. So if you work that market, you literally have 4 MLSs that you have to do. And one of my talking points when I was the sort of the driving force and the creator behind Central Texas Regional MLS in our market here in Austin, for those of you in this market, we had Fort Hood, Temple Belton, Williamson County, Bryan College Station. All 4 of those associations had their own MLS, as well as Waco, Highland Lakes, and Austin. And between Killeen, Fort Hood, and Temple Belton is Harker Heights. And we were doing CMAs to prove a point in Harker Heights. And one of the streets that we did a CMA on was a $40,000 difference in doing that same CMA in Temple Belton's MLS versus Fort Hood's MLS. Because there was 3 homes on that street that had sold in one MLS and 4 homes that had sold in the other, and they didn't share the data. So this means that in order for you to really get an idea of what all the comps are, you really do need to be looking at all these MLSs, which is why I like to start by doing a CMA in our system so that you can identify all of the data points and all the properties so that you're not missing any of them. And then RPR is the other one that I take into consideration, the assessment from the county, and then the Zillow estimate. These are the things that I'm looking for to bring out there with me. The exercise we did a few minutes ago of explaining what each one of the acronyms stood for was one thing, but what I take into consideration, what I'm looking for as part of my packet that I'm going to bring out to my seller is talk to him about assessment. I've done my CMA graph. I've done my CMA. I've printed the RPR report and adjusted it if necessary. I've looked and printed out the tax assessment value, so I have that, and I print out the Zillow's estimate. This is what I need in my arsenal, and what I'm going to have as I'm driving out to my seller's property. Now, different MLSs have different statuses. We have to understand what the statuses are. When it comes to pending, don't just look at pending, because active under contract, a lot of times people will take active under contract and active and put those together because they don't understand. But the active under contract in one MLS is pending with option in another MLS. So if you're using multiple MLSs, they very well may have statuses that the other MLS doesn't even have. So you need to understand how to grab all of the active market, which in my mind would be in one MLS coming soon active, and then all of the pending, which would be pending with option, pending taking backups, and under contract. So the pending in ABOR would be active under contract and pending, versus CTX MLS, it would be pending with option, pending taking backups, and under contract. So understand what is on market and what is off market so that you are picking the right statuses so that you get the right data points. Now, one of them might be called sold and the other one marked closed. That's good enough. We're not going to get confused about that. But understand the statuses. So it might look like this for you. active, active contingent, pending, pending taken backups, pending over 4 months, and the sold, and I'm going to grab the last 250 days, and I'm going to start with this. When I do my CMAs, I start with this. Now, 250 days is a much greater time period than I actually need, but I start with more data, and then I start fine-tuning the data and working my way backwards. I start with too much data, then I start filtering that data out so that I can see every iteration of my filter, what I'm cutting out and what I started with. And I find that very, very helpful. I mentioned this at the beginning of class today, but when I talk to my clients about the active and the pending and the sold comparables, I'm very clear, and every single time I reference what that means. What is the active competition to a prospective seller? To them, what is active competition?
Any house with a for sale sign.
It's their competition. Anything that's on the market, they need to know what that means. And they may not have thought about that as competition. They may not be thinking in those terms. But should they be? Should you be? How many of you before really thought about active when you're talking to your seller, that you have a conversation with them about the competition that they have in the market at that moment? Because a lot of agents have really focused on the sold comps, and then they don't really step back and look at really what the active competition is. We have to take that into consideration. So if the active is competition, what is pending?
Jack, I think it's still competition because pendings are not sold yet, and there's always a chance that they come back on the market.
Okay.
This is
I would agree that it is still competition, but we're going to carve that out in a different type of competition. But I agree with you, Katrina. All right. So I'm going to say yes. It's what the current market trend is. Because these properties, they successfully attracted an offer. Is that important? Now, there's always a chance it comes up back on market, but in a subdivision where the pendings attracted an offer, we're going to call those listing agents. Hey, Mrs. Listing Agent, this is Jack Stapleton from Realty, Texas. I have a property that I'm going to be listing in your neighborhood. I see that you just went under contract on 123 Main Street. It looks like most likely you'll be my very best comp because you're the most comparable property that I'm bringing on market. Do you have a couple of minutes to talk with me? Sure, Jack, I'd be happy to. Awesome. Thank you for that professional courtesy. Did you sell your property in multiple offers? Did you have more than one buyer? Why would I want to know that?
To know whether the price was too high or too low or what we expected.
Well, let's think about ourselves as a listing agent, as a seller. If the house next door had more than one buyer, what does that mean for my house?
That means they're still looking probably. And
That's
they're,
right.
you know,
There's a little bumblebee flying around looking for a house and I want to grab them. So it tells me, there are still people circling. Because there were alienated people from that multiple offer situation. They had 5 offers next door, so I know that there's 4 other buyers currently looking, and that's an important piece of information for me to know. Am I going to make all my basis on that? No. Am I saying that, whether I thought it was priced too high or too low based on that information? I'm not going to make that. I may look at that as a reality based on what I see as my numbers. But really, I'm asking that number because that's okay. At least I know that there's a little heat going on in that subdivision right now. So that's good news. Would you share with me if you met your asking price? I asked them that because I want to know if they took a hit or if they did. And that is not confidential, by the way. That is not a confidential piece of information. So professional courtesy, I will not tell them what we are at. Some agents are going to be reluctant to tell you because if they come back on market and they were able to accept less, then that might be a problem for them moving forward. But right now, your listing agreement says, once your property goes pending, you are no longer under obligation to market that property. So their duties have changed as a real estate agent once that property goes pending, and people who have been doing this for a long time are aware of what that says. So this is going to help me a lot of ways, because if they're going to be my best comp, if they took a hit and they're not going to sell for that price, I need to take that piece of information into consideration when I'm listing this property. Well, yes, we see that this property on 123 Main Street, the one under contract. However, they didn't get their asking price. That really helps me. Or they did meet their asking price. That also can really help me to know what's going on in the subdivision right now. And of course, our sold are simply comps. We cannot derive our range from the active or the pending. We're not going to take into consideration the sold comps or our range based on that. However, we are going to take into consideration what we recommend going on market as. So as we mentioned earlier today, there might be a downward trend. 6 months ago, the prices were higher, and then the pending were the active is a little bit lower, the pending is even lower. So it's telling us that, well, the pendings, in order to get contracts, they had to even go lower, and now they're accepting offers that are 5%, 10% under what they asked for. So that helps me to know what's going on in the market. If we come on market at the price that they were asking, and that property closes, the sold price is going to even be lower. Now we're going to have an appraisal situation, because they will be the new comps. They're setting a new bar. And an appraiser is going to put more weight on a property that sold more recent than they're going to put weight on a property that sold longer ago. Does that make sense? Does anybody have any questions regarding this? Everyone's getting it so far?
So pending means that the seller already accept an offer?
Yes. Pending means that they're somewhere between contract and close.
Okay, thank you.
Can we still show a property that's still pending in Texas? Because in DC we can.
Yeah. We can only show a property that we have gotten authorization from the seller or the listing agent to show. It's up to them to let us. So we can technically, and this is an NAR rule, so it's not a Texas rule. This is a national showing, because this comes from the lock boxes, which is part of the the MLS Realtor umbrella. The rules say in our listing agreement, which is Texas specific, that we're under no obligation to continue marketing the property once it goes pending. But separately from that, we have to, as an MLS rule, take the property off the market and mark it as pending, because we have to at all times paint a true and accurate portrayal of the listing status at all times. That's the verbatim language there. So if you want to see it, we call, hello, listing agent. I see that you guys went pending. I got a buyer that's interested in seeing that property. We would like to possibly put in a backup offer. If they say no, you could have a fair housing violation, because they made housing unavailable, but the housing was already unavailable. So a prudent listing agent would ask, are you guys interested? Are you a listing agent nearby listing a property, or do you have a buyer that's interested in putting in a backup offer? What's the purpose? I would ask that question. Well, I'm listing a property. Okay, I get it. That makes sense to me. Let me call my seller and ask them if they would be willing to show the property under those circumstances. And then you show the property and they say yes and everything's great. Or it's in the showing service and you submit a request to see it. You will notice that the showing service asks for your client's name. That's because the showing service is trying to determine so that you can disclose to the seller whether or not you want to see it because you're curious, whether you have another listing and you are trying to, in the scope of your agency relationship with somebody else, try to figure out based on this comparable property, how it ranks to another property you're listing, which is a separate thing entirely, versus bringing in a buyer who may want to put in a backup offer. Knowing that an owner-occupied seller home, they are going to prepare their home the same way for every showing, it puts us a burden on the seller. We are bound by the terms of the Code of Ethics and the MLS rules in our approach to showing that property. So that's the best answer I can give you. If they say yes, and that you've disclosed what the purpose of you seeing that property, then you're golden. Okay, we're going to talk about some new school and some old school. How many of you think in your heart of hearts that a digital listing presentation is the way to go? I am not going to pop your bubble, but I'm going to tell you that I don't care the age of the seller. I don't care if they're a millennial, a Gen Y, a Gen X, which they're coming into the markets now, or if they are a baby boomer or the silent generation. Everybody likes to be able to take the comps and put them in little piles and circle things and write on them and tell a story, and you can't do that with a digital presentation. I'm also going to say one more thing about a digital presentation. They're staring at a screen instead of talking to you. And they're building, clicking next, and now it's a presentation, and that presentation is an infomercial. It doesn't feel warm. It doesn't feel like you're kind of working with them, and it's like, don't look at me, look at my screen. Look down here. This is what we're talking about here. Now let's go through my screen because I want you to see. And I don't like that. I want it. Let's look up here. Let's look at me. Let's talk about this. Now, this particular property here, and it's really difficult for us to hand them something and be going back and forth unless you're going to put your laptop or your tablet here and be going through it like this, and it still doesn't feel right. Now, there's going to be a day where how many of you ever purchased a Honda? What did the salespeople have at their desk? Do you remember? Their entire desk was a computer. Their desktop was a computer. Their entire desk was one big computer screen that was covered their desk, and you can literally take a piece of paper and move it around the desk on their screen. You can put it in folders. They can DocuSign and e-sign documents on the other side of the table, and that table is designed for exactly what the future holds for a digital presentation. But right now, it being on a small screen and it be a presentation, it has so far not been successful. Now, you can have your iPad and have it there because you want to show them your amazing website that you purchased for 123 Main Street. You want to show them the dollhouse view of the Matterport because you want to show them the amazing marketing that's been done on that. You want to show them the quality of the photos that you've done on prior listings. That is compelling. But your CMA and going through your CMA on a screen is not compelling. It hasn't been, and it's been proven that people who rely on a digital presentation don't create the relationship with the seller at the same level as other people have. Now, if you're at a seller and they're only interviewing you and you take them through this presentation, well, like I always say, they're not interviewing anyone else. So at that point, all you can kind of do is unhire yourself, which a digital presentation is unlikely to unhire yourself just because you have one. But if you're up against another agent who's looking them in the eye, has paper, and they're going back and forth, and they're doing it a little bit more intimately, they're going to win the listing. It's been proven over and over and over again. I'm not going to tell someone not to use a digital presentation. I am just going to tell you the facts that have come out of NAR, and that for those reasons, I still bring my tech out there with me so I can show my website and show them other things. But my presentation is a stack of paper, and we talk about those papers and we put them in different piles, and it just has a completely different feel. And I've beta tested it back and forth, and I always go back to paper because we're just not there quite yet with technology, but we're getting very close. And Honda, they've already passed the bridge, but those things cost 15 grand. And we're not going to bring a big, huge, gigantic thing to put on their kitchen table. Now, maybe we'll have something you roll out, and it's a digital screen that you can unroll like they're doing now with some of the Samsung phones, where you actually can fold your phone and it has a foldable screen. We're getting close, but we're not there yet. So on this screen, it says get a folder. And I actually do this for 2 reasons. I get a folder and I write 4305 Chestnut Meadows Bend, whatever the property address is on the top of the folder. Now I have a Dymo label maker, so I will, my staff, my assistants that are on my Stapleton team will put the address of a property on my folder on a label along with the seller's name. It says the address and then the pipe, which is the line at the end. It says easy peasy, and this is my cute name for the seller, whatever their name is. Why do I put the seller's name and the address on my folder?
To establish a relationship already. You're letting them know that I'm taking you serious enough that I've created a folder for you.
I like that. That is definitely when people see that you have a dossier on their house, a folder like that, it is impressive and they do like it. Like, wow, this person's obviously put in a lot of work here. I can't believe they put in this much work. Actually, that's part of it. 100% part of it. But the real reason is because I jump in my car and I'm immediately like, oh, where's the address? I've got just enough time to get there. Where's the address? And I'm trying to figure out the address of this thing and I'm trying to find it. I don't have that problem because I can look on my folder, which is sitting on the seat next to me, and I've got the address there. Makes it easy for me to find. Also, as I'm driving there, my phone's going up. Agents are calling me, asking me questions. I'm getting my Teams is going off. I'm on the phone with my developers on the drive there. I'm driving around the neighborhood. I might see a couple comps, stop at the amenity center, pull up in front of their house exactly on time or 1 minute ahead because I've driven the neighborhood because I'm in the neighborhood 10 minutes early. I get to their property. I'm ending my last phone call. I get out of the car and I'm walking up to the door. I had the doorbell. I'm like, wait, what's their name? Oh, what's their name? Oh God, what's their name? What's their name? What's their name? Because I'm about to have to say their name. What is it? Oh, look at my folder. Okay, I'm good. Because I didn't have time to go back to my phone and figure that out. So having the property address and on the folder means Mr. and Mrs. Johnson. Hi, Jack. It's really good to meet you. Or if you've worked with them before, then that's not an issue. But sometimes it's you've never seen them before and you want to introduce yourself at their front door with a smile. So I've actually I've given away the key because it's actually here on the slide. This particular video, you'll see in mega section, this URL and link up here will take you to this particular video, and it actually walks you through of course, I have to refresh this, but it's actually what my folder actually looks like, and it's actually in the homework assessment that you're going to get today. This is like an 8-minute video of me creating my file, and I don't usually show this in Mega, but the screenshot actually shows what my folder looks like, but I'm going to have to come back to that after break. Okay, so again, RPR report, we're going to print these documents out so we have them in our file. The RPR report, we're going to print out the tax records, which is stack number 2. Our file folder, we're going to have at the ready because everything's going to go inside of it. And then the tax records. Those are the first things that I need to have at the ready. How many of you know where to get your RPR report? All right, so here we're going to click HAR. You have a matrix option. You've got multiple front ends in HAR, but one of them is matrix. Actress, you have matrix. CTX MLS, you have matrix. Waco, you have matrix. So everybody here has matrix except for San Antonio, which has Dyna connections, which I also call dinosaur. Don't hate me. The Dyna connections is Miguel doesn't agree with me, and that's okay. He's been using it long enough that he thinks it's awesome. And so that's good because I know a lot of our agents think it's awesome too. But from the developer perspective, I have a little bit different perspective, but that doesn't affect you using it on the front end. It is the people like me using the data on the back end is why I call it a dinosaur. I'm going to use all of my examples today of how to click the buttons in Matrix. Doing a CMA is not about what buttons to find it, even though that kind of helps. It's more of the esoteric things behind it, the appraisal theory of how I derive the data in order to print it out to look at it. And once you understand what I call the compulsories of doing a CMA, it doesn't matter what system you use anymore. You can use any system because we have gone from, and since I've been in real estate, we had Tempo, we went from Tempo to ML Exchange. We went from ML Exchange to Fusion. We went from Fusion to Matrix, and the Matrix has changed and gone through multiple iterations since then. We also have in other markets all kinds of different MLSs, everything from Rapatoni to Black Knight and Dyna Connections that we have down in the Houston market. So if you're using a platform that's not Matrix, or you've been familiar with a platform that's not Matrix, it's okay. The same rules are going to apply. But in the in our MLS, you have the ability to pull the tax records through a what's called a property type. When you click on the search, you will see that you can click search, and on the form you see here multifamily, farm, lot, commercial, cross property, and then tax records. If you're going to print the tax records for a property, you can either search for the property through, if it's a property for lease, through the leasing search, or if it is a property in residential for sale, you'll click on the residential and you can try to find to see if it's been listed in the MLS previously and how many times it's been listed in the MLS previously. And you can also click on the tax records. So what I'm going to do is share my screen out, and we're going to go and take a fun little kick drive through the MLS. Oops, matrix.abor.com. We're first going to start with ABOR, and then we're going to look at CTX MLS, and we're going to look at the differences between the two. Now, obviously, the login is almost identical except for their logo and colors that they've chosen. I'm going to log into the Awesome Board of Realtors Actress, which is now branded Unlock, and this is your single sign-on. Your single sign-on means under one password, you have access all of these different tools that they've given you. We're going to look at the MLS tools, but up here in the top left corner, you've got the MLS, you've got Transaction Desk, which is their version of Rooms, which is not as cool as ours. Remind, which I have a video out there for that Miguel and Katie has, I think, trained on before. We'll get into this later, but we also have Realist here. Realist is the tax records. Most every MLS in the nation uses CoreLogic's Realist, which is the property tax records for every property in the United States. Whether the property's been listed in the MLS or not, the tax records will appear. If it's not ever been sold in the MLS, it's not going to have a prior MLS. You're not going to know anything about the property in the MLS. So then the only data that you'll have is contained within the Realist tax records. And when you take a listing for the first time, you can import data into your listing from either a prior listing that was created before or the tax records. So the tax records and the MLS helps you in listing a property, but in terms of doing a CMA, first, right now, we're taking the subject property, 123 Main Street. We're pretending that, hey, I'm going to be representing the seller. I'm going to go meet with them and sit at their kitchen table. I'm going to do a CMA for them. We know what the address is of the property we're going to go do a CMA on. So the very first thing I do is go into the MLS and see, has this thing ever been reported sold before? Because I'm preparing now to do my CMA. So I click on the MLS. The property address that I had on the screen was 4305 Chestnut Meadows. They do have a quick bar, but I typically don't use that for this. I actually go into search. I click cross property. Does anybody know what cross property does? Cross property says, if this property is ever leased before, do you think that I want to know that? I do for a lot of reasons. One, because I just want to see every time this property has ever been listed, regardless if it's for lease, regardless if it was withdrawn, regardless if it was sold. I want to see all the activity. So the cross property says, okay, we're going to do a search, and it's not going to be limited on a residential or residential lease or residential income or land or farm and ranch or commercial. It's going to be a cross search for all of the different property types. So I do a cross property search. I'm going to unselect active because I don't care. I know it's not on the market right now. I don't want to limit it by status. I want to see everything of all time for this particular property. So I'm going to move this again, 4305, 4305 Chestnut. Now, how many of you know the power of the star? Shift 8. What is the power of the star? What does it actually mean? Anybody know?
It includes everything with that chestnut name inside of it.
That means that it contains, that the street name contains the word chestnut. Because if I just type Chestnut Meadows and there was 2 spaces in between those 2 words, that property won't come up. If someone put a space before the word and I didn't put a space before the word, it won't come up. And so I'm going to then do this asterisk because I want to see everything before and after.
Is that just for that particular MLS or any MLS?
So it is MLS specific, but one of your options in HAR is matrix. And because it's matrix, this system is matrix. And so this works for any matrix, which is HAR, Waco, all of Netris, CTX MLS, Actress, and more. Okay, good question though. So now I'm doing this cross property search for 4305 Chestnut, and I click results and I see 1 listing. Did I do cross property? Let me try it again. 4305.
Are you on cross property for quick search?
It doesn't matter whether it's quick search or not, but cross property works in either case.
Is it because you put the street number in?
No, this particular
Okay.
property has sold like 10 times. I've sold it twice myself. But in any case, and it's also been for lease. What? I know it's not status. Well, let's just do the results. Street 40-5. Street name. Order by. There is no other criteria. All right. So in any case, we're just going to bring this up. When we bring this up, we see immediately bedrooms, full baths, garage, number of levels, year built, and when we click it, we see the photos. So this is very helpful for me. I need this piece of information. I know that it closed August 7th, 2015. I know what it closed for. I know that $4,000 was paid in buyer closing costs. I know this. I know all of these pieces of information. I'm going to take this and I'm going to save it as a PDF because this is going in my file. I want to have all of the prior sales as far back as possible as part of my packet. That is coming with me on my journey to meet the seller because we're going to take this piece of information into consideration. Now, Jamara.
But you also said that it sold like 10 times. So if there are 10 records, which ones are you going to take to? Oh, okay.
All of them, and I will put them in order and I will staple them together and then I will go through the history. So the property sold in 99, 2003, 2007, and I go through that entire process and I explain to them the history that it sold because later I'm going to refer to that because that's important to see how many days on market it sold in the past, how long it took that same house to sell, how many days it took in that market, how long did it take this home to sell in 2015. It took 81 days to sell this home in 2015. Now, what was the average time on market? 95 days. We'll go back and we'll look at that. It was a 3-month market at that time in 2015. So now,
I have a question.
okay.
What if between those years it fell into a short sale, and let's say an investor purchased it and at a very low price and did an update and everything? Do we still provide them with that information since
I
the
mean,
fact it was a short sale?
yeah, and it looks like back here it was a distress sale at this time. I'm not using this information to drive the price. I am using this information to tell them the history of what's happened to their home. My first conversation is, here's the history of what's happened to this home. So this will be the 4th time the home is sold. The first 3 times, here's what it sold for and here's how long it took to sell. Now I'm telling them a little history about what's going on with their property. And when I tell them what they purchased the home for, oftentimes it's like, oh, that's right. And they had that number wrong in their head. And so when I hit their most recent sale, when they purchased it, whether or not they received closing costs is very, very helpful. Oh, that's right. When I bought this home, I paid, that seller gave me $4,000 in closing costs to buy this house. When the seller had their seller, when they were a buyer, give them closing costs to get the transaction to the closing table, that's mind blowing to them because they don't remember it 99% of the time. But more importantly, that is now in their head, is that's what it took to sell the home last time. And that's a seed that you just dropped in there that we're going to then reference again as well. So again, all of these come with me in a pile, but also the tax records. Now, if this was never in the tax records before, well, I mean, if it has never sold before and there's no sale, I can't find it under the search. When I do the cross property search and look for this property, it's not going to be there. It's not going to be there because it never sold before. So then I'm not going to be able to print the tax records the way I'm showing you now because there is no MLS to be able to click the little $ and open up the tax records in the first place. So I'm going to show you the 2 different ways that you can print the tax records. This way opens up the realist tax. And in the realist tax, it shows the owner information, the location information, the tax information, the assessment information, the property information. And you will see that the tax records show 1806, but the MLS showed 1822. Very important piece of information. I listed it for 1822, but the tax records show 1806. How did I get away with that? I had a flyer.
Was it the appraisal?
Nope, it was a flyer from the builder. Their builder sold it to them in 1822, reported 1806 from the appraisal district because when the appraisal was done, they took the 1806 number, but the builder said 1822. And so when I listed in the MLS and we put in the square footage, we referenced builder as the source, not agent, not C agent, builder. Jamara.
So that same thing kind of happened to me, and I've asked like 10 people, and they've all kind of given me different answers. So when I purchased my house, it was 4,075 square feet per the builder. But on the tax records, it has my house listed at like 3,800 square feet. So you're saying that when I do decide to list my house, I can use the builder's information
The source has to
for
be
the square.
that the source has to be a source that is derived from someone else. The builder is the best source. The second is the appraisal, and then the third is going to be the property taxes. So when a builder builds a home, they actually had the actual plans. I sent an email to you guys that went in. I know there's been some issues regarding emailing going into the group folder for when I send an email to Mega 14, it goes into our group folder. In that email is an attachment that I sent over the weekend preparing for today's class. And there was an attachment called ANSI. Raise your hand if you saw that attachment, ANSI. Does anybody know what ANSI stands for? The American National Standards Institute. It is a third-party group, and the ANSI standard is everything from the ANSI standard to the keyboard that I'm typing on right now, the ANSI standard to how mice work, the ANSI standards to appraisal theory. So it's part of the ISO 9000 organization that creates standards or standardizes the entire all professions. So the ANSI standard for appraisal changed last year. That was a very, very big change because there was a rule of thumb under the Uniform Appraisal Management Guide, which is a book that is 900 pages long. It's like 3 dictionaries thick, sitting on the appraisers, and it's their appraiser guide, and it's their book. It's how they follow the theory of appraisers. And we're going to go on lunch here in a couple seconds, but that guide is very important because it tells appraisers how to do their job. The thing is that all appraisers measured the property differently. Some would measure the outside of the foundation. Some would measure every single room. But the rule was air-conditioned space. So if there's no vent in a closet, you couldn't measure the closet. Plus its living area, GLA, above ground GLA. Can you live on the stairwell? Can you live in the closet? Can you live in a utility room? So for all of these reasons, there were certain rooms in the house that could not be included in the square footage for an appraisal. An appraisal is for the lender. So the builder would say, this is the square footage of the property. The house is this square footage. For the purposes of an appraisal, it's a different square footage. So that's why there's different square footages for different purposes. So whenever you have the builder telling you what the square footage, that's the actual square footage of the house. Then the appraiser comes along later and does something a little bit different. You don't get to make a determination of, well, I think these two numbers, you have to have something in writing from a third-party source and use that source. But now, as of last year, the ANSI standard changed, and now all of the appraisers are following the same standard. Unfortunately, the standard they chose was a standard that was the smaller number. So people who live off of the square footage price per square foot, homes reduced in value on appraisals because of the standardization for some. You might have an appraisal that was done 2 years ago that has a different square footage than it will be today. That appraiser knows that, and they're not going to affect the actual number. But a real estate agent, using those price per square foot numbers, can very much get the wrong answer now based on the square footage, which is why appraisers, knowing this and all of the last 15 years of arguments over square footage and how they go about pricing a home, an appraiser says, look, first of all, we don't even know how you guys are getting the square footage, so we go measure the home ourselves so that we know what square footage we're working with, and then we do our appraisal based on the square footage and the improvement of every single room, and we do it correctly. But all the agents, they just grab some random square footage not knowing the source, and then they factor in the number, and you can be off by $40,000, $50,000. So that's why we have to understand the approach. Read the ANSI standard, because that's also going to help your seller the second time they do an appraisal and all of a sudden the square footage is different and they're mad because the appraiser doesn't know what they're doing. We hand them over the appraisal standards and say, look, before they weren't excluding, not all appraisers would exclude the landing of a stairwell. Not all sellers, or not all appraisers would exclude the closets. Not all appraisers would exclude in the built out attic a flooring that went all the way to the wall, but it had the gabled roof where it wasn't a full 6 feet up. They would take it all the way to the edge. Now they can only take it to a roof level that's 6 feet or more. So we start looking at why the home square footages are different and how that can affect an appraisal and affect a real estate agent's CMA. So I bring that up here. But the tax records also has featured a sell score. This property has a 775 out of 1,000, which is a very high sell score. By the way, the last 4 homes I sold had a high sell score of over 700. So you can actually print a report from the tax records that says, show me every property that has a sell score of over 700. And I'm going to go knock on their door and say, hey, you guys been thinking about selling? Because in your mind, this is where the listings are coming from if you were to go focus your dollars on that marketing. The estimated value, AVM. What did we just learn about that? Automated valuation model. The automated model says the property is worth 452, but the range that they came up with was 425 to 479. Now there's some information here that we're gonna grab that's very valuable when we come back from lunch. Here's the last time it was listed, back a million years ago. The market sales statistic of when it was sold and who sold it and when, but also this mortgage history that you get from the tax records, which is gold because it shows what their mortgage amount was. That's different than what it sold for. What did the property sell for? $240,000. But what was the mortgage amount when they sold it? I know what they started with their loan, which means now I can do an amortization schedule and I can help this seller. Now I know that they had a refinance, a conventional refi, so now they had a $177,000 mortgage amount. I know using this number right here, I can tell them based on today how much they owe. I'm going to show you guys how to do that as well, because I'm going to bring that out, because after I've done my analysis, the next question is, well, okay, fine. You're going to list my property for, let's just say, $450. All right, so great. You list my property for $450. How much is going in my pocket? We're going to show them exactly that number. So based on all things, if you list a property at $450, your expected net would be $105,000. That's what I would expect you to put in your pocket by selling it for $450. That last little tidbit is very important because they know how much money they need out of the sell. They have no idea how to equate that to an asking price. They don't have the ability to do that because that's why they're asking you, how much is your commission? What are some of the other sell things that I'm going to have to pay? The reason they're asking those questions isn't because they care. They're trying to figure out how much they're going to net. That's the real reason. So if you give them that piece of information, they're like, okay, thank you. All right, got it. So let me see that. Okay, so these are all of my fees and this is how much I'm going to net. All right, that's very helpful because they already spent that money on their plans on moving. And so they need that number desperately. And you bring that number with you on your listing presentation, you really helped them. All right, when we get back from our lunch, because we are late for lunch, nobody likes being late for lunch. We are going to take the information that we just learned. I'm gonna have you do a homework assignment. For those of you, I'm gonna put you in groups. So some of you will have actress. So your group captain is going to share your screen in your group session, and you're going to go through and you're going to answer all of these questions for this listing, just like you would need to answer all these questions if you were taking this listing right now, because you need the information required. Go do a search to figure out what the comps are. So we're going to come back at 2 o'clock. I saw a couple of hands, so I'm going to go ahead and break you for lunch. Come back at 2 o'clock. But I saw a couple of hands go up, so I'm going to stick around for the first couple minutes and answer some questions as you guys have them. I'll see y'all back at 2. Okay.
Yeah, so that was just an estimate to let them know how much they might walk away after the sale, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Only because and I'm sorry, I always gotta relate to what I know in DC and Maryland. It's like we're not allowed to tell them how much they make because in case there is a lien on the property, unpaid taxes, HOA dues or water that has been delinquent. So we always put that or give that question to a title company and they run something called a preliminary of estimates so they can pull like the record and see if there is anything that they owe, and after reducing those fees that's owed, then we can let them know how much they possibly going to walk away after paying all their dues. So I just wanted to know if like it's okay for us to, give them an estimate, or is it like this is how much you're going to make?
This is a HUD rule. It's not a state rule. It's a HUD rule. HUD rule says that on every single listing, you have to give them a net sheet. And the net sheet can change based on new findings later. If it later finds out that there's a lien against the property or some other expenses on the property, you're going to let them know, here are the expenses to sell your home. If there are other hidden fees that we don't know about that comes from a lien filed on your home, if there's an IRS lien or a mechanic's lien against the property, then that's obviously going to change. The title company does work up a lien search, and that's part of opening title for a client. I always recommend that we open title, but you don't have authorization to open title on a property where you're not the listing agent. You legally can't do that. So we can't open title for a property where we don't have a listing agreement for, and we're not going to get a listing agreement signed until such time that we have a listing agreement. We get the list, so we do our CMA, let them know what the net sheet looks like. We get the listing agreement signed, and then you find out about a lien. Your listing agreement says if a lien pops up or something pops up and they don't have the ability to sell, your listing agreement is terminated if they're not able to sell the property. Katrina, I see your hand up. Oh, hello, Katrina. How are you?
Hi, I'm okay. So I think you just answered my question in your last sentence or two. So you're wanting that net sheet to be given to them when you're doing the listing presentation.
Yep, Trek says you'll give them a net sheet. Yep, an expectation of what the net would be at closing. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for asking. All right, everyone, we will see you all back at 2 o'clock. Welcome back from break, everyone. We are all very excited about the second half of this today. We're going to be doing a lot of MLS stuff. So I'm going to make the recommendation that when I put you in your group, that the group captain should be the person who admits that they have the most experience with the MLS, because they're going to share their screen in your group breakout session. Now, I want all of you to be using your MLS and trying to kind of follow along with what your group captain is doing, because then we can all see the screen, emulate what they're doing, and go through it together. But the questions that I would like you guys to answer primarily are the questions on the screen right now. I'm going to put you in groups of probably larger than 4 than what it says on the screen, but I want you to first pick someone who has access to the Awesome Board of Realtors as your group captain. They're going to open up their MLS, they're going to search for this property, and then I want you guys to answer these questions. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to do it. Maybe 7 minutes to do it, because it's going to take 2 minutes to figure out who's going to be the captain. It shouldn't take you more than 5 minutes to get the answers of what is the subdivision, the levels, the square footage, the year built, how many spaces the garage holds, the beds and baths. Okay.
Does level equal stories?
Yes, so the MLS had a change in stories, and now the new RESO field for that is levels.
Is that included in the HAR?
RESO is the Real Estate Settlements Procedures Act. It's the RESO is all MLSs. There's different levels of RESO is the company that standardizes the fields for MLS. And there is platinum, gold, and silver, meaning people who are almost, have not, almost, or completely in compliance with the RESO standards. So yes, Matrix has moved away from stories to levels. About 7 to 8 months ago was when that transition happened. And just like they're moving away from master bedroom and calling it primary bedroom, it happened at that same time. So we're going to be seeing more nomenclature changes on fields. Breakout rooms. I teach this class on a greater scale for the National Association of Realtors, and there's like 300 different MLSs. So, you know, everyone is kind of also having that same questions. Okay, I'm going to create, I don't like that. That's just too many people. Recreate 6. You're going to have 6 rooms for 7 minutes. You should have your breakout sessions invitations now, and I'm going to be popping in and seeing you guys as I am. I'm going to copy these into the broadcast and push it out so you all have it. All right, Katie, you should be in a breakout session. Jana, Matthew, Jana, I'm going to put you into group 1 because you just came back. There we go. Excellent. Thank you, Lisa. I guess you did that. Ezekiel, hello.
Think Katie is distracted with something with Miguel at the moment. Jim, I don't think he's in there right now. So let me just put him. Jim is. Zach, are you going into your group breakout? Because you're supposed to be in room 2.
Oh, no, I didn't even see it. I didn't see the invite. Oh, yeah, sorry. It's there. I'm going.
Ezekiel's in. And also Tamika is in her breakout room, but she has her phone and something else on. I'm not sure why.
¿Dónde? Yes, ChatGPT is broken again. You disappeared, Ormsby.
I was just checking because Katrina asked if I could see her, so I just went in her room. And she's good to go.
And Jim is in the waiting room.
I put him there on purpose because he's not.
Okay, but
I'll put him back in once the group's out.
they need more time, or do you think they're good?
They're going to be like, we're out of time. All right.
Okay. Who was my group captain for group 1?
I think that would be me because I have the A-board mattress.
Okay. So, what did you guys come up with?
Okay, so the subdivision, sorry, the subdivision is Terra Vista.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Thank you. All right, group 2. Who's my group captain?
Me.
Stephen, what did you guys come up with for the number of levels?
1.
Okay, who's our group captain for group 3?
Me, Jamara.
Oh, Jamara. Well, Meg and Jamara had their hands open, so
Maybe I was in group 4.
okay, got it. Okay, so Jamara, yep, you're in 3 for sure. Okay, so what would you get for square footage?
1822.
Woo! Okay, Meg.
2014.
Meg, I don't think you were in group 4.
Oh, geez. I just
Okay.
gave away the
Thank
answer.
you.
Group 4, which is
20
Marcy, Katie, Christine, Laura, and Miguel.
Yep, 2014.
Okay, 2014. Group 5, number of garage spaces.
2 attached.
2 attached.
One
Okay.
garage with 2 attached, I guess.
Okay. Thank you, Ever. And Ever, you were in 5. All right. So group 6, how many beds and how many baths?
Is this Meg or is
It is 100% you.
perfect? 4 beds.
And how many baths?
2.
Okay. Good job, everyone. You guys, in 5 minutes or less, got all of the answers to the puzzle, because these are the only answers that you really need off the cuff to start doing a CMA for this particular listing. We need to know how many levels, where's the property located, the square footage, and that is kind of the basis of the basis of the CMA. There's more that we're going to add on to it. We're actually not going to really care much about beds and baths in terms of the criteria. Now, I'll tell you, I've had this discussion with a million different agents from around the globe who seem to think that they need to limit their CMA to number of bedrooms. So let's have a quick little conversation about that. How many do you think it's important for us to limit this property to the number of bedrooms? when we're doing the CMA? Like, well, I don't know. Who doesn't know? Okay. In the square footage, we have already accounted for the whole house. So when we account for bedrooms again, it's double dipping. And we cannot do anything in a CMA that double dips. We can't add the same improvement twice. I'm going to account for the entire square footage of the house, and then because it has a fourth bedroom, I'm going to give credit to the bedroom all over again. That's where we start getting bad data. Have you ever heard of GIGO? Anyone knows what no geeks in the room? Just me? Oh, there you go. Big surprise. I'm the only geek. Garbage in, garbage out. That's what GIGO stands for in the tech world. So we don't want to double dip for bedrooms. So
Okay, so sorry.
Nope.
I had a listing, it was a 2-bedroom, 2-bath with 2,100 square feet. Okay, but then the house next door was the same square footage, it just added bedrooms. So, I mean, you wouldn't consider.
No,
Hmm,
not at all.
Okay.
Now, if this property is a rental and you're in a high market area where every single bedroom has its own marketability, then you may be able to do that because you're doing it based on rental, but we're not doing it that way. So let me explain it to you this way. You're buying a Lennar house. The Lennar house is 1,822 square foot. They have plan A, which is a 3-bedroom, and they have a plan B that's a 4-bedroom. But they're both 1,822 square feet. Is there going to be a significant difference between the cost of those two properties because they have an extra door? The reality is it doesn't actually have a higher sales price. The sales price might be nominal because builders also charge for the size of the lot, and they might have an extra $850 because they put up an extra wall and a door, or maybe even $1,000. But in resale value, the CMA theory, and we teach this in our pricing strategy advisor class that I teach. So this is not just, how I do it, and that's my rule. This is the rule of the land. We do not double dip on bedrooms. You either do one of two things. You either do the cost of each improvement in the entire house, or you do the comparison value. So either you're going to take the house and break it apart and break it into pieces and give each and every unit a value, or not. Now, the difference is a half bath. Why would we give value to a half bath and not a bedroom?
Convenience? That's extra space, no?
No. Is the half bath
Mechanical?
already is the half bath already included in the square footage? It is, but the half bath has improvements that wasn't taken into account based on the square footage. It has extra plumbing, it has a toilet, it has a sink, it has extra electrical. So there's other improvements there. So the half bath would bring in value. Does anyone know the rule of thumb on a half bath? 0.5% or less. So there used to be in the PSA book, I actually gave you the entire PSA book when I sent out your homework. And in the PSA book, and that stands for Pricing Strategy Advisor, it's a certification designation from the National Association of Realtors. I teach that class in-house. We've taught it every year, sometimes twice. And there is a rule of thumb for some ideas of what you can, if your clients have improve the property, or if your property has a 3-bath instead of a 2.5, how you can attest for that other bathroom based on the value of the bathroom. But that's not how an appraiser does it, and we have to do it the way an appraiser does it. And you're not going to like the answer, but do you know how an appraiser derives value of a third bathroom versus a second bathroom? they do 2 CMAs, one on a property that's similar without, and one on a property that's similar. So they get 3 comps with a similar square footage that doesn't have the improvement, and 3 comps that does have the improvement, and look to see what the value is. And sometimes there is no value. Sometimes it's the exact opposite. Sometimes it takes value away. So how do you derive value for a pool? It has nothing to do with the improvement costs, and it has nothing to do with a percentage of improvement costs. Although a lot of agents will say something like, if you put in a pool, the pool has a value of about 15%, maybe even less of the actual cost to put in the pool on a resale property. If the neighborhood, the 50 more than 50% of the homes have a pool, and that's a standard, then the fact that your property doesn't have one is going to take value away from your property. But if more than 50% of the properties in the neighborhood doesn't have a pool, then adding the pool does add value. But then you have to do a CMA on 3 properties that have a pool and 3 properties that doesn't have a pool, and do a sales comparison approach to 2 to see what the differences are. That is how the appraisers handle pools and these improvements that are kind of off the cuff, not standard, like a 5th car garage, 6th car garage. We have to figure out what that is and what a buyer would pay for that. Okay.
Jack, you broke up on my end. I just wanted to make sure I heard you right. You said for the pool, 2 different CMAs, right?
Yes, exactly right, Katrina. Okay.
Does solar system plays any role in pricing?
Yeah, it devalues the house.
So you have to do different comps, same thing as the pool. Like, since this one has a solar system in the neighborhood, like 55% of the neighbors don't have solar system, or maybe, more.
So the issue with the solar system is whether or not it's paid off. If there still has a lien against a property for the solar panels, then there's debt to the property, and now the buyer has to absorb that debt, which means there's not going to be any value at all. And God forbid a hailstorm happened, because if a hailstorm happens, then the new buyer has to pay to have it removed, and then the shingles have been devalued based on depreciated based on the damage that was done screwing through holes through them. They replace the shingles, and then you have to pay to have them put back up, because the insurance is not going to pay to take them off and put them back up. They're just going to pay for the shingles, and the shingles have been depreciated based on the holes you put through them. There is a new type of shingle that is a solar shingle that is not a rig that screws to the decking of the roof. It's rather just a replacement shingle, and those are a 40-year shingle, and those are coming out right now, and those are actually pretty good. That's a game changer. We don't see a lot of those in the marketplace right now. If the builder has put all of those in the neighborhood, then it's going to be a standard feature, and it should be 1 for 1. And if a property doesn't have it, then we have to look at the 2 big ticket items. The first one is, what is the value of the actual savings in utility bill? And they're going to look at that as the big factor of what value. But an appraiser is not going to provide a whole lot of value of any right now for solar panels. They're doing the exact opposite. Now, they are, I spoke to an appraiser about 3 weeks ago, actually, about a Tesla battery on a property. And the Tesla batteries on resale, what they're saying the HUD is doing is they're considering that non-realty addendum, and they're trying to figure out how the buyer can pay for that. Either the seller is going to gift it, or they're going to have a non-realty addendum, because they're looking at that as not real property yet. They're looking at it as an accessory for their vehicle. So that's become a little bit complicated, and we're not there yet in real estate on the Tesla batteries on resale properties. Now, the whole house generators, exactly the same situation. Is it owned or leased? If it's leased, then there's debt. If it's owned, then they have to figure out between buyer and seller what they're willing to pay for it, But what an appraiser is going to give value for that is drastically different what the parties are going to agree, because the appraisers don't give a lot of value to those things yet. Just like if someone decided to go out and buy the most expensive $12,000 Wolf Range inside the house, an appraiser is going to come in and say, okay, well, the stove that should have been in here for this grade of house was $800. You just put in a $4,000 range, so we're going to give that range a $1,200 value.
Water softener count too, like water softener, tankless water heater, which is also around the same price, $12,000.
So we have gone so far off. Let's get through the CMA and try to pull up our comps first, because we've got a lot of people wanting to do that. So these are good questions. I will answer all of them, but let's grab that one on a break, because we could be here all day talking about these weird improvements and we don't have the time. But I do want to answer them, so let's do those on break. So we've answered the questions. Terra Vista, one level, 1822 square feet, 2014. And we now know that we're not going to double dip on bedrooms because it's the same square footage of the house. We're not going to add that again. But in terms of bathrooms, the reason we do give a half bath more value is because there's an additional improvement in that bathroom that is not just square footage related. It's a whole use change. And so there is going to be an extra set of value there. So the next question is, we're going to actually go and start doing a CMA. In terms of area, I always recommend that you start with a subdivision. And if that subdivision has way, way too much data, take a look at the elementary school, because the elementary school can target. An appraiser will look at the elementary school and say, okay, I'm going to grab the elementary school, because for the larger master plan communities, sometimes there can be 6,000 homes in there. So when you're looking at these large master plan communities, if there is a natural divide, like a highway or a different municipality, does anybody know? And I know not everybody's familiar with Terra Vista, but we're using this one as an example. So I'm not trying to teach you about Terra Vista right now. I'm trying to explain, here's a subdivision, and this is what are things we look for no matter what marketplace we're in.
Part of it's Georgetown schools and part of it's Round Rock schools.
Yep. So it's very common that maybe you have a subdivision that's so big that it extends into a completely different municipality, a different city, a different utility. The water company is different, the school's different, same appraisal district, but different municipalities. When that happens, then it becomes more difficult for an agent to be able to account for those differences in a CMA. It's better for them to stay within that section and try to find comps. Because if they have to extend outside of that section, then they're going to have to start making a modification, because now they're going to have to do a CMA on both sides of the subdivision on 3 like homes to try to figure out what they're selling for different in those municipalities. And it might not be anything. It might be exactly the same, but it might not be. And so then you're going to have to account for that in your CMA. What are we trying to do in a CMA?
Get comparative values for homes.
So that
That's
we can
similar to ours.
And
Object.
we find the closest price to sell, like the closest value.
So primarily we're trying to figure out what we're going to list it for, but at the end of the day, do we think that the transaction is going to 100% be cash? No.
No.
It might be an appraisal situation, right? If it's an appraisal situation, we're trying to figure out what we can sell this property for, and the buyer not bail because they can't buy it because it doesn't appraise. We have to take into consideration that the reason that this country is so grounded in home ownership, like most other countries are not, is because in the early 1900s, we decided to create the savings and loans, and those savings, or actually it was in the mid 1800s into the beginning of the 1900s, we created the concept of the thrifts and the savings and loans, because at the time it was 50% down to buy a home. It was heavy cash, and people didn't have that cash, so we were a nation of renters. Savings and loan came up for low down payment loans, which meant that these low down payment loans created a new entry gate for home ownership that had never happened before. And so at the turn of World War II, we saw home ownership explode in this country like no other country before it. And other countries started following suit too. We're going to offer a governmental backed loan that will bail out the lenders in the event that the borrower defaults. So we know that because of that, most people are coming to the table with 3% down conventional, 3.5% FHA, or 0% down VA. Those are our primary markets. Our secondary markets, and I'm not going to call it that because that's a whole different thing, but there are more VA FHA than there are conventionals right now, at least, especially when the rates went up and you're going to get a better interest rate using FHA. Anyone who can go FHA is trying their hardest to go FHA because you're going to get a better rate because the lenders have less risk. So knowing that, we are trying to make sure that the property appraises, and appraising is a thing. So we're trying to figure out, okay, yes, I can list this thing for higher and maybe even attract a buyer, but if it doesn't appraise and you didn't go into multiple offers and be able to deal with the appraisal prices up front, you're going to have a problem. And if you have one buyer and one seller and it's a financing transaction, you're going to have a really hard time explaining to the buyer why you're going to demand that they sign a document stating that if it doesn't appraise, they're going to pay out the difference in cash. That's a hard negotiation to pill to swallow when it's a negotiation between one party on the buy side and one party on the sell side. But if you're in multiple offers, then that starts giving the seller leverage. Well, if you want me to accept your offer, we're in multiple offer situation. So you've gone over asking price. We listed it at what we thought it would ultimately appraise for. You're bidding over that. So because you're bidding over that, are you going to bring cash to the table and if it doesn't appraise? Because we don't think it's going to appraise for that. Yeah, we'll bring cash. Cool, then we'll accept your offer. So we have to always remember back, taking a step back and looking at what we're trying to accomplish with this. We're trying to make sure that it appraises. Unless, again, we're in a market like we were in 2021, and that's a whole different market. But right now, buyers have choices. And with those choices, we have to figure out what our best alternative of when you go to appraisal theory and negotiation theory, or who has the most advantage. So they're peer-to-peer negotiating. So as we get more into this, again, we're trying to ensure that it appraises, because if it doesn't appraise, then everyone's lost. Katrina.
Right. So I know you said that with the pools and the restrooms, we would do multiple CMAs. So what about when there's somebody that says, I've got 2 sections of fence are brand new and I extended the driveway and they've got receipts to show how much they spent. Now I know what you spend does not correlate to automatically what the value of the home is. How do we adjust for that?
Okay. So I'm going to answer these really specific questions on break, but I'm going to take a 30-second or less stab at this. Some things increase the value of the home, and some things create a better quality of life without creating more value in the home, and some things are an expectation, just like shingles. If you have shingles on the roof that are 25 years old and it's a 40-year shingle versus having a shingle on the roof that's 1 year old, an appraiser is not going to give you more value, because they're going to say the expectation is the home has shingles that are in working order. The expectation for a fence is that the fence is in working order. Hold on, I need to find out. Mike, I'm putting you on mute because I'm getting all those background people. Sorry about that. Okay, so there's sometimes an expectation. A brand new fence should not bring dollar for dollar value because it should have had a fence in the first place. The expectation there is a fence. Having a brand new fence may help the propensity that the home sell. Now, if they've done something crazy and they've over improved a fence, well, we've installed this, crazy fence that is, $25,000, then you've over improved the fence for the neighborhood. And the expectation would be it's going to be the value of just having a fence and not dollar for dollar or any value bump at all for the improved fence. So when it comes to fence, absolutely no value. Driveway, absolutely no value. Now, if the value has offered a quality of life that's exceptional because they've done something very unique, like with a basketball court in the property, then all right, there's going to be something going on there. It just depends on the nature of it. If you've got a 3-car garage and the driveway meets up to the house, maybe if you've got a 3-acre piece of property and they cement driveway from the street all the way to the house and they put a lot of money in it, an appraiser is going to give value for that improvement. But the appraiser has this question that's literally in the appraisal guide. Is there an expectation that this improvement was already there? And if that expectation answer is yes, then there's not going to be any value of it being brand new versus old. Now, sometimes an appraiser will say, look, we're in a situation where the buyer is going to put in the seller is going to take out an insurance claim and they're going to put on brand new shingles on the property. And they're paying $2,000 for their deductible to put new shingles on the property. And it's a 50-year shingle and the other shingles were 40 years old. They may say, all right, we're going to give a $2,500 value to the shingles. There's possible that they do that. But the expectation is the house has working shingles in the first place, and a buyer's not going to pay for a premium of shiny new shingles versus 15-year-old shingles. The expectation is they work. Okay. Let's go and let's actually do this together. And then I'm going to put you in groups as well. I'm going to go into the residential world here because that's what I'm looking for right now. I want to see everything. I usually go back 200 days. I want to see active under contract, pending, and closed for the last 200 days. Right now, I don't care anything else. I'm just going to look at that. Now I'm going to grab the subdivision. This is going to be an example. Terra Vista. How many listings do you see in the bottom left-hand corner of how many properties match this criteria that we have on the screen?
110.
110. So let's see what happens if I use the star method. I am going to star, star, and star. I've seen agents write Terra space Vista. I've seen agents put the Terra Vista. I've seen all kinds of things. Terra Vista, phase 1, section 3, inside the subdivision. So doing this, how many matches do you see now?
122.
And what was it before?
110.
Good
So
God,
12 more properties.
we just found 12 more comparative properties, which might be the difference between a huge bump in value or you looking like you don't know what you're doing in front of your client because there was 12 properties missing in your CMA. So as you can see, this can be a really big deal. What were our number of levels?
1.
All right.
1 level.
You cannot, should not, ever mix levels in a CMA. 1 story to 1 story, 2 story to 2 story. But Jack, what about the 1.5 story? Okay, you can consider that a 1 story. When I'm doing a 1 story, if I'm begging for comps, I can do a 1.5 or 1. But because my 1.5, if I have a 1.5 story comparable property, I'm going to compare it to a 1 story, not a 2. Why? What is the big difference in the number? Oh, go ahead, please.
It's not a full story. Like it's less than what you have.
What is a 1.5 story?
Like a loft space?
Loft.
Yes.
I have
Upstairs.
a 1.5 story. It's upstairs. It's basically a 2-story home. I just don't have any bedrooms upstairs and a half bath. So
That's right. So the 1.5 story can have a half or a full bath, but there's no bedrooms upstairs, so all the bedrooms are down. The value between a 1-story and a 2-story home has always been this: where the bedrooms are. A 1-story in Texas always sells fastest and the most. A 2-story with a primary bedroom down sells second fastest, and on the third option, which is a property with all bedrooms up, including the primary, in Texas, has historically taken the longest to sell. In fact, to the point where it could almost be functionally obsolescent. Back in 2008 to 2010, I had a lot of people with upstairs primary bedrooms complaining, and when they short sold those homes, they would come back to us later when they're buying and saying, "I want my forever home. That's it. I want forever home. I'm never doing this again. I'm buying a single story because I know I'm going to age out of this house. And so that's it. I want a primary." So for those reasons, all of the bedrooms are down. So we look at it and it lives as a single story. You just have the bonus of having an extra playroom upstairs for the kids or a game room or something like this, but it's less about, it's not bedrooms up. Now, if there's a bedroom up, even if it's only one bedroom, it's a 2-story. So 1.5 story has no bedrooms. You walk up the stairs, it's open above the stairwell. There's no door to open the loft. The loft is just open, and maybe there's a half bathroom up there, just as a convenience for your guests if you've turned it into a media room, a pool table room, a playroom for the kids, whatnot. Okay, so that's the explanation for the 1-story, because that's very important that you get right. When you're doing your CMA, do not mix 1-story and 2. You can't. Some things are a hard criteria. Some things aren't a hard criteria. Some things are, I'm going to take a look at that and there's a rules of thumb, and then there's hard criteria. Hard criteria means you're going to cut those out and they're not going to appear in your CMA. Okay.
Just a random question, since we're talking about level. Do you guys have basements in Texas?
Our basements are upstairs. Whether the Texas basements are upstairs. Mike is laughing because he knows exactly what I'm talking about. Whether or not you have a basement in a home has nothing to do with how you want to use the home. It has to do with the frost line. In places like Chicago and areas that get sub-zero for a long time, the water under the ground at the frost line freezes, and it can lift the ground as much as 3 feet. So those properties, those areas that can be, negative 10 degrees for a month, as the longer it stays cold, the deeper in the ground that the ice freezes, and it can lift homes off the ground and literally destroy them and tear them apart. And so in places like Chicago, they have to take all of the dirt away from underneath the house so that there's nothing to freeze, so the house isn't ripped apart when the ground freezes. So whether or not you have a basement is the depth of the frost line in the area that you live, and it's very expensive to put in a basement. They would never do that unless they absolutely have to. So it's very, very uncommon for there to be that here in Texas. Okay, so we've limited it to Terra Vista. We've used the star rule, which helped us because we found 12 new comps. We have limited it to a single story property. Now, what were some of the other criterias?
Square footage.
Square footage.
Okay. So on the slide that I had before, we mentioned that the square footage would be 10% or 15%. 20% on the high range. There's a thing that says you could have a home that's 800 square feet. Very common downtown Houston, downtown Austin, downtown San Antonio, these smaller little 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom cottages, craftsman style homes, Sears Roebuck homes that were those old ones that were delivered on a train and they were all put together. Those were, sometimes 5, 6, 7, 800 square foot homes. Then you have 4,000 square foot homes. 20% of 800 is drastically different than 20% of 4,000. So there has to be some logical thought, because you can't double the square footage of your home and think that that's going to turn out well. So we have to be careful. But on an 1,800 square foot home, first, I'm going to take 15 or 20%. So on each side. So what is 10%? 180 square feet. We double that. 300 square feet. So I'm going to start with 300 plus or 300 minus. That's actually too much. 15%, 10 to 15% is kind of the rule of thumb. So if I have an 1,800 square feet home, it would not be unheard of to go 1,600 to 2,000 to start. Now it was 1822, so I would do 1,600 to 2,050 to start. Now I'm going to narrow that down depending on how many comps I have. But just based on this, a single story home in Terra Vista that's active, pending, and closed in the last 200 days, that's between 1,600 and 2,050 square feet, how many homes do I have?
23.
It's not a lot, right? I only really need 10, but I've got enough now where I want to see what I'm working with, because these will all nicely fit on one screen. Now, I'm also going to come over here and I'm going to look at the map, because I want to see what I'm also looking at in terms of the map. The map is going to show me volumes. Here we have the Westinghouse Road, which for some of us know that is going to be the Georgetown area, and this down here is going to be the Round Rock area. But I'm seeing all that green. If I see a bunch of green like that in water inside of a subdivision, what is that indicative of?
Golf course.
Mm-hmm. So our home's going to have a premium price if they're on a golf course versus not? They will.
Yes.
So then I need to determine three things. One, what municipality is my property in? Two, am I on a golf course? And three, am I anywhere near water? So those are the three things that I'm going to be looking at right now. So I'm going to go back to my results, and I am going to go back to my listing. What's great about the recent searches is you can go back between what you're currently at and most MLSs have this. So I'm going to go back to my subject property, and I'm going to click at the map, and I'm going to say, where is this? And I'm going to click it. And I'm going to say, okay, this is south of Westinghouse Road, it looks like, because they always put the maps in north-south direction. So I want to go in and I want to see then, what's going on here? Stop it. Okay. Was that property near a golf course? It's not on the golf course, is it? And there's no water around there, is it? In fact, it looks like that it backs up to another house. Okay, so that tells me a lot. I'm not going to want to use a property that is on the golf course. And if we look at some of those, we're going to go to the map of our comps. Maybe this one here. Maybe none of these are actually. Yeah, I don't see any of them that are on the golf course. But in any event, what was the area? Was it Round Rock or was it
Round Rock?
Round
Okay.
Rock.
Yeah, it's Round Rock.
Round Rock.
Okay, so I'm going to look at the area and I see some GTE and RRW. What does that sound like to you? Round Rock and Georgetown, right?
Georgetown.
Uh-huh. So which one was my subject property?
Round Rock.
Round Rock.
Round Rock.
And you're also talking about two different ISDs, maybe. Independent districts.
What was my subject property?
It was Georgetown.
Oh, so we
Oh.
almost made a big mistake, didn't we? Now it's south of that road, but what is the city of my listing?
Georgetown.
It looks like maybe there's a little slice that's on the county road that Georgetown is not Westinghouse Road. So we have to look at that and be careful, because we can't make an assumption and then get it wrong. Because had we just done this in Round Rock, we would have completely got this wrong. So we're going to verify to make sure. All right, so now let's go back to our comps, and we are going to GTW this. Now I've got different options. I can change the area or I can change the city. I can tell you I'm changing the city. The reason I'm changing the city is because RISO, the federal government, they don't like areas, because areas is considered redlining, because the real estate organization determined the boundaries of those areas arbitrarily. We need a natural boundary, like a zip code. We need a So don't use areas in your MLS. Those are all fading away. The Austin agents are in love with their areas and they just are coming after the board with pitchforks. If they try to get rid of them, I was on the board of actors twice when we tried to get rid of them. So they're going to stay, but don't use them in your CMA because that would be considered redlining, literally the definition. So we're going to stay away from those and we're going to use city or zip code. That's my recommendation as broker and what I know about MLS. Okay.
I was gonna say, can we use zip codes instead of like typing the city? If like a buyer say, "Hey, I want to live in 78660," at least we know we just want to stay in 7660.
Yes, the answer is yes.
Or right, okay. Or the other thing I would do is like when you are on the map, there's a circle, like
Okay.
a place to circle it. Can we use that as well, or it will not provide us accuracy?
It depends on how the listing agent put the property in the MLS. The listing agent is supposed to select the latitude and longitude, and the map doesn't use the address. It uses the latitude and longitude of the property, and the latitude and the longitude can be off. So the map search is not as accurate as zip code or a data point that was entered into the listing. So better to use zip code, city, school district, one of those hard criterias that's based on a piece of data versus a latitude and longitude, which is not based on anything other than where the agent clicked the map. Okay, so here we are with 12 listings. Let's look at this. How do we feel about the acres? Do we feel like those conform pretty well? Do you see any half acre or 1 acre properties in there? I would say we have one that's a little bit larger, but it's active, so I'm not too afraid about that. But I also am looking at the rest of them pretty much conforming. Between 1.3 and 0.13 and 1.18 is conformity. The year builds, I'm seeing 2014, 2012, 2017. So I'm seeing less than a 10-year span between year builds. So I'm not freaked out about that as well. I see that everything has a 2-car garage, so there's no outliers of a 3rd-car garage, because if there was, and my subject property did not have a 3rd-car garage, and a 3rd-car garage showed up in my grid view here, I would get rid of it, because that is one of those things where people are willing to buy a property, and there's more people willing to buy that property because of that. Let alone value, it's going to have a different reaction than your listing. So we just want to get out of our grid view because it has something that we can't compete with. It's just going to skew our numbers. So we have, looks like 5 active, 1 that's currently under contract, and we have 6 sold properties. And the sold properties are from January, February, March, April, and May. So it looks like almost exactly in that order. 2 in February, otherwise 1 sold in every single month. So that's interesting. And because you have 6 sold and you have 5 active, you have a absorption rate of about 6 months. That's how you would look at that, but I don't believe that's going to be the case. Okay, the active competition, you have 60 days, 101, 152, 20, 23, and 6. So you've got a couple that have been on the market for a while, and I would want to look at those to see what was their original list price, because usually those will tell a story. Usually these two are going to tell us a story. This one says 389 in 100 days. Do you think their original list price was 389 if they listed it 100 days ago? I would say, I'll bet you we're going to find that they listed it higher than 389.9. Let's see. Huh, they listed it at 424. So, Mr. Seller, it would look like they listed at 424. They're on the 100 days on market. Now they're at 389. But look, they're lower than everything that's else is sold almost on the market. And so 101 days ago, had they listed for 395, there's a very good chance that they would have already got 395 and been closed and not paid 3 months of utility bills and lawn cuttings and property taxes and still made yourself $10,000 more. So let's look at this one. $405,000 and has been on the market for 152 days. Let's look at that story and see what kind of story that's lending us. 410,000. So not a huge change, but change enough. They've come down 5,000. Okay, Now let's look at these guys. This one sold in 5 days. They were listed at $395. They sold for $400. So they listed lower at $222 a square foot, which is exactly where these guys are. And this $389, where did they start price per square foot? Their price per square started. Oh, that's right. I would have to do that math because it's not sold. Well, I can do the math pretty quickly. What was that? 424 divided by 1814 was 233 a square foot. So they listed at 233 a square foot out the gate. Now they're 222. Everything else here 209, 205, 222. So we're going to look at this. But there's something that I haven't accounted for. I don't know if any of these have a pool. And I'm looking at my sold comps and I see a 209, a 205, and then I see a 214, and then I see a 229, a 222, and a 235. So my lowest is 205 and my highest is 235. In appraisal theory, there's something that appraisers do very often. If your home conforms to the neighborhood, they will remove the lowest and the highest comps because they consider those outliers. They will get rid of those two because they're outliers. And here we have one that's considerably lower than everything else, and we have one that's considerably higher than everyone else. But before I even do that, I have 12 listings. I'm going to click criteria, and I'm going to say no pools. Sometimes all of a sudden you'll see the numbers change. In this case, the numbers didn't change. So none of these properties have a pool, but I want to double check. Now I'm going to go through and I'm going to look at the photos of each one. Now, what would I have done on the property here? I would have already gone the moment I got the listing and I was getting the Chestnut Meadow, Terra Vista, and gone down the line and looking at the property facts. I'm going to look at the photos and I'm going to see what we got. I'm seeing tile floor. I'm seeing carpet in the living area. I'm seeing kitchen, clean, granite countertops, cabinetry that looks like could be good condition. I don't see any huge warning signs in the property, although that I know that people don't love carpet. They expect carpet in the bedrooms, but not in the main living room these days. So that might go against us based on what the comps are showing. Looks like there's some improved flooring in one of the front bedrooms, which is probably the office. And then there's a covered patio and a pretty good sized backyard. Now I have kind of an idea of what I'm up against. Now I'm going to be looking at my comps to see what I'm up against. And if I see homes that are really greatly improved, I'm going to take that into consideration. But this person bought this home in 2015. So when I go out there, do you think maybe they got rid of the carpet and put in hardwood floors? Who knows, right? We can't tell. Marcy's like, please God, make that have happened because that will help me considerably. But I can't assume anything. So I'm going to take these comps out there with me because I don't know. I haven't been in the house. I'm going to go and I feel like these comps are good enough comps for me to take out there with me on my listing appointment. But I am going to, while I'm looking at this, I'm going to grab all of the comps that are in the middle. I'm going to get rid of the most expensive and I'm going to get rid of the least expensive. And I am going to based on that, I'm going to do a quick CMA. And inside that quick CMA is going to give me a range. I see a average of 218 and a max of 229. So I would say 220 to 230 is my price point. $220 a square foot to $230 a square foot would be the range on my CMA that I would take out there. And now when I arrive there, after walking the property, seeing what they've done to it, we're going to adjust this when I get there. But that's good enough to get me in the front door. I've done enough information to understand what it is I'm trying to accomplish. Now, what am I going to print? I'm going to print this. I'm going to literally print this entire grid sheet. I'm going to share out my slides here because I want to grab dog ear this page, which is slide 836. I've got my folder. I've got my MLS listing for all prior MLSs. I have my tax records in my file. I have my RPR report. I have my comps. This is the agent one page with all of the photos. And then I have my comp graph, which we're going to do together in a moment. And then my listing documents, which is all my listing agreement completely filled out with my list price blank, because I'm going to have my seller handwrite that in. And then my info sheets, which for you is going to be the seller presentation that we have. And whatever listing appointment you have, everyone has a kind of a PDF seller presentation, but I walk my sellers through my marketing plan. First thing I do, I've got all my papers. I ask them a question. I'm curious. I mean, I've got my work done here, but I'm curious what you think the home would sell for. They tell me that number. I'm like, okay, I think we're gonna actually do better than that. Or okay, well, let's take a look at this and see what it says. If their number is greater than mine or less than mine, I'm like, I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised. If their number is greater than mine, then I just say, okay, well, let's see what we got. And then first thing I do is I go through and I walk them through all of their prior MLSs, whether they had the property or not, the history of all of it. And then I take them through the tax records. Here, your square footage is 1,822 square feet, and I take them through the tax records. Then I take them through and I walk them through the grid sheet view. I like the grid sheet view. I think it's very helpful. But even before that, this right here, does anybody know what this is called? I print this and it's called agent single line. I print it. I make sure that we have it on landscape so it's not tiny. And I bring this out there. There is something that I like to do. I like to click the button that says print search criteria so that they can have an idea when it's printed what the search criteria is on the form. I know you're probably not able to see this, so let me
Right.
share out
I
my
think
screen.
yeah, there we
Okay.
go.
So I like to click when I am looking at the grid sheet view here. I think you guys are seeing my entire screen, so that's probably going to confuse you even more. Here's the MLS. I go ahead and this is called the grid sheet view. I go ahead and select everything. I like to click the print button. And then the agent single line, and I like to check the box that says print search criteria. Are you guys able to see this pop up? Cool. All right, so this pop-up now has the search criteria that I had on it, and it has my active, my pending, and my sold comps. So then I'm going to PDF this, and what you end up with is basically a printed out version of this. So then I go through and then I show them all of the competition they have. All right, so here's our competition. Here's a property, and I'll walk them through every single one, and then I take them through the sold comps. And on the sold comps, I print out my MLSs. I highlight the price that it was listed at. On page 2, I highlight on page 2, which shows what the sold price was, how long it was on the market, and I take them through each one and explain it, and I stack them all, and they're looking as it goes. And then I pull out the grid sheet view and I show them the range. And on the grid sheet range, I will have multiplied the min times their square footage and the max times their square footage. That's on my MLS, my CMA cover sheet. And I hand them that document, which shows them their range. And now it's time to figure it out. And I say, okay, and my recommendation is all things considered that let's look at this competition and you figure out, let's look at these. Here's a property very similar on the outside. It's on a corner lot. We'll talk about that corner lot in a moment. We see this exact same flooring inside the home. They have tile in their living area. It's not carpet like ours. Their kitchen is more of a galley kitchen instead of an open kitchen, but it's a little bit larger room. But this property is going to have more improvements than the subject property. So looking at this, the expectation is this property is a little bit larger. It's actually a little bit smaller. This one's 1,600 square feet. So we look at that. It's priced at 369. It's priced at 229. What did we say that our price per square foot would be? Between 220 and 230, right?
Yep.
Okay, so now we say that the range is between 220 and 230. So let's see what the competition is between that range, because that now matters. So now at the higher end, at 229, we have a property that has more improvements. So then the expectation would be, if this property is smaller, the smaller the property, the higher the square footage. So I might not even look at this one because I see Briar Park here and I see a property that's almost exactly this one street over. I happen to know that. And same builder, I happen to know that as well. And the square footage is within 3 square feet difference. So we look at this property, that I can already tell that this is the exact same floor plan. I happen to also know that this is the Bluebonnet floor plan from Lennar, except they chose the tile floor in here. So I'm looking at this property, 100% the same. The subject property has a bigger backyard, the exact same backyard, exact same entryway. It's super white, which is weird because I've never seen that in the Bluebonnet plan as even an option, but that's fine. They also painted their cabinets because they didn't have a white cabinet. That's also fine. So they kind of, okay, well, then they did that in the master. But the expectation would be with more upgraded wood floors and us possibly having carpet, we don't know until we get there, they're priced at 214 a square foot. Exactly the same property is our subject, but they have tile instead of carpet in the living area. Now, they're priced at 389. Is the expectation if we came on the market at 214 and if we match their price, do you think our property would sell before theirs? Probably not. Do people love carpet? No. So we're going to continue going. And in fact, 389 is the lowest out of everything else that is on the market. So we go back and we look at this 389 and I say, okay, they've been on the market for 101 days. They started at 424. They kind of shot themselves in the foot. I'm going to probably want to go put eyes on that property and see it. But I'm going to be thinking to myself, I wonder if they're priced right now. When did they do this price reduction? So I go and look at the history of the MLS. And let's look at this rendition. It looks like they were in 2014. It sold for 228. It was listed as a rental. And in 2015, in March, October, leased again as a rental. 2018, again as a rental. It sold in 2020 for 280,000, and now they're priced at 389 in 2024, and they priced at 424, then they came down to 419, then they came down to 410, they came to 399, and now they're 389. So they're already on their 5th price reduction since April. So April 4th, April 17th, May 9th, and June 3rd has been their price decrease history. So they obviously the market rejected anything over 400. That's for sure. There's clear evidence of that. Everything else, we have 429, 419, 425, 395, 400, and this 380. This 380 again is 1,600 square feet, so it's very small. So I'm starting to think, my subject property is 1,800 square feet, so I really want to focus in on that 1,800 square foot range because those are the most relevant comps. With this property being 389, I would probably recommend that they come in somewhere in the low 380s, if not 380 on the dot. How much? Now we've got 2 options. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I have a tile person, and that tile person is really, really, really good. And my recommendation here is that we either put a hardwood floor tile look in this property and get the carpet in here and swap it out to something. And I would have someone come out, but I'm guessing we can have that done for less than 3,000, and that's an absolute guarantee that that would be the case. So I would be looking at recommending that they get the carpet out of there and upgrade it, because they can probably spend $3,000 and make 10. And I would price it probably in the neighborhood of 385, 386, but I wouldn't go over 387 because I want my property to sell. What are your thoughts about that? Let's dig into this one, because we've talked about a lot, but now you kind of hear my rationale, my talking points with the client. We have a property that's been on the market for 101 days for 389. It's the exact same floor plan to the T, except they have tile. We're coming on the market. They've gone down. It's the perfect thing to show them how that particular property has come down in price. And now here they are sitting at 389 and they're over improved. Had they priced it right, it would have sold. Let's hear from you. Who would recommend them swap out the carpet?
I would.
I would too. And I have a tile person that will delay payment until closing. And I also have a company that kind of does the same thing, but they're a little bit more expensive. So first question I would have is, I think that you can get three times your investment. If it costs $3,000, my guess that you're gonna be able to make $6,000 from the $3,000. So you sell the property for $9,000 more, and you'll have a much more successful sale. Because I know that a home that has carpet in the entryway, and then it hits tile from the front door to the living room is tile, and then between the kitchen and the living room is carpet, means people are going to hit the carpet on the way to the kitchen every single time, and people are not going to want that. There's just not. Okay, we're going to do this again, but the next thing we're going to do is we're going to do the trend line. But before we do, I want you guys to do a CMA exactly the way that I did my CMA. And I want you guys to come up with the exact number of comps, which is 12. We're going to put you back in your groups after your break, and I'm going to have you guys do your CMA. And remember the asterisks. Remember limiting it to the number of stories. Getting rid of pool, but in this case we don't have one. Then I want to see you guys come up with the exact same comps. Isolde.
Quick question. Let's say I'm having this conversation with a client and he's like, is it possible? I want to see that the client is telling me this. I want to be able to see this other house or this other listing. Just out of curiosity, I want to know I want to compare my house to the other. Can you take me inside those homes? What would be the procedure, with the well, of course, you already have a representation, or or even if you want to see the listings, other listings, just to help you with the comps. How do you proceed with the showing and the how to say with the showing time or with explanation of why you're seeing this, doing a showing?
I do it all the time. The new rules say that we have to have a representation agreement to show a prospective client a house. So if we want to see the house, we can get in. But if we're going inside to do a video tour for a buyer, we can't. If we have a seller and they're not a client and they want to see the home, there's no representation agreement necessary. But as I mentioned earlier, you just have to be honest about your approach. Call the listing agent and say, hey, I want to schedule an appointment. I've got a property that's about to hit the market, and you guys are very similar to ours, and I just want to run through it. Do you mind? No, not at all. Go ahead and see it's vacant and go. Thanks.
Perfectly fair game. Okay.
100%, but and in showing time, I'm going to show them, I'm going to tell them in showing time when I make the appointment, I can take my client. Now, it's possible that the properties go because it's vacant. So and at that point, you just showing time, it'll automatically approve it. You take your client over there, and if it's vacant in that moment, I would jump over there probably during the listing presentation, knowing that's vacant, make an appointment right there on the spot and take them over and show it to them. I think that's very, very smart. It's not always necessary. Sometimes I've offered and they've said, no, it's not necessary, but sometimes they do want to see it. I would say about 10% of the time they've actually wanted to see it, if not less, but I've offered often. Okay, it's 3:15. We're going to come back from break on 3:25. When we come back from break, I'm going to put you in a breakout session, exactly the same ones you had before, and I want you guys to do the CMA exactly as I did it. I'll see you back at 3:25.
Jack, can I ask a question while we're on break?
Hi, Jamara.
Hey, so I tried to do this with my own address. I'm the only owner of this house. We built the house in our we built this house that we lived in 10 years ago. So when I put it in the way we did this current property, it never gave me any results. Is that because I'm the only owner?
No.
I don't know why it would come up.
If your
Okay.
property, so based on buying the property, if you buy a brand new property, it can take 6 to 8 months for it to actually hit the tax records.
Mhm.
So you've got that window. If it doesn't show up at all, you can always call the appraisal district and ask them why not, because it should be there. And it has nothing to do with you buying it, because it usually gets put in there from the developer first and then switch owners to the buyer. So if it's missing altogether, the prior owner could have been in law enforcement. They could have been a police officer, a firefighter, something like that, and asked to have that property withheld. So that's possible if it's resale. So I would call the appraisal district and simply ask them why it's not showing up.
Welcome back. Where we need you. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome. Lisa Ormsby wants to also share with us when she gets back. I know she's helping an agent, I think, at the moment.
I am back.
There you are.
I
Lisa,
am.
hello there. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. All right. So you want to go over the points?
Oh, sure.
You have time for that?
I do. Let me pull that back up because
And I heard you had some reminders for remind people some stuff that
I
we have to
do
read.
have reminders. So tomorrow I am actually leaving. This is why I'm on right now, and I want to remind you for tomorrow that we do have our business meeting. So you definitely do not want to miss that, because there's some very valuable information that Jack will be going over on the new forms. That starts at 10 a.m. There's a brief, maybe 20 minutes ahead of in the beginning, just, all our really fun, exciting things, birthdays and top 40 and all that. Then after the business meeting, I'm leaving now or shortly to go to Houston. So I'll be with the Houston group, but I will be doing the meeting from Houston, and then we do our mega minis. Mega minis, I wanted to remind you it's the personality portion from the last class. So from Friday's class, remember, we didn't have time. Some of you actually read the slides and went through it and answered your homework in the post. Thank you very much. It would be very helpful if you all did read the slides from Friday on the personality section. It's the colors, red, green, red, and yellow, of course. No, wait, blue, green, red, and yellow. That was it. I should know yellow very well. So I need you to try to be prepared for that, and then we'll go through that. It's a lot of fun and it's very enlightening, and then it's something, like Jack said, that you can take and share with your family and learn a lot of things about your family that you're living with, and you'll have these aha moments just like Jack and I did when we did it. I was like, aha. And he was like, aha. So it was amazing. Do that. And then we are going to do our goal board. So immediately after the mega portion, I will be in Houston with people who want to participate in person. So I have a pretty good group meeting me there for that. And up here in the Austin area, Lauren will be in the boardroom with all the goodies to decorate your vision boards here. And of course, those of you who don't want to come to either office or can't, then you can make yours on your own at any time. So there's a couple things that those are worth points. By the way, so are your mirrors. There's only a few of you that bought your mirrors or shared it. And I think it was Steven that had the really cool mirror. Am I correct? Yeah, that one's awesome.
Little laptop, that was so cute.
Yes, I want one of those. Anyway, so make sure you're prepared for that, because some of you are doing quite well on scores. So now I'm going to go to the scores. Some of you need to, maybe you're reserving. And by the way, Jack, there is somebody here that's dying to do her 1 to 4 family before the end of class, just so you know.
Okay, I love it.
And then it's Jamara, so you don't forget. And so I want to make sure she gets that opportunity. All right, so in 5th place, I think I already gave you the number, so you don't have to write them down, Jack, is Joyce with 7,375 points. And in 4th place, just a little bit over with 7,825 points, is Katie Wright. And then in 3rd place with 10,125 points is none other than Meg.
Woo! Meg, you went from number 4 to number 3.
Uh-oh, somebody slacked. Must have been Katie. And by the way, Katie, I got your open house because I saw your post, so I gave you points for that. And then in 2nd place with 13,400, and we're just at the halfway mark. So do you guys remember what you have to have, how many points to graduate? Because this person's very close.
16,000.
So it is Amelia with 13,400 points. And then still holding strong in 1st place is Knock with 13,700 points. So well done, y'all.
How did I get 1st place? I still amazed.
Well, you're the only, no, you're not the only one. You, first of all, you have done both your contracts and your code of ethics, and so has Amelia. But you also have some a closed contract and 2 buyer reps that I've confirmed. So that's where all your points are coming from. Besides your homework and everything.
Okay. I think I got 2 closed and 1 rep, right? Or the other way around. I cannot remember.
Whatever. I don't know. You have the 3. I've recorded the 3 that you turned in. So we're not going to talk about break down the points, but just letting you know, if you have questions, you can contact me individually and I will tell you what I have for you. And I'd be happy to do that after class, not during class. Don't Teams me now.
So
Jack.
I'd like to welcome Joyce to our top 5. This is the first time you have found yourself in class on our top 5 list. So congratulations. That's very exciting. Knock in 1st place, Amelia in 2nd place, Meg, 3rd place, Katie, 4th, and Joyce 5th in our top 5. That is definitely where you want to be right now, 100%. So congratulations, everyone, all your hard work. I know everyone is putting in a lot of work, and I want to thank everyone for all the time and energy and love and passion that you're putting into this Mega 14. It's been noticed and appreciated, and I hope you guys are getting a lot of value from this. Just kind of a fire hose of constant information. It goes by quick. So I'm hoping that we can, as much as possible, put distractions away, kind of focus on this content because we're already on the second half. And the first half went by so quickly. Mega always seems to end almost as fast as it begun, and it just time moves so quickly. So we only have this very little bit of time together. So thank you for your investment, your focused love and energy that you're putting into your profession. I hear that we have someone who wants to do their contract paragraphs. So hold on.
I do. Okay.
Hold on. We're gonna do something different this time.
Okay.
We're gonna kind of go like that,
Oh, yes.
and then we're gonna go like that.
Oh, spotlight. Yes.
All right, let's do it.
Oh my God. Right now, you ready? Okay. Okay. Paragraph 1 is parties. Paragraph 2 is property. Paragraph 3 is sales price. Paragraph 4 is leases. Paragraph 5 is termination option and earnest money. Paragraph 6 is title policy and survey. Paragraph 7 is property condition. Paragraph 8 is brokerage and sales agent. Paragraph 9 is closing. Paragraph 10 is possession. Paragraph 11 is special provisions. Paragraph 12 is settlements and other expenses. Paragraph 13 is proration. Paragraph 14 is oh my God, I know this one. Can I come back to 14?
Yep.
Okay. Paragraph 15 is default. Paragraph 16 is mediation. Paragraph 17 is, oh my God, I'm so nervous. I'm sweating. My eyes are closed though. Okay. Paragraph 17 is attorney fees. Paragraph 18 is escrow. Paragraph 19 is what is that beeping? That's scaring me. Okay, paragraph 19 is representation. Paragraph 20 is federal tax requirements. Paragraph 21 is notices. Paragraph 22 is agreement of parties. Paragraph 23 is consult your attorney before signing. Which one did I miss? Which number
14.
was it? Okay, 14 was casualty loss.
All right.
Okay. Did it?
Okay, I'm going to ask you paragraph 5. Which one is that? You muted yourself.
Survey and title policy.
Okay, 5 is
Not 5. Wait, paragraph 4 is leases. Paragraph 5. So it's not survey and title policy. Am I saying it incorrectly or is it just wrong?
paragraph 6 would sound a lot like that one.
That is paragraph 6. You're right. Paragraph 5 is leases. I'm sorry.
No, that would be paragraph 4.
Okay. Paragraph 1, parties. Paragraph 2 is property. Paragraph 3 is sales price. Paragraph 4 is leases. Paragraph 5 is, oh no,
Think money, lots of it.
sales price.
Well, that would
What do you mean?
be less
What do
than
you
that
mean,
one.
lots of money?
You got it. Come on, you got it.
Paragraph 4 is leases.
Can we help?
No, don't help me. Parties, properties, sales price. I always know 5. 4 is leases. I have to do it again. I don't remember. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Otherwise, you nailed it. And actually, you got it wrong. You just put all 4 of the words of that one in the wrong order. So you technically had it. You just had them in the wrong order. So I was giving you a technicality on that one. And then also paragraph 8, you was not quite right, but it was so close that I don't want to be a stickler for words, but
Brokerage and sales agents? It's not that?
it's not that. It's very close, but it's
Broker and sales.
Okay, there you go. There,
Okay,
that was, so
all right.
we got brokers and we got 8. So we're still trying to figure out 5.
5. Parties, property, sales price, leases.
I think
I
she just
struggled
needs
on
one hint.
I can have one hint?
This isn't let's make a deal. There's no lifeline here.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
Oh,
That's
my,
fine. I'll do it
a
again.
deal?
I'll do it again later. Thank you
Okay.
for the
Next
opportunity.
break, we're going to do it again. But we're going to give you the points because you had it right.
Yeah, you did.
Okay. Good job. I know it's a lot to remember. Let me see how I can spotlight, get back to the slides, and voila! All right, everyone. Congratulations for your price, for your points. Okay, so before we went on break, we talked about the 10 things that I like to take out there with me: the folder, the MLS listings for all prior MLSs, the tax records, the RPR, my comps, which is the 1 page with all of the photos. I'm taking that out there. I like them in color too. My quick CMA report, my trend graph, which we're going to do next, my list of sold properties in the past 300 days in that subdivision. Anybody remember why I bring a list of everything that's sold for the last 300 days in the entire subdivision? Do you remember what I said earlier about that and why I would do that?
In case the owner challenges like your price, or they ask you about the house down the street that cost or that sold for or went on the market for X, Y, or Z.
Exactly right. Maybe there's a home 2 streets over. They were driving through the subdivision. It looked exactly like their house from the outside. They grabbed a flyer. They saw it sell for this crazy price. Now they think that their home is also should be worth that, having no idea that maybe it was a 1.5 story and had an extra 600 square feet upstairs, or was just a larger home and they had no idea. Maybe there's a 1,600 square foot and the property was 2,100 square foot. It's sometimes very difficult to tell from the front of the house the square footage of the property. Sometimes they have the same width, it's just a deeper house. So from the outside, they may even have the exact same elevation. That's what the builder calls the front of the house build. So having this document is a way for you to reach to it quickly and be able to go and find that property that's sold and let them know why it's not on your comp sheet, because they're going to maybe think you're trying to hide something, that you are missing comps, that why would you hide that comp from them? And there's a credibility issue that just popped up, and you want to put that objection to bed as quickly as possible. And now that you can account for it and explain why it's not there, now you've proven that you're the professional and answer their question and be like, oh, I thought that was a property on mine, but it's not even. I had no idea. And now they're really looking to you like, okay, well, now I have no idea. And now they're looking to you for leadership. Muy importante. Okay, I'm going to back up my slides a little bit. I'm going to go back to my browser. I'm sure that my MLS has timed out. So we're just going to hit the refresh button. Okay, now, as promised, I'm going to put you guys in groups. And I want you guys to use the same criteria that we had before, which is area. Let me hit my criteria. We grab the active, the pending, and the closed for the last 200 days. I grab the city of Georgetown. Grab the city, the subdivision of Terra Vista. I filled it out pool, although there wasn't any. I did a criteria of square footage and number of levels. Now, do your own and see what you come up with. And you should have your breakout rooms open. I'm giving you guys 10 minutes.
Are we gonna share our screen with you, or what do you want us to do?
I want you guys to work until you get 12 matches and look at those comps and come back once you have 12.
Okay.
The same address you've been using or different?
Well, I didn't put the address in, but yeah, same subdivision, same,
Okay.
same the rest. But yeah, so we're gonna do a CME on that same property. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Okay, who is my captain from Group 1? raise your hand if you were a captain. All right, did everybody get the 12 records? Okay. Did anybody in your group have any issues at all with this particular exercise? If you had some issues, raise your hand and we'll go through it as a group. Baseline's important, so I want to make sure we're all up to speed. Meg, your hand almost went up. No? Okay. Okay. You're like, psych? Okay, haven't turned that well. Sorry.
So the same exercise we just did for looking at sold comps or competition on the market at the moment. It's the exact same exercise to do lease comps as well.
Exact same, exact 100%. We have to limit it. Now, the lease properties is a little bit differently because we often have more of them, and we are going to pay a little bit more attention to number of bedrooms on a lease property than we did here. I may not filter that out. I might look at, show me a 3-bedroom, but when I typically do my, I'm just going to show you, let's search for, somebody wants to, we've got an 8, let's say we have a 1,400 square foot property in Sonterra and Gerald. Okay, let's just do that one because that's a pretty typical one. I help with agents all the time. So I'm going to say Gerald first. I'm going to say Sonterra. Actually, first I'm going to go to lease property. Gerald. I'm going to grab subdivision Sonterra. And then I'm going to say closed in the last 90 days is good. I have 60. Let's say single story. That's 39. We're going to do 1,200 to 1,600. Now we have 23. Here we are. I'm going to look at the parking situation, the number of bedrooms. Most everything is a 3-story. And I'm seeing 130, 120, 120, 116, 120, 120, 116, 120, 129. I could not be closer. Now, maybe the property is exactly 1,400 square feet. So maybe I'm going to tighten this up a bit. Instead of 200 square feet on each side, on each side, and look at this. I see 124 square foot, 116 a square foot, 123 a square foot, 127 a square foot. So my price per square foot range is less than 15 cents a square foot. And so very, very tight. So I have all that I need here. You can do a CMA in a matter of seconds following just that procedure. Now I'm going to do the quick CMA. And then I would be able to tell my investor, well, it looks to me like if we look at all properties, we are somewhere in the middle of, we've got the average and max 1675 to 1750 is the lease range with a median of 1673. So then I'm going to go and look to see, okay, well, what do we have on the market? What are we up against? I've got 1750, 1850, and 1850, 0 days on market, 19 days on market, 64 days on market. My sold is 1600, 1600, 1695, 1750. When I say sold, I mean leased. And so you've got some in the 1850 ranges. These guys here, what 127 Dollar Street, ironically, they're not making dollars because guess what happened? They blew through $3,000 trying to gain an extra $100 a month because they blew through 2 months of no rent at all, didn't they? And so maybe that's a recommendation and say, look, I get that $100 a month is $1,200 a year, but 1 month is $1,800. So if I look at what we're trying to do to get an extra $100, we're trying to make an extra $1,200. We actually lost $1,800 in 1 month trying to gain 1,200 over the course of a year. So this would tell me that that would be a mistake to be in this price range right now, considering what I see. And so I would be much more apt to do what these guys did, which is let's look in the 1,750 range. Based on my square footage, I would actually do the math and figure out exactly what my square footage is, multiply it by the range, and then price in that area. But you get the point. Okay, let's now do something a little different. Let's do a grid sheet view the exact same way. I'm sorry, the stat. Let's do the stat. So I'm going to, this is going to be for the Georgetown property. We're going to limit it to Georgetown. Does anybody remember what our square footage range was?
1,600 through 2050.
1822.
Okay. 1,822 square feet was our square footage. So we're going to do that particular range. How many stories?
One.
Okay. And what do we do with the subdivision? With something like that, right?
Yep.
Okay. Now, I'm going to be a little bit different here. I'm going to tell it that I want residential and single family residence. Why am I doing that?
Because it's a home, single family.
Because in the stats, we actually don't have property type. We're not searching on a major property type. So the stats, we have to limit it. Otherwise, you're going to get lease transactions in there as well. And I don't want lease transactions. So I'm going to hard code it to a residential. I also know that there's some lock and leave condos in there, and I don't want to mix that into my scenario either. So I'm going to, I'm going to grab single family, single story in Terra Vista, Gerald. And I also want to make sure that I don't have any pools that's going to mess up my whole situation. So I'm going to say no for pools down here, which is if you see something below the gray line, it means you have to click the add remove button and you have to add that field. And to add a field, you simply bring up the field chooser, type for the name of the field that you want and add it to the list and click OK. That's how these fields down here were added, which is included in levels. If you want to be able to limit your criteria by the number of levels, you're gonna have to add that field because it's not one that they put on the form by default. Okay, so now I have my basic criteria. I'm gonna click the historic sales price trend. Then I'm gonna click customize. I want for the last 10 years. I can actually go a longer period of time if I click custom, but I'm just gonna grab the 10 years, which is gonna go back to 2020 or 2014. And my statistic, this is important. The close priced average or median. I usually leave it at the close price median, but if you're doing it for lease transactions, you need to click the one that says lease, close price median lease, but this is not lease. So we're not doing a grid, or we're not doing one on a grid on a lease transaction. And then the chart type, I like the smooth line. And then I'm going to group by primary year. And then we click generate. But before I do, there is an option. When you click the print button to show tabular data, which will at the bottom show you the price of every single year as it's changed so you know what the price is. So now here we have this property, which is changed. This is what this particular property in Terra Vista and how it's changed value over time. And one thing I like to do for my clients, which I think is very helpful, is take a screenshot of the grid. I probably do this once, twice, 3 times a week for different clients asking this, or even agents asking me for CMAs. And then I copy it. I put the whole thing in Excel like so. Excel is a little out of control here, so I can't even imagine what that looks like on your screen. We're gonna go like that, better. And now I'm gonna click insert. And I wanna grab a line. insert a line. I'm going to grab that line here. And this is what we're dealing with. If we look at this range, this is kind of where I would say the trend line is going to be. So this line here is going to come around. We're going to meet here. And we're going to go back up. But this is where we are right now, 2024. Now, in 2024, we are higher than any time before here. So we are much higher than we were here. The delta between these two, when you're talking to a client about the market, where we were here versus where we are now, that's a huge delta of where we were before COVID, where we were at in 2020, and where we are now is $100,000, more than $100,000 difference. You can't tell me that our market is a bad market right now with that type of appreciation buffer. You can go back to 2014 to 2020 and you're dealing with less than $100,000 margin. And between 2020 and 2022, we increased by 100,000, which we were looking at 450. Now we're back down to 400, and it was 300, under 300 prior to COVID. So that's how you do one of these grids. Now I'm going to show you something else that might be helpful to do. Resell. I don't want tear downs. I don't want to be built. I don't want under construction. I want resell, which means this is not new construction. It's a new construction type of a neighborhood. So if I'm talking to one of my clients, I might want to separate between show me just new construction or just resell. I'm going to rerun this just on resell. And this is the statistic that I typically show you guys. 200 up to 450, back down to 400. Almost identical. Go back to search, take resale, get rid of it, say new construction, click OK, do the same thing again. And we don't have enough data on the new construction to actually meaningfully even write a report. Okay, I'm going to go back to the one that I had before. Click search again. I'm going to get rid of this checkbox and leave it as we had it. And I want to see you guys come up with a grid report that starts at 4095 and ends at 236.79. I'm going to copy this whole thing and I'm going to put it into the message box that pops up so that you guys can see it. You'll know that you got it right. You know you got the stats right when you have these numbers, because I want you guys to create your own. Okay, you should have the invitation for your breakout session now. There's new forms, seeing what they look like. And here we are. All right, so how many found this at least fun? It's pretty cool, isn't it? How many of you have never done this before? This is an incredibly important tool. All right, so for extra credit then, let's go back to that property and let's look in the MLS and someone tell me what it sold for on what date. And let's apply that to see where that falls on this trend line. Samantha, do you have the answer?
It's so on,
No, what do you got?
it's so on August 7, 2015 at, yes, at 240,000.
How much? Say it again, Knock.
Closing at 240,000.
240,000. Okay, so in 2014, the value was 236. In 2015, it was 249. So sometime between those two dates, Now, the 2015 would be right in the middle of the year. So if I look, what does it show the value here in 2015 was for the median price point of the entire subdivision of the whole area?
249,995,000.
Okay, so it's less than $10,000 off. So we would consider that a win. So it's somewhere, if we were push this on a dot, we probably wouldn't even see where the dot is difference. So it's another double check. So we know that the property sold in 2015 for about $9,000 less than what the median price point of the neighborhood was at that time. So then 10,000, now we're over here at 2024. And what does it say? 409? And did we say that?
500.
And remember when we said we probably should not be in the 400s? And how much over the 400s is it? That same amount that it's over in 2020 in 2015. So it gets us to 400 or just under. I really think that if they replace the carpet in this thing, then, but in any event, this is showing you how the property is changing price over time. So if it was $10,000 less, then you could even possibly extrapolate that same value, and we're seeing that same number. Now, if we did a percent, it would be even more helpful. What was $9,000 on $249,000? 3%? Let's just say 3%. $12,000 is the difference. 3% difference is $12,000 and 400,000. So that would get us to 398. So you can see how you can do a CMA and then do a grid view and show all the different times that it purchased before and figure out where those are on the map and give you an exact pinpoint of how the property value has changed over time. And it's very, very helpful. It's just another double check. And I recommend that you guys use this because for the sellers, this is worth 1,000 words, as we talked to Ever about. Okay, questions regarding the historic price trend? Ever and Knock.
Oh, I was talking away, but I was muted. I couldn't come up with the low and the same numbers that you have on this chart, the low and the high end, and I couldn't figure out why. Would it be too much to just run it by again?
Yeah, let's look at it.
Can I jump in? I think I know the answer for this one.
Okay.
Ever the first whenever for 2024, do you get 400,000 the first time?
Hold on. Let me pull it up real quick. 2024, I have 464. And then for my lowest at 2014, I have 257.
Okay. So what do you have for your square footage?
Let me go back. I didn't put a square footage.
Well, there you go.
Oh, okay.
For your lower to be lower and your high to be higher, you would have to have had no square footage.
Yeah. I'm still not, my high is 400, my low is 233, so I'm getting there.
Okay, so what do you have for levels?
Yeah.
1.
And did you limit for residential and single family?
I did, yep. No, you know what? I am sorry, I lied. I did not put levels, so let me add levels to it.
The first time I ran Wild Go, I got 400 too because I forgot to add the level. But once I go back and add the level, I got the same amount at Jack have show.
I think that's what it is because I didn't even have the level option. So let me add it. And
okay, now we're gonna do once Ever has this, we're gonna jump on to the next thing, which is going to show them We're going to figure out how much they owe.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, Ever got it. Good job. So everyone has this. We're going to be giving you another homework assignment where you guys are going to do this exact same thing, but individually, and throwing the stats into the Teams chat so that we all see that we've been able to do it. And if you have any problems and you want some assistance, let me get you with Miguel or Katie, who can walk you through this and help you guys make sure that you individually understand how to do this and start implementing this on every single one of your listings. And make sure that you go back to the time or before the home was built. Now, you're only going to be able to go back to, I think the 2003, 2005 is as far back as the MLS is going to let you do a meaningful chart, because that's when we did our first conversion, and we don't have certain pieces of information to go back further than 2005 in the Austin Board of Realtors. Okay. Let's go back and find our subject property. So we're going to find this here. And do you remember how I found out what their loan balance is, or what their loan amount was at a certain date? How did I do that?
Realty tax.
Amortization or bank rate?
Okay, so well, Sean has the answer, but all I was actually asking where we found the actual loan amount.
Right there.
Okay. So on 6/17/21.
Jack, excuse me.
Yep.
How did you get to this? I missed the little icon you clicked.
Okay, so there's two ways. I'm going to show you both right now. First, there's a dollar sign, and this dollar sign will open up realist tax from inside this listing. However, if there was no listing, maybe they bought it from the builder and it was never in the MLS, then we would go up to search, we would click tax records, we would do a tax search, and I don't remember the address, 2308 maybe, Chestnut.
I think it was
4305.
Thank you.
I think you're just testing us.
Uh-huh. And now I'm going to click search, and here we are. And so then I can click either the MLS or I can click the tax records. I'm going to click the tax records, and voila, here's the tax records. And at the bottom, you're going to have the mortgage history. Realist tax. I got to click the green button here, and it takes me back here, which is the exact same one that we had before. And then we have to scroll down to the bottom and do the same thing again and grab the 177 from 6/1/21. So again, I'm gonna take us back a page. We go to search, tax records, search, type in 4305 Chestnut. It says there's one record. Take you to the record. Now I can go to
for Margarita.
Hold on, we have a hot mic here, so thank you. And then we have the MLS.
What about the other doll?
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, Salt. Sorry. All right, I cured that. MLS number will take you to the MLS listing. APN will take you to the parcel number for the appraisal district. It takes you to the appraisal district. There's a little link here for a realist tax, which will take you back to the realist tax, which has the mortgage history. And that 177 number is very important because we need that to be able to do an amortization schedule like Sean said. So, and Sean also mentioned bankrate.com, which I highly recommend for this. We now have two very important informations. We know that on 6/17/21, their mortgage was $177,000. So we're only talking about a couple of years. So we can even guess the interest rate and be off by 1 or 2% and it still be incredibly close. We're going to go to the mortgage I don't want amortization calculator, but we're going to do that anyway. We're going to say that the loan amount was 177,000. We're going to say in 2021, we're going to say that it was at 4.5%. Now, that's all that we need. But we're going to say that the loan start date was today. I want to click the schedule. I want to go back to 6/17/21. No, sorry, January, February, March, April, May, June of 2021. Voila. So I gotta go like this. Now I'm going to go to 2024 today, and I'm going to click on June. And what do we see here?
168.
$44.21.
All right, so they owe, assuming they've been paying their mortgage on time and not making double and triple payments, if they've just been paying their mortgage on a regular basis, like 99.9% of people do, they're going to owe approximately $168,034.21. That's very important. So let's go over to Excel again, and let's play a little game. What was the ish amount that we're going to list the property for? Do you remember?
385.
About $399.
So there was a property. Let's go back and refresh our mind on the property that was on the market that we are trying to circumvent, which I think was
389. 389. I thought.
Then you
And I
said if you put tile in, you would tell them to do around 385, 386.
Yeah, it was 389, but it didn't. It had hard tile.
Okay, so I recommend, like we said, 385. That is also the number that I had in the back of my head. So that is what we're gonna hit. So that's our sold price. We're just gonna rudimentarily do this. I'm going to tell you about a little rule of thumb that I have been using for years that Monica over at Key Title is now using in hers. This is the list price, the loan balance, is 168,034.21. Now, I need to know the closing costs. I know what we're going to list it for. I know what their payoff is. Let's just put payoff because that's what we call this. Now I want to lump all of the closing costs. I'm going to share with you guys what I've been doing. I've been using that number for closing costs to calculate the closing costs for a gazillion years. All you do is take your sales price times 0.0825, which of course my shift
Is that like the tax?
sounds like
rate?
it, doesn't it? It sounds like tax rate, doesn't it? But that's what their ish closing costs are going to be. So if you take your sales price and you subtract your payoff from the bank and subtract your closing costs, this is what you're expecting to net. So, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, if you list the property for $385,000 right now, you're going to net somewhere in the neighborhood of $185,000. Keeping in mind that you probably have roughly $4,000 in your escrow account, and that escrow account money will come back to you within 30 days. So if you tack that onto here, you're somewhere close to 190 as a net. Now, I didn't answer this question, and I know you still have questions about this number, so let's talk about it. Where do you think I came up with this number?
Is that paragraph 21 in the 1-4 contract?
No. This number. Okay. What is our commissions?
3%.
On a listing, we don't charge 3%.
6%. Oh, yeah, 6%.
I see. So there's 0.06 of it. So closing costs. What is the seller paying closing costs? Let's just say, for instance,
2.25%.
let's say prorations are, let's just say 1%. And then title policy, 0.01%. Well, there's 8. What's the other 0.05%? The miscellaneous closing fee, all of those other fees. So if you take the 3 big expenses that a seller has is 6% for the commissions, 1% for the property tax prorations. What am I talking about in prorations? Someone explain this to me or the class.
Taxes, HOA stuff.
Okay. Why? What do you mean taxes?
I mean, the amount that they have lived there already, or the
Okay.
time.
Why would that be a closing cost? You're right, but I want to hear the answer.
Because that's what they owe. That's that's the prorated part. It's time that you've lived there. That's your responsibility.
Is it paid in arrears?
Yes. So ever you were getting there, but the part I wanted to hear is what Stephen just alluded to, which is we're selling the home today and the property taxes are mostly or should have been paid for last year. So here we're sitting in June of 2024, and the state law says that at settlement, the seller has to give the buyer a credit from January 1st until the closing date of the property taxes. And so we have to figure out what that is. What is that amount? And that amount's usually, we are less than halfway through the year. So with that proration account, that money is probably already sitting in their escrow account. But in a neighborhood that's 0.18 tax rate or 2.1, 0.01 is half the year, 0.2 is the whole year. So I have always done my prorations at 0.0825 or my calculated closing costs, and it just seems to always get within a few $100 every single time. It's so close to being on the money. I'm not asking, this is my rough numbers at the seller's table, and then I tell them, now these numbers are going to be very close, within 2% of the sales price, but mostly I'm usually within 1%. But I'm going to have my title company prepare a seller net sheet, and I'm going to have them send you over down to the penny what that number is. But this is very close. And there you go. It was very simple. You did not have to spend 6 hours on this. I can sit at my client, because when I'm sitting at the table and they want to know what their net is, I can calculate their net within a couple seconds. First, I need to know what their payoff is. And sometimes they'll just grab their app on their phone and they'll tell me exactly what their payoff is. It's wrong because there's 1 month of prepaids on there that's incorrect, but that doesn't matter. That's $900 difference. So I'm not really concerned about that. So I'll take their payoff. I'll subtract it from, so now I know what their loan payoff is because I need to know that. And they usually have it from their phone, and their phone is within a couple $100 of what it'll actually be. I know what my recommendation list price is. I subtract those two, and then I take 0.0825 and I multiply it by what I'm going to list it for to get the closing costs, and subtract that from it as well. And boom, I have a ad hoc number that took me seconds to generate, that gives them the answer that they're looking for without me having to spend hours and hours on it. And then the title company supplements my number. Now, I did this 2 weeks ago. I went to a seller, the one that Katie did the open house for over the weekend. And then I sent my number to Key Title Monica, and my number was $147 off on a $600,000 property. I mean, every single time. It is so close that I think had I done it the long form, I probably would have been more more often than I am just by doing it this way. So very, very, very helpful. Okay, now you guys know how to do the amortization schedule. You know how to go to bank rate. You know how to find out what their loan balance is from the tax records. You know how to do a basic CMA, which don't overcomplicate it because it doesn't have to be. And now you just have to know what to say when you're out there, what to tell them about your services and how you're going to hit a home run for them. And that's what Wednesday's class is about. Wednesday's class is about our marketing plan. Wednesday's class, its title is Buyer and Seller Presentations. And then it's the listing, marketing, and grand open. But before we can go sit with our seller, we have to bring with them the documents, which is all the documents that I have shared with you guys on this form. The folder, the MLS listings, the tax records, the RPR, the comps, the comp averages, the comp graph. Now all of you know how to do a graph. All of the comps of everything that's sold in the neighborhood and have that with you. Your listing docs, which is all the paperwork you need, which thankfully I don't give you a spreadsheet and tell you, here's a spreadsheet of all the forms you need. You just go to your rooms and click the packets, and the packets tell you what forms you need. You fill those out, take them with you, and then your seller packet. And I've shown you guys twice where you can get that. I'm going to do it again, and then we're going to open it up for questions. But if you go to the .me, we have a library, and in that library is the buyer and seller packet. Halfway down on the bottom, you have right here our library. At the very bottom, we have the buyer guide and we have the seller guide. So if you're meeting with a seller, you click the seller guide and print this out color back to back. And it's everything that you need to have a conversation with them about our marketing program. And our marketing program is pretty compelling. First, we got a Candyland for sellers, just like we do for buyers. This is the typical timeline. Remember I talked to you about the 70% and the 30%? I'm going to explain that to you on Wednesday. I'm going to explain to you our marketing plan, how and why we list, when we list. I'm going to explain the virtual tour, how to help prepare the property for market, the whole thing. The next 3 classes is going to be how to present the CMA, how to present the marketing plan. But first we had to do a quick CMA. We had to get the CMA done before we go to the seller. So if you notice that mega is in the order in which you actually are going to mostly work. First, it's mindset stuff, start calling your clients and filling up your pipelines, maximize your income by calling your clients and getting the lead. Once you got the lead, then it's reputation management. We're going to make sure we're watching our P's and Q's, but then CMA, buyer and seller presentation, then the listing marketing, which is how to market the listing. And then we're working with builders. So when you're out with a buyer, that we know how to handle working with builders, and that's an entire designation course. After that is bulletproof contracts, how to properly fill out the contract and how to respect the contract, and then your financing and negotiations at the end. So we're exactly in the middle. These next 3 days is huge for you in really being able to gear you with the confidence that you're going to need to go out and talk to your sellers. All right, lots of hands. Knock, Jamara. Let's start with knock.
Yes, I have a question about the CMA. Hey, kids, turn it down. I'm so sorry, my kids. So for resale, I saw the closing day we used was 6 months, which is 200 days. But for leases, we only use 90 days for closing.
The leases are usually closing within 30 days if they're priced right. Homes right now, maybe not the case. So most of the time, the leasing actually happens at a faster rate because there's just more people leasing than buying. The appraiser's not going to want you to go past more than 6 months, which is 180 days. So when you're doing a sale, you should not be going for more than 180 days. I start with a little bit more because if there's something on a fringe and it's the best comp and it's 15 days past the 180s, I'm just going to still use it. So I give myself a little bit of leeway by going 200 days. But on leasing, I usually don't go past 90 days. That's exactly right. Now, that's a little bit different because if you go back to 2021, I didn't go back that far. In 2021, I needed a very, very concise 90 days or less for the sell side because everything was selling in 3 days. And so I had to compress my timelines because the further I went back, I was really getting the wrong answer. But now that our market has kind of slowed down and become more normal, a less, paramedic type market, then now I can go back that 180 days again. The past 90 days for a sale is the most relevant data, but it's not going to be enough data. So you're going to have to go back further. I like the question.
I have one more question, sorry.
Okay.
On the garage, I know that if we have 2-car garage, then we need to select criteria similar to 2-car garage. Do 3 or 4-car garage worth more than the 2-car garage in Texas?
1,000,000% yes.
Okay.
Yep. The 3-car garage there's fewer of them. A lot of people come and say, I really would like to have a 3rd-car garage if at all possible. It's not mandatory, but if we can get that done, that would be amazing. But I'm not going to give up everything else in the house for it. So if there's a home that has a 3rd-car garage, people are willing, like, look, I don't have a lot of extra cash, but look, I really want that 3rd-car garage. I might just pull out an extra 5,000 and go over in a multiple offer situation, or 10,000 even. And in this market particularly, I think $7,500 is not uncommon for people. But if you have a property that offers buyers more, what's going to happen is you're going to have more buyers offering on that property first. Once that property is off the market, then they're going to scatter and they're going to go to plan B, but that will be most people's plan A. So when you look at the apex of the triangle, the higher the price, the smaller the buyer pool. The lower the price, the larger the buyer pool. And so when you have a property that's got something that offers everybody a lot more, you're going to have what I call a higher propensity for the property to sell. 2 homes in the same street, both of them are 1,800 square feet. One's got a 3-car garage and one's got a 2-car garage. Everyone's going to descend on the 3-car garage first, as long as they didn't go crazy and try to price it $100,000 more, which is not going to sell for that. So if you want to know what the value of that 3rd-car garage is, we need to do a CMA on 3 that did have it and 3 that didn't, and look at the difference.
Thank you.
What are the questions we got?
I had a question about listing appointments. So I love Mega. I love all the stuff that I'm learning, but I think it would be amazing to be able to shadow someone on a listing appointment. Are there ever opportunities to do that?
Depends on if the listing agent wants you there. And I'm going to put it that harshly, because I can tell you that when you put another person in the room, it changes the tone of the listing appointment all completely. So some people like myself and Lisa never have an issue with someone coming along for the ride for us, but some of the other agents are not going to want you there because it changes the vibe in the room and it's less intimate and it more feels like an army of people descending upon the seller's house, and it makes them just oftentimes not as open to communicate. And there's too much writing on a listing appointment for an agent to take the chance of having somebody else in that room that could affect the overall vibe of the room. So most agents are going to say no to that. So the question is, you got a $600,000 listing and someone says, hey, can I go with you? Maybe you're like, yeah, sure, come along. And like, no, I don't want to be under a microscope. I don't want someone watching me. I don't want someone making me nervous. I don't want the vibe of the room to change. I've got way too much writing on this. I need to be there, be able to concentrate and focus. I don't want to have any distractions in the room. That's what I hear from most agents. So, Lisa, oftentimes I have you going out with them. Now, I will tell you that in our sales department, we have lease opportunities all the time. And the requirement is that a staff person go out on that listing appointment And in those situations, we will have an agent come along for the ride every single time. So it depends on who you ask and what's going on there. Okay. Now let's see what we got. We are going to look in Terra Vista between 2,000 and 2,500 square foot. I know that there's another one of those somewhere, so I'm going to say Williamson County. Where are my... All right, other questions. Let's keep the questions going as I'm...
I was gonna ask you on, I didn't write any of that process to how you got that, what they're gonna get for equity. Is that in one of these slides? When we were doing that amortization?
It is.
Okay.
But you have to go to Realist and figure out the date and loan amount, or sitting at the table with them and ask them, what is your loan amount? So that I can calculate your net. Would you like me to calculate your net? And everybody's asking, so what am I going to net? All right, so what's your loan balance? And then they'll pull out their phone, they'll give you that number. Then you take the price that you're asking, that you're going to list a property for, and you multiply that by 0.0825, and that's your closing costs. Your list price minus your closing costs minus the amount they tell you, which is their payoff, equals their net. It's very simple math. You don't even need a slide for it. Just conceptually, we have to understand that the two sets of fees that the client has is the payoff to their bank and the closing cost for the sale. We can calculate the closing cost for the sale by factoring in 8.5% or 0.0825, 8.25%, and then ask them for their payoff. Or if you want to look on Realist to see what the loan balance was on a certain date, take that to an amortization schedule and try to figure out what today that balance would be, and then subtract that as the loan balance from the price you're going to list the property. And there you go. And it works every single time. You get a number that's very, very close. Right now, what I'm playing with is in Terra Vista, all of the properties are over 2,000 square feet. So I want a 2,500 to 3,500 square feet, which I thought I did that, but I guess I did not. Here we have 14 properties on the market in Terra Vista. A lot of them are active. So if I just grab the 3 sold, and then I hit the quick CMA, I have a average of 230 a square foot for a 3-car garage. I hit this criteria. I say 2. I grab my sold. And I click quick CMA. And I come down here, average of all, 190. So the difference between the garage, 30 square feet, 35, 40 square feet. $30 to $40 per square foot, because it was 230 and this is 190 average for all. That is how an appraiser does it. An appraiser, now of course we got to go through and do a couple of other things because I want to make sure that there's no pools in here messing up my numbers. And if there's a 3-car garage, there's a higher propensity for a pool. Actually, where's my pool? In ground. There. No. 18. So there was one. I still see the same amount of close, so that must not have been sold. Quick CMA. 192. So what I'm seeing here is median for all is $192 a square foot for a 2-car garage in Terra Vista. And for a 3-car garage, $234. And then you do the math, and that's the difference of, but I'm going to pull in my square footage and get the square footage right and more, but that's what an appraiser does to play with the square footage. And if they can't get it in the neighborhood, then they'll go to a neighborhood next door. And the same thing with a pool. They will do a CMA on properties that have a pool and don't have a pool, and look at those side by side and try to get an idea of what the difference in the value is. That's how they get a valuation for a half bath. That's how they get a valuation for a pool. And that's also how they get a valuation for the 3rd-car garage and the other improvements. So I know we talked about a lot today, but do you feel a little bit more comfortable in your world of CMAs? Good. Cindy Bell has a class that she teaches on a weekly basis about this very thing. Or maybe it's Katie, is it weekly or is it monthly, or do you know? I think it's a weekly CMA.
I thought it was every Monday, but I haven't been seeing it every week. But it's called Saved by the Bell.
Well, Saved by the Bell is her contract class, not her CMA class. But she does have a CMA class that we do on a regular basis. And people come in, and oftentimes they bring their trouble listings. I've got a listing coming and I'm having issues with it. The 3 things I'm going to tell you is attend her CMA classes on a regular basis. Number 2, take my PSA class, because it is a designation class all dedicated to the CMA. Today I showed you a little bit about a listing agreement and conceptually where all these different numbers come from and what you need to take with you on a listing agreement. And we did one CMA, one grid, when we did a CMA on a lease, a CMA on a property, and then we did the stats, the grid. And we did that. But in the 8-hour PSA class, we spend the entire day doing 5 CMAs. So I recommend that you take my 8-hour PSA class and get that designation, Pricing Strategy Advisor. That's number 2. And number 3 is I recommend that you guys, whenever you have a property that you can't come up with comps and you're really struggling with, to simply recommend the seller get an appraisal. Because if you can't find comps and you've gone to a manager and there's just not a lot of comps and we're struggling coming up with a number because nothing in that subdivision is sold in 5 years and everything around it is a completely different line of product, and that happens often, then recommend to the seller that they get a appraisal so that when you go on market, if somebody challenges it and you don't have a CMA and you don't know what to do, or you don't know how to, like, I can't find any comps, but we're really secure on this price, we're really confident in this number, but we have no comps, that's not a thing. So we also struggled with getting comps, and so I recommended that the seller get an appraisal, and we have an appraisal, and that appraisal is up in the MLS attachments for you. And that's how I handle that every single time. And now, no longer an issue, no longer a fight. So don't overthink the comps. If it's something really super unique, 99% of what you're going to sell is lot, block, section, track in a conforming neighborhood. And what we did worked 100% of the time. Now, Marcy comes to me, Jack, I've got a hobby farm that's out here in the middle of nowhere that's 700 acres and nothing like it is sold in Texas. Appraisal, recommended an appraisal, because that's going to help everyone, including your seller. Because if you can't find comps, you know that the buyer agents are going to get frustrated after 5 minutes and call you and ask you for yours to try to figure out how you came up with this number in the first place. And if you shrug your shoulders and say, can't help you, then you send in a huge resounding message to them that your listing's overpriced, even though it might not be. So sliding an appraisal across the table becomes very, very important. And we're here to help you guys when you have questions regarding your CMAs. And it's 5 o'clock. I will be pushing out the exam video like I have been. You'll have that sometime in the next hour. Tomorrow, I'm teaching a class during our business meeting. It's a 1-hour contracts class. We've got a lot of changes coming in a very short amount of time. New forms, new practices. Texas Realtors has a class that they're also teaching tomorrow. And on Thursday, I'm also teaching another class. I've filmed a 4-hour course, 4-hour update on the forms that we have coming down the pike, because I'm telling you guys, you're going to struggle not with the forms, but when to use them in what order. Because what happens now when you want to ask an agent if they're offering compensation? What form do you get signed? Do you sign it before or after you show the property? And if they don't send you the form, what do you do? And what happens if it's a lease transaction? What happens if it's a sale transaction? What happens if you get to a property and they want to see it and you give them a buyer's representation agreement, but we're the listing agent and they don't want to sign it? And you're not the actual point person for that listing at the company. You just responded to a sign call and they refuse to sign your buyer rep agreement. Do you get to get in the car and drive away? Or do you have an obligation under the law to show that property because the company is the listing firm? And a lot of you are going to say, I don't know, and I don't know, and I don't know, which is why I need you guys. And I know a lot of you are coming to the 1-hour class tomorrow, the Texas Realtors class right after it, and then the 3-hour class I'm teaching on Thursday, which is packing on a lot for you and me as well, because we're right in the heat of mega and all of this is going on around us. So we're just going to have to buckle down, but practices are changing and we can't get these practices incorrect. And the forms are coming to us in 8 days. So yes, we all think that we can not worry about this right now because the practice changes come into play on the 17th of August. We feel like we have more time, but that's not true, because the forms that Texas Realtors have expire in 8 days, and we have a whole new set of forms, and the old forms are not allowed to be used anymore. And the new forms have the new practice requirements. So the new practices begin in 8 days, and I need you guys to be prepared in exactly what those practices are. And none of this stuff we're going to be attacking this week in Mega. Some of it will attack next week in Mega, but this week I need you guys here for tomorrow during our business meeting, Texas Realtors right after, and Thursday, the 3-hour. And then I will be emailing out my 4-hour, which is sort of more of a deep dive that you guys can do on your own time and try to absorb it all. With that, class is officially dismissed. It is 5:01. I'll answer questions as I get them. Laura, I see your hand up.
I'm just making, is there going to be one Zoom link for all this? Or we're going to have to change Zoom links?
So there's going to be different Zoom links because there's a Zoom link for our business meeting, which is in our calendar. Texas Realtors has a separate link that I email to everyone because it's a webinar that Texas Realtors is doing. So yeah, different links. Tomorrow during the business meeting, we have a link. After it, there's a Texas Realtors link. And on Thursday, it will actually be the same link that you did for the 1-hour. But again, all of these are in our .me calendar. Marcy, hello.
Hey, so quick question. You're probably going to answer it tomorrow, but do we have to get existing paperwork redone? Okay.
Yes. So once August 17th rolls around, if the property is not under contract, we have to revise our paperwork. They've given us an amendment specifically between now and August 17th. So when August 17th rolls around, we have to so as of the 24th, any new transaction we take will use the new forms, but the current forms that we have, if they're floating around, they still will continue to be okay all the way through August 17th. But if we get to August 17th and the property is not under contract, then we are required to revise the forms. They gave us an amendment. I am going to be going over that, and I've given you guys an email script to email out to the people explaining exactly what this amendment is for, how it works, and how the agreement they have is fully binding. And we're not required to update this, but to stay in compliance with our ethics and legal standards, the practice changes on a national level was rolled out, and we're gonna want to keep ahead of that. So there's an email, and in fact,
I think I have that email pinned.
yeah, no, that's one you don't have yet.
Okay.
Because
And
that
then
one,
the recent ones you've sent, I kind of, if they have important links in them, I'm always pinning them so I can go back and save it.
this is what my presentation looks like for tomorrow. As you can see, I was a little busy this weekend. However, this is the, no, this is the email that I'm giving you guys to send out this one pager. This one pager will allow you to update your form. So, I've been hard at work getting all my slides ready for our training this week. So this is a little sneak peek of what's to come. Thank you, Marcy. Knock. And then Jamara.
Hi, Jack. I have a question. I know the class just ended, and I want to know how can I make up for the 2 classes that I missed with the schedule you have on Tuesday and Thursday. You in class. What is the best route for me to go?
You just have to come into the office and find yourself a cubicle, and one of our managers will administer you in class watching the video. So you have to come in and watch the videos. So
Can I break it out in section or have to be in one full day for 2 classes?
So the classes are 6 hours, and we're not going to be able to manage you breaking it up. And so you come in, sit down, hit replay, and then Lindsay at the front desk will help you factor that. So you're gonna have to find a 6-hour period to do that, and you have between now and graduation to do that.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
it doesn't have to be this week.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't even recommend that it is this week with everything else that's going on.
Yeah. Thank you.
Jamara.
Did you want me to do my 1 to 4 contract over from the beginning to the end?
No, what's paragraph 5?
It is earnest money and termination option.
And there we have it. Good
Sorry, I
job.
completely blanked. Thank you.
It happens. But you know what? You have put a lot of time and energy into memorizing all of your contract paragraphs. And I thank you for that, because that is a huge investment in yourself and your profession. So I'm very proud of you and impressed that you would take on that journey for yourself. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, Katrina.
Hey, Jack. So when you send out the email with the new forms, or that it's going to be an amendment, right? That's going to be attached, I'm assuming, to the email.
Yeah, it's this form.
Okay, and that'll be sent out to us this week, probably.
No, this form is not allowed to be used. The effective date of these forms are 6/24. So we're training on these now. The effective date will happen on 6/24, but our forms will go live on our form systems. We actually have all new packets rolling out with these forms as well. So you're going to see new packets. These are our packet names. So I'm going to be training on the packets. But on the 23rd, the new packets will roll out with our new forms ready for the 24th rollout. So all of the old packets will be expired and pushed out. And here they are.
And when are you teaching the class for this?
I am creating a 4-hour that Katie is going to be adding to our .me learning center. And Tuesday, tomorrow, I'm teaching a 1-hour. And then right after that, Texas Realtors is going over the forms. The problem with the problem that I see with the way everyone is going about this is they're teaching everyone the forms. They're not teaching everyone the practice by activity. And that's the problem where I think people are going to really struggle, because our practices are changing. What documents we get signed at the listing appointment versus what documents we're going to put in the MLS, what documents we're going to share on our website for people to see, what documents we need for our showing appointments, what documents we need for a co-op listing versus an intermediary at the showing appointment, and depicting on if they're a client or customer changes the documents that we're going to use in the conversation we're going to have. How we submit offers is changing, and then how we go about getting paid from the listing agent at closing is also changing. So every step of your process is completely changing, and no one is teaching what practice changes. They're just teaching you guys how to fill out the forms, and so it's going to be pandemonium. So I'm teaching us exactly what to do step by step, and I'm pushing this video out there. And I already have 9 different brokers asking me for my video that I'm teaching you guys on, because all the other brokers are looking to us instructors to help guide them through this. And of course, it's to our benefit that everyone understands how to, survive in the new world of practices that we have coming in 8 days. But we got you. We got you. I'm on top of it. I know exactly what's going on.
Thank you.
We got your back.
It's like, I'm not worried.
We got this. I mean, I've seen bigger changes come through the pike. So look, the reality was they were talking about offer of compensation going away and the cooperating seller, the co-op buyer not be able to be compensated by the seller at all. That's gone. Buyer pay their own, seller pay their own. That would have been catastrophic. They also talked about getting rid of the MLS altogether, which also would have been catastrophic. So having a form we have to sign about compensation, and when that form gets signed, that's easy. So we lucked out as far as what the liability could have been. So I'm not worried about it at all. Yeah, look at the silver line.
I have 2 listings, and so I just want to make sure I get the documents in time so that my listings aren't affected, and so I don't get in trouble, right? So
Well, the best thing to do is get them sold before August 17th.
I'm trying so hard.
There was a brokerage that removed themselves from National Association of Realtors. So they took all their listings out of CTX MLS. And I noticed over the weekend that one of them creeped back in. So I think they're kind of learning their lesson that maybe it wasn't to their benefit to leave NAR.
It's not. In fact, what happened, if you really look at them, they left because they didn't understand what NAR did. All those brokerages who did less than $2 billion in production in calendar year 2022, the NAR settlement literally protects them and covers them for any liability. So if they leave the organization, they no longer are covered under the settlement agreement, and they can be personally sued. And if they are, just like everyone else, they will lose, and they will have to pony up at least 0.05% of their entire, which is 5% of what their production was. So, I mean, we're talking about, for us, if we had to pony up that 5% of our production, we would have had to write a check for $5 million. That's what the settlement would have been for us if we weren't protected by NAR. So by being a member, this organization, us, we were protected, and NAR saved us $5 million by their settlement. So those companies who left, they put themselves in the line of fire, and those attorneys really like getting paid. So I would imagine that they're all going to come back because they realize that they put themselves literally in the line of fire and lost their protections. And this isn't NAR's fault. That's the thing.
Hey, Jack, completely unrelated to what you were just talking about. Where can I get the slides for this particular day of Mega, sorry.
Katrina, were you okay?
So I had registered for this class just because I wanted to make sure I was updated with CMA information. And I don't think I ever received like the email that typically has the printout.
Okay, I just emailed you the class for this class. Katrina Figueroa. All right, so check your email. You have the email for this class with all the attachments. If you scroll down halfway through the email, you'll see a little chart, and it has the slides for each one of these classes, including the 617 chart for this class. You click that link and the slides will open. Yeah. Okay, everyone. I will see you all tomorrow.
Thank you, Jack.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Thank you.